presentation so you can go back to work.
All right. Mayor Whitmer, members of the City Council, good morning. I'm here joined by my Chief Operating Officer, Kelly Woodward, and my Chief Terminal Management Officer, Liliana Rambo. On behalf of the 1,200 employees of the Houston Airport System, I'd like to present you with 4 plaques today. These 4 plaques are for our Skytrax awards that we've recently won. These 4 plaques basically demonstrate our commitment to the 60 million passengers that we serve annually at Bush and Hobby airports. That represents over $36.4 billion in annual economic activity to this Houston region and 190,000 jobs. Again, Skytrax is a third-party organization that comes in and audits our airports. It came in February, did that audit, and with that we won a number of major awards. Number 1, we ran a 5-star airport for Hobby for the 3rd year in a row. So Hobby is the only 5-star airport in North America. Not only that, with the auditors, finding Hobby as a 5-star airport, Hobby was also voted by travelers as the best regional airport in North America. So we get the auditors and the traveling public both agree that Hobby is really a 5-star facility. And that's important because, again, that's fueling a $470 million expansion at Hobby Airport. So we've got a great airport with great facilities that we're continuing to expand. At IAH, we are about to roll out our new international terminal pier, which includes 6 new international gates. Importantly, we're going to be opening our new ticketing hall next summer. But importantly on that, it comes with 19 new curbs to allow for traffic to flow and be much more efficient at Bush. In addition to that, 17 new TSA checkpoint lanes in there to ease the burden on the TSA checkpoint lanes at Bush. And during this construction, though, Skytrax has rated the airport a 4-star airport. So we're working our way to be 5 stars at both airports, but right now we're working really hard on that. And then also, again, we want to also highlight an award that we won that is completely for the entire world. So we have been voted the best art program in the entire world for airports. And that's important because of the fact that we get more people looking at the art in our airports than the Louvre does in France. So we're really proud of these accomplishments. And again, these are just, rewards of what we're doing. But again, I want to turn it over to Kelly real quick, and she's going to talk about, where we're going in the future.
I want you to explain how they look at more art there than they do the Louvre. You're just assuming everyone looks at the art.
Well, when you go to when you go to most airports, right, they have an art area, right? So if you happen to walk past this art area, you will kind of maybe, if you're lucky, see the art in the airport. Generally, in our airports, anywhere you turn and look, there will be some form of art that you can see. So we not only have a large collection, but we space it throughout the terminal. And again, large part of the collection is all based on Houston artists. So the money that we spend on art is really benefiting the community here.
Yeah.
Good morning. How are you, sir? And last time we met, we talked about bathrooms. So in order to get IAH to 4 stars, we have about $40 million between IAH and Hobby and grants. Funding to reinvent and refurbish all of our restrooms. We currently have Terminal B underway at Intercontinental, as well as what Jim had spoke about was our iTrip, our Emlet, and our West Pier opening, as well as Terminal A. We're doing some remodernization and refurbishments within Terminal A, and we're adding all new jet bridges to our terminals. So that's going to help IAH bring up our 4-star rating into a 5-star rating, hopefully. Liliana?
Yes, thank you. And again, it is a pleasure to be here with Mayor and the council members. So thank you for having us here. And I just kind of sort of wanted to just reemphasize some of the things that we have done at both airports to be able to get us where we are, which is, again, time and time again, the only 5-star airport in all of North America is here at Houston, at Hobby Airport. So before I give you a little bit more details, I would like to recognize some of the members of our team that make it happen. We have 1,200 employees at the airports, but there are some of them here that we would like to recognize. If you guys could just stand up for a minute, please, to recognize the Houston Airport employees. Some of them are your division managers as well as your assistant directors that have everything to do with what the passenger experience. At both airports, we serve over 193 destinations throughout the whole entire world. The other thing that is extremely important, as we know, Copa America will be here within a couple of weeks. Within our airports, between the airlines and our employees, we speak more than 24 languages. That is something that we are extremely proud about. In 2017 is when we started this journey, the journey to make sure that we have both airports, Houston, Hobby, and IH to be 5 stars. We are on our way. We will get there. And as Kelly said and Jim said, we are extremely dedicated, not just with the ARS, the concession programs, but with the passenger experience. With everything that we do for at those airports is for our passengers, managing the traffic, improving our facilities. Every single step of the way, we do it for our passengers. So again, thank you for having us here, and it's an extremely honor to be working at the City of Houston. Thank you.
Well, it'd be easy to just say thank you and accept the trophies, but I want to thank you individually. Wish I had time. Certainly your employees, but we still get calls about restrooms, about parking. I just think we have to recommit ourselves, rededicate ourselves that we can always do better, and that's everyone that can hear my voice. So while we celebrate our recognition, I don't know when they did that audit, but in the last couple of days, I called you about concerns of people waiting in long lines to get taken to the parking lots. I think still under construction, we have to be user-friendly. We either have to do off-site parking or some type of enforcement assisting with the mobility in and out. So with that, I think we ought to celebrate this great city we live in. We all know how critical the airport is, and so we're proud to be Houstonians, but we have so many folks. How many come in last year?
60 million, and then this summer right now we're running at both airports about 10% higher than last year, so record numbers.
And that just emphasizes the importance and the economic engine that the airports are. We're going to have so many more events, certainly with the World Cup coming, and I could go on and on. Y'all are so important, and I hope you'll remember that each and every day. And we will continue as a body to forward you inquiries that we get from residents, because we are still getting them, and we need to be as user-friendly as possible.
Yes, sir.
With that said, on behalf of the council, we thank y'all, and we'll accept these 5-star airport. They'll be put up. You consider that art?
Mayor, may I say something?
Put this up with the art.
All right.
Kelly, sir, let's do a picture, Mayor.
Picture.
Good art.
All right, Alton, come in here with the art one.
Okay.
Okay. And then team, you guys want to come up real quick?
Yes, that would be great.
Come up for one big picture. Yeah, I'm a back row person.
Yeah, somebody tell her to actually.
Thank you.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, before the airport team leaves, we do have some comments in queue from the council members. I know that you've accepted these incredible awards on behalf of the city, but we do have a couple of council members in queue that would also like to congratulate this incredible team. We'll start with Council Member Pollard.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And Director, to you and your entire team, I want to say congratulations on these awards. Especially when it comes to Hobby. For it to be the only 5-star airport in all of North America is a testament to your hard work. and not only just it getting that award, but also the best regional airport by the travelers. I know there was always some conversation on whether or not that airport will remain 5-star with some of the changes that we've experienced, but to know that it's still being recognized as the only 5-star airport is a testament to your all's hard work. And when I go to Hobby specifically, that is one of the most efficient airports, from parking to getting to your terminal, to getting food, the restrooms, everything. Is 5-star, and so I'm glad everyone else recognizes that as well, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilman Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. Director, and to the HAS team, definitely congratulations. When you think about Hobby, it's literally about 4 or 5 minutes away from my house, so I frequent there often, and as Councilor Pollard said, the airport is an important economic engine as well to the district. We have about a little bit over 800 folks that live out of District I that work at Hobby, and so understanding that for me, as y'all continue to receive these awards, I know it's a good place for folks to work, and also an opportunity to see how we can continue to grow the workforce from District I and the City of Houston. So congratulations, proud of y'all, and looking forward to back to back to back to back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kamen.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning. I love what Councilmember Martinez just said. Back to back to back. We're starting to sound like our Astros and our Rockets with their championships. But a world-class city isn't world-class without world-class airports. And y'all's team, Director, every single day shows up to provide not only extraordinary customer service, but meet the needs of travelers, whether they're Houston's residents or people passing through. You are the gateway and the welcoming to our city. Y'all have stepped up to provide free period products and additional resources for families, and you continue to expand upon that. And the nursing pods I'm seeing everywhere. You all do so much. I want to highlight, as the mayor did, the art. We have a lot of our arts leaders in the chamber today, and again, when we talk about a world-class city, art does so much for that. And it's not just the fixtures that we see that are very unique to Houston. Even on the lower floors of Hobby, all our local heroes and music artists, but the live music that you bring to travelers that provide that sense of comfort and joy, whether you're getting off the plane or maybe a little nervous getting on the plane. But for all that you do, and as it's been mentioned, there is a whole team behind you. So thank you to everyone that works within the airport system, and also to all of the employees that are often behind the scenes, right. Whether it's the janitors, whether it's wheelchair assistants, whether it's the contractors and the subcontractors that are up at 4 a.m. And we'll talk about parking another time for them, but I want to keep it so positive today because what you bring to the city brings out the best in our city. So from the bottom of my heart, and a special shout out to Tom and Liliana, y'all are always so responsive, but Director, very well done, and congratulations.
And again, what I would say, thank you for the team thing, but I do think the City Council is part of the team because you've been very supportive of the airport, so we consider you part of the team also. So you can enjoy the awards also.
I'll take it.
Senator Thomas.
Thank you. Good morning. Congratulations again. At this body, when we pass the item for the music in the sky, that it's always an interesting conversation. Always. And, So my last flight to D.C., I was in Bush, and the musician was playing, and he was jamming. Mm-hmm. And I called Mayor Pro Tem, and I said, it is going down at Bush Airport. He was singing Stevie Wonder. People were lined up. They were seated. He was taking requests. It was great. And so, it was great to experience, great to witness the investment and how the arts and culture show up in our airport, and it was a joy to witness. And I was humming Stevie Wonder, going to the terminal, and people were in the stores. They were in the stores dancing, and so it was good to witness the investment. The airport and all of y'all deserve everything you get. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That's great to hear.
Councilman Huffman.
Thank you, Mayor, and congratulations. I traveled last weekend through IAH with my family, and it was probably the busiest I've ever seen it.
Yeah.
But we went through seamlessly. It was fast, efficient, and just very impressed. And although I know it is a team effort, I just want to say, Director, since you have joined our team in Houston, I've been so impressed with you and your work. Great job.
Well, again, it's a team that makes it work, so thank you.
Councilman Flickinger.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. You know, when judging performance, it's all about how you compare to your peers and how you compare to yourself. Are you better tomorrow than what you were today? And obviously, when it comes to this, you guys are hitting it out of the park. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. This is an incredible day. For the third year in a row, we are 5-star at Hobby and again 4-star at Intercontinental. Houston is a global city. We deserve to have incredible airports. For us to have 193 destinations, we will remain a global city, but we have to be able to move people in and out of our city seamlessly, and I think that we are doing a great job in that. And so congratulations to this entire team. I think Skytrax got it right. We definitely are 5-star, and we look forward to Intercontinental becoming a 5-star. As soon as this construction is done, I mean, I think almost all of the council members got to do a preliminary tour during this construction, and we can see the vision. We can see the impact that this construction is having on the terminal at IAH, and I look forward to us being a 5-star at IAH very soon.
Same here.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Councilman Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to say thank you for all the support you guys give at both airports. To the USO, Liliana,
Yes.
you do a great job for our
Thank you.
military passing through. Today is Women's Veterans Day, and just had to shout out on that. Give them a plug because you're so accommodating, and they speak so highly of the accommodations there. So thank you both for continuing to put them first. Also, too, I hear people complain about the traffic, and I said, but the traffic's nothing. Wait till you see the end result.
That's right.
And I'm so excited. As a frequent flyer, I'm excited for the expansion and the vision for the airport. So thanks again for all you do and continue to do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? If not, thank you very much for your work, and we'll stay in touch.
All right, back to work.
Thank you.
Ready?
Yeah, ready for item number 1?
No, we got to do the, yeah.
City Secretary is ready for item
Are
number
you
1.
going to let Madam Secretary, would you read item number 1?
Item number one needs a motion.
Castex Tatum, move.
From a second.
Motion made and second. All in favor? Those opposed? Passes. That would be our library board individuals willing to give of their time. I would ask them to stand at this time and let us recognize them, and thank you. Thank you.
Let me see.
Madam Secretary, you want to?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor Pro Tem Castex Tatum.
Thank you, Mayor. I know you did have the Library Foundation Board of Directors to stand. I think that it would be prudent for us to, again, say thank you to them. I know that when we have called on the library board, the foundation board members for programming in our districts, they make sure that the
the trailers there. They donate books. They play a major role in all of the activities that we have going on at the Houston Public Library. So we do want to thank you for your volunteerism and for continuing to make access to knowledge available in the city of Houston, and we cannot thank you enough for your volunteerism. Thank you for being here today also and volunteering your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Madam Secretary, will you now proceed with the consent agreement agenda?
Under the miscellaneous category, items 2 and 3 have been pulled and will not be considered. Item 4 needs a motion.
Cass Tatum, move. Thomas, second.
Motion's made and seconded. All in favor? Those opposed? Motion passes.
Under the property category, item 5 has been removed for separate consideration. Under the purchasing and tabulation of bids category, items 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 have been removed for separate consideration. Those numbers again are 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. Need a vote on the balance.
All in favor? Those opposed? Motion carries.
We need a motion.
Oh, we need a motion.
Cass Tatum, move.
Thomas, second.
Motion's made and seconded. All in favor? Those opposed? Motion passes.
Under the ordinances category, item 52 has been pulled and will not be considered. Items 25 and 26 have not been received and will be considered if they are received before the end of the meeting. Items removed for separate consideration, 33, 34, 35, 38, 40, 44, and 54. Those numbers again are 33, 34, 35, 38, 40, 44, and 54. Need a vote on the balance.
What about 25? 25 is in, right?
It can't go without 20. We did they together.
25 can go, 26 can go. But 25 is.
So we got, do y'all want to go? You want 25 to go by itself?
25 can go by itself, yes. Yeah, we can't do 26 without 25. We pulled it last year. So I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'll get it. You got the package? Hold on a minute.
Can't do 2.
Hold on.
Members, the discussion is that item 26, we haven't had certification by the controller, but legal and finance believes it would be prudent to approve item 25, which authorizes the bond. We won't go forward with it, and obviously until we have certification on the agreement. But Arturo, any additional information why you believe it would be smart to approve 25, which is just authorizing the issuance of the bonds, but does not go forward until further agreements on the certification?
That's correct. This is the authorization for a bond issuance. It is not considered an expenditure, and we have not done that going back to, my memory goes back to the 90s. The controller has never certified a bond issuance under 19A, which is a certification requirement. So this is ready to be considered by council today.
Any discussion?
Mayor, it was hard to hear the city attorney.
I'll ask
Could
him
you
to
please
restate.
Let me repeat that. This item for the refunding bonds is the authorization for an issuance. It is not considered an expenditure that the controller certifies under 19A of the charter. And that has traditionally been the case going back, as my memory goes, to the 90s. And we have looked at it in recent years. There is not an instance where the controller has certified under 19A a bond authorization.
Councilman Kamen.
Thank you, Mayor. And sorry, this is just news and we haven't been briefed on it, so I'd like to ask the city attorney a few questions because he referenced components of the charter. So specifically 19A refers to what, city attorney?
I believe it is Article 1, Section 2, 19A of the charter itself.
Right, but what does that pertain to? What is 19A generally? Is that judgment bonds? Is that...
It obligates the controller to certify an expenditure over the amount for which we have to go out to procurement under state law, the current $50,000 level. And so the issue here is this item an expenditure under 19A? And this, I do not believe from a legal perspective it is, because it is simply authorization. And that's how the city has traditionally operated. You cannot find, going back several decades, where the controller has certified under 19A a bond issuance, an item like this.
So may I restate more so in layman's terms what you just said? Based on your research, you have not found an instance where a city controller has certified a bond issuance?
Yes. An authorization for issuance such as this item.
Okay, and does that also then pertain, because to item 26, Mayor, you had referenced both of those, and I'm just trying to understand if we vote on 25, are we also taking up 26? Or?
No, we're not taking up 26.
Okay.
Because it requires certification.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Mayor Pro Tem, Cassius Tatum.
That was my question also. If we can move forward on 25, would we move forward on 26? So we can pass 25, but we will not take up 26 because the controller does have to certify the actual approvement of the settlement, but not the issuance of the bond.
Yes, ma'am. That's my understanding.
Yep. Yes, more specifically, the controller has to certify the expenditure for the attorney's fees from the city's property and casualty fund. The remainder of it, what's going to be expended under the CBA, those expenditures are increases in employee compensation. The Texas Supreme Court has said that is not subject to in a City of Houston case, it is not subject to the 19A, the controller's certification obligation.
So today we will move forward on 25,
but not
26 unless it comes in prior to us leaving today.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
So a status report, it's your opinion that it's the 6.5 million in legal fees that really need the certification, not the 650.
Yeah, the $650 million under Texas Supreme Court precedent are increases in employee compensation, and the court specifically ruled 19A does not apply to that.
Very good. Madam Secretary, you want to reread the consent?
Under the ordinances category, again, item 52 has been pulled and will not be considered. Items removed for separate consideration. Item 25, 33, 34, 35, 38, 40, 44, and 54. Item 26 has not been received and will be considered if it is received before the end of the meeting. So those numbers again are 25, 33, 34, 35, 38, 40, 44, and 54. Need a vote on the balance.
All in favor? Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Madam Secretary, would you start with item 5?
Let me get this back.
When you get a chance.
Item 5 needs a motion.
Castex Tatum move. Thomas second.
Motion made and seconded.
Councilmember Huffman.
Excuse me, Councilmember Huffman.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a judgment and a condemnation case that's gone on for, frankly, way too long. The city needs access to the Windermere outfall, which is in bad shape, and this easement's the only way for the city to gain access and repair this aging and failing storm sewer outfall. In addition to this item, which I'm obviously in support of, there is still one more homeowner in Piney Point Village that has held up this process so much that the erosion has gotten worse, and engineers have had to go back and redesign how they are going to fix this outfall. In the meantime, City of Houston residents have flooded 5 times. I can't even imagine. I flooded once. I can't imagine having to do it again and again and again. But I'm glad that this homeowner, we're moving forward, and hopefully the last condemnation case will be resolved soon. Thank you.
Need a vote.
All in favor? Those opposed? Motion passes.
Item 10 needs a motion.
Castex Tatum move.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor? Those opposed? Motion passes.
Item 11 needs a motion.
Castex Tatum move. Thomas second.
Motion's made and seconded. All in favor? Yes. Opposed? No. Motion passes.
Item 12 needs a motion.
Castex Tatum move. Thomas second.
Motion's made and seconded. All in favor? Those opposed? Motion passes.
Item 13 needs a motion.
Castex Tatum move. Thomas second.
Motion's made, seconded. All in favor? Those opposed? Motion passes.
Item 14 needs a motion.
Castex Tatum move. Thomas second.
Motion's made and seconded. All in favor? Those opposed? Motion carries.
Item 24 is a resolution. Just need a vote.
Councilmember Pollard.
Councilmember Pollard.
Good morning to everyone, and thank you, Mayor. I wanted to highlight this item really quickly. Last week, I had mentioned some stats regarding the Bissonnet corridor. That's the area on Bissonnet between US 59 and Beltway 8. Historically has been known as one of the hubs for prostitution and human trafficking. The crime levels there in the past have been pretty extreme. But over the past several years, working with HPD specifically and many of the other stakeholders of the area, we've been able to drive those stats dramatically down. When you look at human trafficking, commercial sex acts, compared to this time of last year, it's gone down 70%. Prostitution has gone down 80%. Prostitution purchasing 99%. So prostitution-related and human trafficking related crimes and violations have gone down in that area 88% between January 1 and April 30th of last year compared to this year. I mention all that because on the agenda today, this item is for the application of a multifamily developer who is applying to develop a 110-unit property where? At Bissonnet and Beltway 8, okay? Right there in the hub of where we've had just a tremendous amount of illegal activity over the last couple decades. The work that we've done over the course of time to improve that area is proof in this item that a multifamily developer sees the area as thriving, sees the area as improving, and wants to invest in a 110-unit property to get a tax credit right there at 10112 Bissonnet. So this is encouraging to me. I hope this is just a trend of more housing and retail commercial development coming into the area so we can continue to show that Bissonnet is going in the right direction. So thank you all for your support.
Members, all in favor? Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Item 25 is an ordinance. Just need a vote.
All in favor? Those opposed?
We have council members in queue.
I'm sorry. Councilor Pollard?
Thank you, Mayor. We were just told that this item was not in, but now that it is in, my office has presented an amendment to item 25. Item 25 is related to judgment obligations to pay the Houston professional firefighters $650 million for back pay. We've had a lot of discussion over this item, not only this term, but over the past, for me, 4.5 years, and for some even longer. My issue with the $650 million back pay agreement is not that I do not agree that the firefighters should be paid. I believe they should be paid. They should be paid well. They should be paid fairly. Okay? My question has always been, how did we get to 650 as the number? The controller came out a couple months ago with a presentation that stated that based on scenarios of calculations related to the other large cities in Texas, based on those numbers, our settlement package should be somewhere between $110 million and $380 million. The Houston Professional Firefighters Association has experts that have said that they believe the exposure could be up to $1.2 billion. My question has always been, what do our experts say? If this is a battle of experts, can someone tell me how we got to 650? Okay? When I asked for that equation, which is just math, okay, you look to see how many employees were there, what their rank was, how much they get paid, how many hours did they work, and then you compare that to other cities and you see where we fall. Where's the shortfall? There's no denying that there is a shortfall. The question is how much, all right? I negotiate settlements every week for my profession. So over the last 10 years plus, all I do is negotiations. If I'm talking to the other side and they have a figure, I'm going to say, how did you get there? When you're in class and you turn in your math homework, your teacher may say, show me your work. How did you get this number? You may have got the right number, but how did you get it? Show me the work. Show me the math. So 650 may be a great deal. I don't know because no one is telling us how did they get to this figure, all right? And so because of that, I'm not comfortable with moving forward with voting on an item of $650 million that may take 30 years to pay off, right? And what you have to understand is mayors will come and go, council will come and go. but we will have to pay on this for the next 30 years. I'm 39 years old. I will be paying on this possibly until I'm 69 years old. I have an 8-year-old son who may be paying on this when he's 38 years old, same age as me today. So I believe that for something of this magnitude, we should send this to the voters. It's their taxpayer money. It's putting us in a financial bind, and they should have a voice in whether or not they want to spend $650 million over the next 25 to 30 years. So my amendment on this item states, an ordinance authorizing City Council to place a proposition on the ballot to hold an election on November 5th, 2024 between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. in accordance to the Texas Election Code, to ask the qualified voters of the City of Houston to vote on a measure authorizing certain parameters relating to the issuance of General Obligation Refunding Bonds, Series 2024, which shall include refunding of approximately $650 million of judgment obligations for the payment to the Houston professional firefighters. I've added that to the language that's already there for council to make the decision. So this amendment is basically saying, instead of council making that decision today, that we want to put forth a proposition for the voters of the City of Houston to be able to decide if they want to use their tax dollars over the next 30 years for this amount, or if they believe that that's not in their best interest. Thank you.
Council Member Thomas.
Not on this amendment, colleagues. I also have presented an amendment to the item similarly. Just to underscore what my colleague has mentioned, Houstonians are asking and they want good governance. Good governance means, although they have sent us here to this elected body, it does not mean they have absolved their right to participate in the future of this great city. So the amendment similarly reads, the language on the agenda to allow this item to go to the voters on the next uniform election so they can continue to participate in their engagement. We have a responsibility to make sure that our city remains financially stable and nimble throughout various times, and I think the amendment to this item does that. Thank you.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Cassidy Tatum.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is to our city attorney. On June the 4th, we had a BFA meeting, and my question was, could this go to the voters? And I was told no.
That's a practical limitation because when the judicial enforcement, the second lawsuit came back to the trial court, we were under a trial schedule that it would have had us going this spring. It was moved back only because the parties said we were going to try to negotiate. But the court was clear and the union was very clear that we were either going to fish or cut bait, so to speak. And if we were to go back to the court and say we do not have a settlement, the union is insistent that this be set for trial fairly soon, and likely we would have a trial this fall. So then we would be in the courts at that point. I'm not sure that there'd be anything to go to the voters with regard to a settlement. Never say never, but I think that's the most likely course.
I didn't understand what you said.
Okay. Should I try a different way then? I think what will happen is we will not have a settlement, and the judge will put us on a trial docket likely this fall, and there would be nothing to go to the voters on because we would be in court for the next few years rather than having a settlement to go to the voters.
So if the question was, could we send the $650 million to the voters, you're saying if we decided to do that, we would have to say that we don't have a deal, we've got to go to court, and then there would be nothing to send to the voters because now we would be deliberating in the courts.
Correct, and you cannot have an advisory election in Texas. And because our bonds indicate what they're being used for, if there's not a settlement for which the money would go to, then it's not a permissible election under Texas law. We have to have a settlement in order to be able to order an election.
So we'd have to agree to the $650 million, vote for it. It would have to pass. And then in order for us to issue the bond, have the bond issuance, we would go to the voters. And then if the voters say yes, we would do the bond issuance.
Yes, but you would have a very strict timing issue, because the reason you use refunding judgment bonds is because the short amount of time in which to pay a judgment. Either that or you're appealing it, in which case you don't have a settlement. And we also, in our other debt issuances, in our bond covenants, we have language that failure to pay a judgment is an event of default. So it could call into question our CUS, our airport bonds, where an investor could move for default.
So with the timing of a potential election, will we meet the timeline?
If a settlement is reached, it all depends on the timing of it, of when it is a final judgment. And if it's not being appealed, it becomes final. The court loses jurisdiction after 30 days. And then at that point is when the clock starts ticking with regard to our other debt issuances. So it's possible to do that, but it's a very strict timeline.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Kamen.
Thank you. I had follow-ups on that because my understanding, I'm going to wait till the city attorney is available. City Attorney, I had a follow-up question because now I'm very confused based on the Mayor Pro Tem's questions. It was my understanding that if this was sent to the voters to decide, it would be up to the parties as to whether or not to respect that decision to go to the voters. So opposing counsel or the opposing party could say, we don't want this to go to the voters, and then they could pursue an action in court, but that's not definitive, That, and again, we had talked about the precedent with bonds. So standard bonds go to the voters. We do that, for example, on even the smallest of things. I say small, to us it's a lot of money. Garbage and recycling was Prop G, $6 million. Proposition F, libraries, $26 million. City Hall facilities, $29 million. The list goes on. Those have all been sent to the voters, and we're talking about $650 million plus interest. I understand, or what you've previously said, is that judgment bonds are not required to go to the voter, but that doesn't preclude, as we have done in the past, from putting a bond to the voter. It's the parties that would then say, yes, okay, we respect council's decision to put it to the voters. We're good with that. There is that option.
Yes, if you meet that straight timeline, it's possible to use a different debt issuance mechanism to pay a judgment.
Okay, thank you.
Obviously, Arturo, the list of bonds that the council person listed, you could go on and on, animal shelter, whatnot, are not the result of a litigation settlement.
That's right.
I mean, it's not, quite frankly, in all due respect, I just think it's not apples and apples to list all the bond issues that go before the public. This is pretty unique and very time sensitive. It would be the difference.
It's absolutely unique, Mayor, and it's such a large and monumental decision, and I don't think anyone around this horseshoe, at least I can speak for myself personally, doesn't want to see a deal done, doesn't want to see firefighters not get paid. For those of us that have been around the horseshoe, we desperately want a deal done. And I personally am not questioning the amount or the calculation, but again, with such a large amount,
Sure.
when other propositions related to firefighter pay
Sure.
have gone to the voters to circumvent that, I think my colleagues are raising important questions. So
Sure.
I'm simply
and
trying
I'm
to
certainly
flesh
respecting,
that
and I was
out.
waiting to respond toward the end. But when you want to go discuss going to the voters, I would refer you back to Prop B. The voters have spoken to the compensation of firefighters more than once, certainly approving collective bargaining. And I'll wrap it up in a minute and leave it to the will of the body, but let me be real clear before we discuss it much more. This would gut the settlement, and the court is prepared aggressively to go to trial, which will expose us to as high as twice what this settlement was negotiated as. And when Councilmember Pollard wants to know how we reached that, and you've negotiated settlements. They started high, we started low. It's like a condemnation process. Anytime you have two parties at the table with different responsibilities, you reach a settlement, hopefully. And that's what this is in this instance. Well documented that this, without a settlement, it would expose us to probably twice the 650. So let's be real clear. The exposure we have is great. That's the reason we reached this settlement. And any delay is going to gut that settlement. And
I think
we have huge responsibilities. And, of course, the message I was going to strongly emphasize is we're out of time. And this has been around for 8 years. And, of course, it was going to be a large number. Most folks thought $1 billion. Working with the union, we got it to 650 with other working conditions discussions. So it's not been certified this morning. Quite frankly, I thought we would have this discussion once we could bring it up. But bottom line is we're really not putting the public in a bind, as Councilman Pollard mentioned. We're actually keeping them and getting them out of a bind. This has been present for 8 years. A lot of tough negotiations. It is a large item. It was always going to be a large item. And I'll just close by saying one of my mentors, Bob Bullock, when you came out with a plan like this, it's been worked by members in finance and hearings, he would say, what's your plan? So it's easy to be against something, but it's also a responsibility. What do you offer? This has been discussed and cussed and mentioned. The public's well aware of it. The public wants us out of the court. I ran on it. And any delay is going to gut this settlement, and to start over is absolutely, in my judgment, and experts, irresponsible. We have outside counsel. You can look at the decisions of other courts dealing with firefighters' compensation. This court, and you know, just from a political perspective, this judge is weighing the public view and the primary voters as well.
Well, I hope the judge wouldn't be looking at any
saying
of that and would be
he's
looking at
weighing
the
the
law,
environment in
which I'm sure she is.
No, there's nothing wrong with what I just said. The judge is weighing the environment and the position of the parties. Yes, judges run for office, and they want to respond to their constituents, and that would mean the people of Houston and the interested parties. To think otherwise is naive. Yes, judges are watching right now, and they're ready to go to trial. So this is a fair settlement for all the parties. It gets the city and the fire department out of the courts at a negotiated settlement that is responsible, and actually the voters, you know, it's interesting to me, we take an oath and decide to represent the public, and this is the opportunity to do so. You know, I don't know what else we could send back to the voters. I mean, you could, it's unlimited number. of things on the budget. We could send a budget this morning to the public. The public sends us down here to do our responsible thing. Ask questions, negotiate, be tough, but then carry out your responsibility. So.
And Mayor, if I can just reclaim a quick
Sure.
second of my time to clarify something. I do want to state on the record, I do hope and believe that the judge herself is looking at the letter of the law, not politics. That's the sanctity of a judicial role. And that is not naive. That's a belief in our American judicial system. And I don't think you are inferring that. I just want to make the record very clear. But City Attorney, to my previous question, asked more simply, if this did, for example, Councilmember Pollard or Thomas's amendment to send this to the voters as a bond, the parties could agree to respect that and move forward with that. They could come to the table just as they are coming to the table still on other things related to the CBA, and together agree that they are going to send this to respect the bond item. Is that correct? It is not an automatic anything.
Yes, I think the state before the court is if both parties agree to continue to negotiate and the court sees progress, then that will happen. But if one party disagrees, I believe there will be a trial this fall.
Correct. And so, but that would be up to the parties. So if council did want to say, hey, this is such a large item, this is a bond item, we really want the voters to weigh in here, as they have done on other items related to specifically firefighter pay, because that is their right, the parties could agree to that, and if the court recognized that agreement, it could move forward. That is not a conflict. The parties could agree.
Sure.
Okay,
the parties could agree. I think the only question mark is how long the court will allow this to remain without being finalized.
Thank you.
Arturo, there would be no settlement without the judgment bond. That is a critical element of the settlement.
Yes, that's
judgment bond. That's what the court understands.
Correct.
And when I say the judge will be listening to the parties, obviously that's why you go to court, to have two opposing sides. The judge instructs you to continue talking, and the judge does weigh the good faith of both parties.
That's correct, Mayor. And if I may add something, I've gotten some information from our election lawyers in the general counsel section. They think these amendments may be out of order under the posting language and also the one subject rule. I do think, though, that even if this item does pass as posted, nothing happens until you approve item 26. So I think these items, per the analysis of our election lawyers, are not in order. They have defects right now as presented.
Very good. Councilman Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Attorney Michelle. I've got some questions with regard to Councilmember Thomas's amendment, which I was just handed a few minutes ago. This references an amendment to the city charter this November. Would we be able to amend the city charter this November?
No, the Constitution requires at least a passage of 2 years before you can consider a charter amendment, because charter amendments were approved, Prop A and B, last November. It would be, and the way it works is you look at a date specific and you go to that date 2 years hence. If it's not quite 2 years, you go beyond that. So I think we go to 26, May of 26, before you can have a charter amendment.
So Councilmember Thomas's amendment, which references this amendment to the city charter, this is impossible legally. Is that right?
For this November, that's correct.
If Councilmember Pollard's is the same, if it were the same would be true, it would not be possible to put it on the ballot this November.
For a charter amendment, that's correct.
Now, the agreement between the city and the firefighters that we have on the table is the subject of a final judgment. Is that right?
Yes.
The court has entered final judgment based on this agreement. and now we're to consider how to go forward and fulfill our part of this agreement. Is that right?
Yes.
The agreement is time limited, is it not?
Yes.
What is the limit of time on for us to do our part to fulfill this agreement?
They're in the nature of two things. One, there are things in the settlement agreement, for example, being able to fund this by the end of July. The other issue is because the court entered the final judgment on May 21st, it loses jurisdiction next Thursday of next week, the 20th of June. And at that point, if we do not have approval of the item, I think the prudent thing is to move for a new trial. And tell the court we do not have counsel approval, then it is up to the court to determine whether it will allow the parties more time, deny it, or set it for trial.
So as to this agreement, we either have to do our part to fulfill this final judgment, or we don't. And if we don't, then we don't have an agreement that we can put on the ballot for November, do we?
That we cannot put that agreement on. There would have to be a new agreement, or there would be a trial.
And there's been discussion about, well, both parties could agree, but we're just one party here, are we not?
That's correct.
We have no control over what the firefighters would or would not do. Is that right?
That's correct. In the hearings with the court, she had allowed the settlement negotiations to continue as opposed to a trial only because both parties were in agreement to pursue that. If one doesn't, I believe there will be a trial this fall.
And if we, as you say, if we didn't fulfill our end of the agreement, then we would likely go to trial.
That's my opinion, yes.
And a trial would only be as to one of the settlement years. Is that right? Was it 2017 or 2018?
As it stands right now, it would be FY 2018, the 17-18 year. The court has also ordered the subsequent years to be the subject of a collective bargaining negotiations, which is fairly short timelines, 60 days. And then if there's an impasse, then we go before the court again to determine whether the mandatory arbitration provisions apply to those. And there's an issue as to whether we handle those years separately or whether there's a consolidation of them. Those are all yet to be determined.
So if we don't approve this agreement in short order, then we could be in litigation for years and years to come. Is that right?
Yes. I mean, I think these are important issues. For example, the Prop P pay parity from the inception through the final decision by the Texas Supreme Court took 5 years.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Ramirez brings up some great points, and I think just for some clarification as well with Mayor Pro Tem Cassis Tatum. So if we go along with this and we end up in a lawsuit, the settlement becomes a bit higher, will we be able to take that settlement to the voters?
I think you can only go to I think one thing I said before is you cannot have advisory elections in Texas, so you need a proposed settlement in order to go before them. That would have to happen. It would either be this settlement or another settlement, per what Councilmember Kamen is saying, if one can be reached, but it's speculative whether a separate one can be reached.
So we go into lawsuit. Let's say it's $1 billion. We can't give the voters an opportunity to make that decision at that time. When do we have to pay?
Well, you have. I mean, it's when a party can appeal. So depending on where the appellate process ends, once that is finished, or if they do not appeal, typically the mandate will issue when you have to pay. That's the appellate court order, or a trial court. It's after 30 days. That's one of the reasons why you have judgment bonds or refunding bonds for judgment, because you have a very short timeline and it's difficult to coordinate that with when you can hold an election.
And I appreciate those answers, City Attorney, because I think at the end of the day, the conversations that I've had, I think we've all been on the campaign trail. We've talked about firefighters for 8+ years. The one thing that we've been lacking for a long time has been certainty. Certainty around this horseshoe, about where we are with the firefighters, where we are with service delivery. And so as difficult as this might be at making a decision, I think it's incumbent upon ourselves as a leadership body to help make the best decision forward. And I think any more delays, any more lawsuits will continue to cost the city money, will continue to provide that uncertainty, not just for the firefighters who we're talking about today, but also to the rest of the city employees, Hope, HPOU, just basically the citizens of Houston, right? They're upset about delayed trash service. They're upset about parks not being mowed, delittered on time. And again, I think this is important to really put out there just plainly. If we do not move forward and we go into a lawsuit and the settlement is much higher, then we're actually putting the voters at a higher risk. And I think today it's past due that we continue to kick the can down the road for sure. It's past due that we continue to have litigation when we know that we've been voted to make these decisions. So I appreciate the clarity. Again, it's not an easy decision, but it's a decision that's needed to be made. And so I look forward to moving forward as the agenda item was presented.
I'd like to interject. Absolutely, this is a public safety issue. The reason this is so important that we're having to hold shifts over demand apparatuses because we're so understaffed. It's costing us millions of dollars in overtime. We're short on ambulances. Response time is going up. I spoke to 31 cadets 2 months ago because that's all we could get in a class. So this is obviously a money issue, but it's a public safety issue. We have ambulances going from downtown to Kingwood to Clear Lake. It is a public safety issue, and the public recognizes it. 8 years of neglect is expensive. To expose us to a trial is jeopardizing public safety. The recruits have already increased because they saw a settlement. If you don't know what your contract's going to be, it's hard to recruit people to public service. So anyway, I just think the discussion ought to be balanced with what you're going to do with that money and how it impacts public safety. And I'm going to rule it out of order, and we can continue to discuss it, but it has defects, and anyone's willing to comment, but the city attorney's advised me that it has defects, and I'm going to recognize him at the appropriate time.
Vice Mayor Pro Tem.
Vice Mayor Pro Tem. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. If it's going to be ruled out of order, I guess I don't need to.
Well, that's kind of the reason why I went ahead and was transparent and let you know it's going to be ruled out of order. Now, we can discuss it, the pros and cons, as long as you'd like, but it's defective, and I'm going to rule it out of order.
I'm sorry, Mayor, point of clarification. Which is ruled out of order? I understand
25.
One represents...
Number 20, issue 25.
The amendments.
I'm sorry, the amendments.
Both amendments
Yes,
you're
ma'am.
ruling out of
Yes,
order.
ma'am.
On what grounds? I understand one is referencing the city charter, but I don't believe the second is. So could the city attorney or mayor, you just clarify it for the record? I'd appreciate that.
Well, in order to be, there are three things really. In order to be a valid order for an election, there are certain items that have to be in there per the election code and also the government code for a bond. There's also an issue is that this is specifically refunding bonds. That's what's stated in the Open Meetings Act notice. This would be a different mechanism, so there may be a TOMA issue. Let's see, the third item was the one subject rule, which is really a constitutional rule on when you go when you have a proposition on the ballot. It may be considered more than one subject. But as I said before, even if council passes this, We are not going out for bonds until the settlement is approved.
And Mayor, may I ask one other question?
Sure.
City Attorney, we've talked a lot about this type of bond and that type of bond. I believe when it came to the pension obligation bonds, and Mayor, you may be more familiar with this, I believe, because you were involved at the state legislature when this happened. That was approximately $1 billion, and the legislature actually made the city take that $1 billion to the voters. Can you explain the difference there?
Sorry. Rather than the legislature, it's a statutory language. Does the statutory language require that it be voter approved or not? I think it's pretty clear that the refunding judgment bonds that we're using here do not require voter approval. Several other mechanisms in the government code do require that.
Right, but do not require and are permissible are two distinct things.
True. I'm not taking issue with the fact that if the timing were right and if the parties agreed, you could fund this by voter approval. I think those are two big obstacles, though, in moving forward on the judgment.
Peck, Councilman Peck.
Well, I was going to talk against the amendment, but if it's ruled out of order, then I guess I don't need to.
Councilman Thomas. Councilman Thomas.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. For me, the setting the amendment was based off of principle because Houstonians, again, want good governance, and they have to know that their representatives are representing them to the best of the ability, and that's what I'm doing. My colleague to my right, Councilmember Ramirez, and I do not share the same constituency. Residents email the office. They see me in the grocery store. They ask me at the Civic Club, and they ask, how are we going to pay for this? So I can appreciate his inquiry, but the reality is that I'm not bankrolled by the fire department or the fire union. I didn't have their support, term one, term two. There are no political promises. And so to Councilmember Martinez's comments about certainty, I think you're absolutely right. We do need certainty. But when we create a supposed certainty for one group, we're going to create uncertainty for another. 2.3 million Houstonians, that their insurance has doubled, the water bills are water billing, the rent is due every month, and we have not offered them any additional revenue streams. We have not offered them anything but a property tax increase, a trash fee, and then the milk is $5 a gallon. So I do think we have to transition from political campaign points, because I'm sure many of my colleagues around this horseshoe talked about the financial stability of this city. You campaigned on send me to City Hall because the city's finances are a wreck. And now that we're here, we're willing to absolve our ability to investigate and interrogate the city finances for the next 30 years. That's what we're willing to do. I'm not willing to do that. So I'm fine with it being ruled out of order, but on the record, the residents that I represent, the Houstonians that see me through the hallways and through events, and they whisper in my ear, keep going, keep asking those questions, I'm at peace with that. I'm ready to vote on the item number 25. But I would also say that Prop B was about pay parity with HPD. This item is about private industry. These are not the same. So Houstonians were under the belief that they wanted their Houston Fire Department and their Houston Police Department to make the same amount. The discussion and the item at the table today is not the same. We don't have enough money for anything when we talk about public safety. When I visited Houston Fire Station 76 in early 2020, I rode on them with the C shift. There was a call, there was an infant that was choking. We went to Imperial Point. And what I witnessed those men and women do with that baby on the ground choking, you can't pay for that. These individuals leave their home to remove debris, knock down doors to get seniors out. You can't pay for that. That's never on the table. We're not talking about the contribution and value of the men and women of Houston Fire, paramedics, or firefighters at this table. It's about the financial stability of the city and what's available to us today. What's available as we look at an active hurricane season, what's available when we talk about hope and police, and we've minimized this just to employee groups, but this is also about the residents that ultimately have to bear that brunt When I'm 72 years old, we'll be celebrating the payment of this bill. But who's to say that we won't create a mass exodus of Houston Fire when we're issuing a $250,000 cash settlement, one-time pay, a 10% increase moving forward. Some of them almost have $1 million pension, and then we'll come back to this body in fiscal 27 talking about we have to outsource paramedics because we don't have the people to recruit to come into the department. So I'm fine with this being ruled out of order. I'm ready to vote on 25.
Thank you. Would you like to also have an amendment to submit the about $7 billion budget that we're going to take up later? Would you like to send that to the voters?
I don't have a budget amendment. I don't have any. I don't believe in.
No, I'm saying the whole concept.
That's not the same thing. The city's budget impacts 2.3 million Houstonians.
No,
We're talking about
so
services.
Does the $7 billion.
This is one employee group. Right? And so if the bond was Houston Fire, Police, and Hope, we're going to bond and we're going to add some sidewalks and we're going to put some capital improvements in there, I think Houstonians will say absolutely, right? Because they see themselves in that. So, no, I think those are two different things.
But those items are not tied up in court with a judge saying move. So anyway, I respect you.
All right. I mean, I get it. But, I want to see the order where they said we can't talk about it because they keep talking about this invisible order in this court order. Produce the order.
We have a deadline, Council.
Well, okay, so now we're not going to produce the order. Okay. Listen, again, I'm ready to vote on 25.
I know it, but I want to make certain that we understand the gravity of our positions. And
I'm fine.
No, you are. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor Pro Tem Kasich stated.
Thank you, Mayor. And I guess for me, it is a very difficult position, and because we sat in these seats over the last several years, and we couldn't get to an actual number. Now we've gotten to an actual number, and I think the number of people that signed Proposition B. I don't think we can find one person that we can go out to and say, "Do you support the firefighters?" that would say no. There's not a person that would say no. But I do think that of all the people that signed Proposition B in support of firefighters making the same as police officers and in support of firefighters, we have a number now. And I think that those people and the people of Houston should have an opportunity to weigh in. And whether that is via election or through feedback, because engagement is hard. For people to engage is hard. For people to know all the details and for us to communicate the details is hard when you're just getting all the details. My question would be, is there an opportunity to ask the court to postpone the trial pending a vote by voters?
There would be an opportunity. I suspect it would be opposed by the union.
I didn't hear you say it again.
There would be an opportunity to do that. I suspect it would be opposed by the union.
Okay, it would be opposed by the union.
Yeah, and in the court hearings we had before, the court to me was clear that she was only delaying the trial as long as both parties were in agreement. So I think if there's a division between them, that's why I've been emphasizing I believe there will be a trial held this year.
Then my next question would be, is there an opportunity for us to ask the union if they would agree to allow a court to postpone the trial pending a vote to the voters?
Yes, there would be that opportunity.
Then my next question would be, is that something you would be willing to do as an administration?
No. We can bring it up to them. In the negotiations, they've been very firm about the deadline. The court is ready to go to trial. I mean, sure, I can ask them. Yeah, we'll do it. We'll get them down here today. You obviously know the response they're going to have. They've got working conditions, staffing issues that they know are creating a serious threat to public safety. So, yeah, would I communicate it? Yeah, you think they're not watching it? They're watching it in the firehouses as we talk. and where the morale has been at an all-time recent high. You know, it's just amazing, Councilmember, that we watched them work in Kingwood. We watched them work in recent storms, endangering their lives. A cadet comes out at $40,000. They take pay cuts to take this job, and so they take this lawsuit very serious. As you know, it's been here for 8 years, the dispute, and it's, I think most of us campaign, certainly I campaign to get them out of the court, start paying firefighters and not lawyers, and that's what we're talking about this morning.
I agree. I think that I'm supportive of the pay going forward. The question is the $650 million in back pay. I definitely want cadets to make more money. I definitely think our firefighters deserve to be paid more. The question is just, my uncertainty is the people who signed on Prop B, should they weigh in, and should they now have a number to correlate with that signature? You agreed that they should make the money. We didn't have a number. We didn't have a number for them. We just said, do you support the firefighters? Everybody's going to say yes to that. Now the question is $36 million per year in addition. So it's a different question. It's a more certain question that has a price tag on it.
Sure. Well, we can't separate the bond from the settlement. It's an increment part of the solution. And all I can tell you is we'll be years away from a settlement. If we go to trial and there's appeals, the cost will only go up. The uncertainty will only go up. The recruitment opportunities will go down. So all I'm simply saying is it's very complex. It's been in the works for years. We reached a settlement. The court is watching. We're on a very strict timetable. So the opportunity to have a referendum, we wouldn't even know what we'd put on the ballot for years. You can't put 650 on there because that's not going. We're not going to have a settlement. So you're looking probably after several. I'm not even sure some of the members will still be here due to term limits. The 650 will go away. Then we'll go to trial. Most people think the exposure is much greater. Then it's going to be appealed. So just be real honest with each other. We're talking about, I'm not even sure the proposers of this amendment will even be here to have another vote. What are you going to send to the public? You can't send them 650 because the settlement's going to go away when you go to trial. So I don't know. We're playing with fire. We have a solution that has been well negotiated. The public understands that. To start over, most people would say is irresponsible, and that's what this vote is all about. Because we can't put 650 on the ballot till we get in a settlement. But the firefighters, Lord knows, you asked me to talk to them. I'll get them down here before we adjourn. They're ready to go to trial if we ignore this good faith settlement. So you may not, in all due respect, still be on council when it comes back to what we send to the public. And I promise you, after campaigning across this city, the voters want a resolution to this. And I'm of the strong opinion, after spending my entire adult life in office, that's why we got elected, to make tough calls, just like we're going to do on the budget later today, just like we do on whether we're going to put $8 million into drainage. Do we want to send that to the referendum? This is not just a typical bond issue that you send to the voters. It is established as a judgment bond. It's a vehicle that whatever payout that you want to propose, depending on interest rate, time, is going to be a big number. I would think a conservative business group like the Partnership, who came out yesterday in support of the settlement, was expecting and telling their board it was going to be $1 billion settlement. We did a good job on behalf of the taxpayers, and the firefighters understand the settlement. They're in support of it. So, you know, we're really risking a solution of a good settlement. And it is a public safety issue, just a clear public safety issue that is impacted by finances. So if y'all want to continue to talk about it, or we can understand that it's out of order. Councilmember Pollard.
Thank you, Mayor. This has been some good discussion. A few things have been mentioned. One, the city attorney said it is possible for this amendment to be valid based on both parties being able to agree. Okay? There's been negotiations on this, on the 650 CBA. Even last night, we were getting emails about changes to the deal. Anything can be negotiated in a negotiation. So if the parties wanted to agree that the judgment is based on the voters, they can agree to that. The city attorney's already said that the trial will probably get set for the fall. Well, that's where this election would take place. This will be a presidential election, our highest voting turnout election. The mayor stated that the firefighter started high, we started low. My only issue is, where did we start? How did we get to this number? The firefighters have said 1.2 billion is their number. What's our number? We represent the city and the city's taxpayers. And then when we get to that number, how did you get it? Explain how. That's my only question in this whole issue is 650 seems higher than anticipated. The city controller said his top was 380 million. That's the city controller. His head guy was the director of finance last year. So that's a big gap between 380 million and 650 million. And when the city is already proclaimed to be broke, we have to do all that we can to ensure that the dollars that we spend are reasonable. $300 million gap, that's a huge difference. So my biggest thing is that we don't have a lot of justification for the numbers. As an attorney, I would like to see what our experts are saying. Since it's a battle of experts, if we started low, what's that low number? And why was it that low? No one can seem to give me that answer. But you want me to vote on $650 million that will tie into a $1.5 billion plus deal that gets paid over 30 years that the taxpayers have to pay for a city that self-proclaimed is broke. That doesn't make a lot of fiscal sense to me. Now, it's not my money at the end of the day. It's the taxpayers' money. So my amendment says, hey, if y'all want to spend $650, great. No problems. It's your money. You can do whatever you want with it. But with a bill that high that they're paying on it for 30 years, why wouldn't they have a chance to say, yes, we agree with paying $650 million for 30 years? And if they don't, guess what? You guys negotiate and go back to court, or you get a new settlement. So my plan is, since the question was posed, well, what would you do? Well, first thing I would do is I would give it to the voters. I would give it to the voters. If the voters don't approve it, you come with your settlement terms and you get it done. So my biggest thing is 3 months of a wait, right, from to get to the ballot, which early vote will start in October. That's not unreasonable for $650 million over 30 years. It's their money. Let them have a voice. Thank you.
Councilmember, I urge you to recognize there will be nothing to put on the November ballot because we're going back to trial. We're going to go to court, and the firemen will not start over, so we're going to litigate it. So there's nothing for you to talk about in the presidential election. That's when the trial will just start. Then there will be a process of going to court. Then there's going to be an appeal. And you know it'll be 3 or 4 years. In the meantime, the fire department, quite frankly, hemorrhages from lack of firefighters, equipment. We'll continue to pay overtime. And I just urge you to recognize the process. Some of you have been here 4 years, and we're so much further along. We've got a settlement, and you know how a settlement is reached. You give, I give. And we reach something that we can live with that we think is responsible. And that's where we find ourselves today. Now,
can you tell us
it sounds great, and Lord knows I've watched it in the legislature for many, many years. When someone doesn't want to make a tough decision, they just said, let's just make it a referendum. That's not, in my judgment, in my long career, why we're elected. We're elected to carry out our responsibility. And it is a tough vote. It's a huge responsibility. But it's only going to get tougher if we don't resolve it with this negotiated settlement. It will only get tougher and more expensive. That's what experts, the attorneys that we've paid millions of dollars to, it will only be more expensive in terms of legal costs, but also in the ultimate settlement.
Is there any way for the administration to tell us what the low number was? What was our number?
There was not a fixed number on either
We didn't
side.
offer a number?
Sir?
Did we offer a number?
It was, no.
We did not offer a number?
We, of course, offered numbers throughout the process, and you know it like I do.
And I would just like to know what were the numbers. That's all I'm asking. We've heard 1.2 from the opposing side. We've heard their number. Very, very respectfully, I would just like to know.
What if I told you 400 million? Would that make you feel good?
If that is the accurate number, I don't want it just a random number.
It's a ballpark figure.
So a ballpark figure was we started at 400.
Yes.
And do we have the metrics behind how we got to 400?
Sure we did. Yeah. And
now, I would thank you for that. My big thing is we're here about to vote on this now. None of us have ever seen that. You want us to vote? Can I speak just for a moment?
Sure.
You want us to vote on a tough vote on $650 million, and we've never seen our low number. We never understood why that was our low number.
It was for discussion.
And so that's been my only issue with this entire
Well, that's the reason I
process.
went ahead and probably violated some confidence.
No, you didn't, because the other side already gave their number, so you're good. The other side already gave their number.
Yeah, let me just tell you what. Let's vote. Everybody
Roll
knows
call.
what the issue
Roll
is.
call.
There's a time to campaign.
No. Castillo's still in. Let him. The first time.
I'm sorry.
Carter and Flickinger. And Alcorn.
Yeah, it's on the amendment. Roll call.
Okay, slow down. Reverend Davis.
Roll call on the amendment.
Sure.
On the amendment.
On the
Am I
amendment.
speaking
Well,
now?
if I may.
Okay, Tiffany.
Are we voting on, are we speaking in the queue?
If I may.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, the amendments were ruled out of order, so that it's not before the body right
no
now.
rule. Let's vote.
On the main item?
Let's get back. To item issue 25.
So we're calling the
Is that
vote on
what,
item 25?
is that what you're ready to do?
Not if I.
These
Okay.
were
Okay.
Point of clarification. Can the city attorney please give an explanation again on why the amendment language that I put forward that did not reference the charter is being ruled out of order when it is the exact same language that is pulled from the backup that just adds that it should be for an election date for the voters to approve the bond measure?
One, there's an Open Meetings Act issue because the posting didn't indicate going to the voters. There's also an issue as to whether if you have an amendment for not going to the voters and going and amending that, you might have an issue with the one subject rule.
We might or we do.
We might. I haven't looked
So
into
if it's
that
a
yet.
might, how is it ruled out of order on a might?
Because of the Open Meetings Act is pretty clear. It doesn't comport with the Open Meetings Act.
Okay, the vote's on item 25 without amendments. Clerk, Secretary, call the roll.
Mayor, I believe there's other members in queue.
Item 25.
He's calling the item.
The item, only the item on your agenda. Clerk, Secretary, call the roll.
Sir, discussion. Discussion on the item itself.
I apologize.
No worries. No
Councilman
worries.
Alcorn.
Thank you, colleagues. This has been a good discussion. I mean, this is a lot of money. This is more money than we're used to seeing, and it's not just $650 million. It's up $1.3 billion or so over time, which I get. Something I brought up numerous times. Nobody ever seems to have an appetite for. Is I want to make sure, I'd like to pay some of this down with some of our money, because we have extra money. I know it's not a lot, and I know it's committed every which way, but we have more fund balance than we've had ever. And this is a long time, this is a long period of time to put this much money to the taxpayers, to all of us, to our city budget. The $650 is fine. I'm fine with the $650. It's the funding. If we made that $630, we save $40 million over time. We put in 20, we get 20. We save $20 million over time. That's real money. My question is, if we approve 25, are we committed to that $650? Could we, if this body decides to lower that amount, could we make it for a lesser amount if we came up with the amount another way? Now, I know it's risky because we have a lot of obligations in front of us, and that's what I've gotten from the finance director, and that's what I've gotten from the controller. Nobody seems really eager to do it. I'd feel better just lowering this amount just a little bit with some of that one-time money. The only reason we have a big fund balance is because of the ARPA money. This is a one-time expense. That was one-time money. It matches. So I would feel comfortable if, I'm ready to pass this. I just want to know if there's any appetite whatsoever in lowering that amount to decrease the amount over time that we pay.
Those unfunded, the surplus funds you're talking about are obviously committed to the budget we're fixing to take up.
189 of them are. 199 million are. There's 91 million left.
There are requests coming in as we sit here.
I'm sorry?
There's requests for additional expenditures coming in as we talk.
So probably.
And we've got to have reserves, emergency funding, the negotiated settlement, looking at interest rates and the bond authorities, all anticipated this payout period. And we can always refinance it. Interest rates go down, we'll revisit it. And that would be appropriate time to pay it down, depending on the city's finances. I have some pretty ambitious plans to try to get additional resources. I would not be laying this out in front of you if I did not know my responsibility to work with you and come up for additional revenue. And it'll be significant if we're going to put this city on proper footing going forward. And that's when, there again, everything we want to think in new concepts and ideas, putting it on the ballot will be at a standstill. We just come to a standstill. So anyway, I appreciate
I understand. And many years ago when we got the ARPA money, many people said, this is one-time money. We should settle this deal. And we didn't do it.
I promise you we'll revisit it, try to pay it down. But we don't even know the bottom figure if we don't have a settlement. And that's what's at stake with this vote.
Thank you.
Castillo.
Councilmember Castillo.
Thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate all the conversation that we've had. There's been a lot of clarity. My questions follow up on Mayor Pro Tem's questions. Through all the discussion, if both parties are in agreement, then the court's not going to order the trial. And, you said you'd be willing to talk to the union. And so if we tag this to give you a week to have a conversation with the union, and we're both in agreement, would that offer a path for us to continue to have this settlement in place, not have the trial order, but be able to ask the voters, their opinion on this amount and this bond?
Nothing's going to change from being involved. I actually saw a union representative walking through here. I mean, I can get him to show 1 means yes, 2 means no. This has been going on for 8 years. The public's tired of reading about it. They elected us, elected you to make a responsible, tough decision, and we've done it. And so I think it'd be wrong to tag it. We've got a full day ahead of us. We've got other issues to take up. There's no secret. Councilman Alcorn's done an excellent job, and certainly a joint committee hearing with Cayman. There's been hearing after hearing on this. It's not going to change. There's some people critical of this. There was 22 finance meetings. I understand there's some individuals critical that they went to 2 of the financial meetings. So this is life and death, public safety, city's finances. And I think the public expects us to make a decision. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. To you, Mayor, and to my colleagues, I'd like to make my words, express them, and I certainly want to pray that I can say them right in regards to us today. And I prayed today, as I do every day, I'm not asking anybody to believe in my prayers, but my issue is based upon what has happened prior. All of us I respect every individual around this horseshoe. God knows. I don't say a lot. Of course, everybody has the privilege to, and I try not to unless it's something I think I have some knowledge of or opinion of. I mean, some may do it more, but I think it's imperative to all of us. Respectfully, I heard as I listened to Councilmember Pollard, Councilman Thomas, Mayor Pro Tem Tatum, others who have expressed their opinion about this, how we go about it. The problem is we have to admit the fact that we're broke, and I think all of us can admit to that. Now, however you call broke, everybody have an opinion on broke. Now, here's the deal. I said this, Mayor, and I'll say it again. And we represent all. Now, I was listening to Councilman Thomas, and I was listening to her passion and compassion. She was speaking toward Councilmember Ramirez, but, and I understand it, but we represent everybody. I know we have district council members, but that large represent the whole city because the whole city voted for us. But I do want to make the point that, listen, whatever that number was, if the number had to come forward and the number had to been lower, and respectfully, as Councilmember Pollard was talking about a number, what was that number? And he certainly had a right to ask that question. But whatever that number was, it still had to be in negotiation to be accepted by the firefighters union. We know that in the court and in the collective bargaining, that a lot of information cannot be revealed, as it was prior to Mayor Whitmire's administration. A lot of this discussion had not gotten to that point because it wasn't something that could be revealed. Now, whether we are $650 million broke or $1.6 or $7 billion broke is broke. And if I got to dig out of a hole, I'd rather dig out of a hole at $650 million than $1.7 billion. I don't think anybody in their right mind would want to pay a higher debt than a lower debt. Now, I think it's imperative that we understand what we're talking about. The firefighters, the same thing I would argue for the police as well as the union workers. We've got to take serious. We got problems, but that's what leadership is about, tackling problems. And so I would hope that we take a great consideration of the fact that these men and women are the firefighters of this city, that we can respect the fact that it's been 8 years and this has been moved and moved and moved. I would love to see us move forward and let us go about doing the business of the city. This ain't going to be the only problem we have in Houston, Texas. But I just believe that we can unify ourselves, and I just believe that it can be done. This is not an opportunity about who has the best idea. I don't think that should be the issue. Mayor, I just want to say that whatever you've done what you needed to do or tried to do and brought it before us. And I think this is a hard decision. Mayor Pro Tem made a point that I think was valid. Councilmember Accord made the same. There are a lot of plans. I don't know what the mayor's plan going to be. But it may be something that will benefit the whole entire city. But I think we need to move forward. Let's do and make some hard decisions, and let's go forward and make our city better. And I don't want to see the fire department lose any more people. We're short 500 firefighters.
What some of the opponents of going forward this morning are failing to include that through negotiations we got a new proposed 5-year contract. Now think about that. Years without a contract, 8 years of back benefits. We reach a settlement on that, and then we're able to tell our firefighters, and we've agreed to a new 5-year contract. I can't tell you how important that is to public safety. So we can know that we've got stability in our fire department. We're going to have sufficient number of fire men and women, EMS. The public knows that the fire department needs assistance. This will gut the settlement. We'll go back to court. The court will order us to trial, starting in the fall. Lengthy trial, a judgment. It'll be appealed. We're years away from solving our public safety issue of adequate fire services, and that's what is before us. You know, I could give the limits. Obviously, every one of us has been in negotiations. You start low, they start high, and we did a heck of a job to wrap it up at 650.
And Mayor,
no one thought we could do it.
Yeah.
And that's before us. It's expensive because remember how we got here. It was always going to be expensive.
Yeah.
The difference is nobody was transparent about it. When has anybody discussed at this horseshoe, we may be out $1.2 billion or $3 billion if we don't get over there and deal in good faith. So, you know, the public understands voters are a lot smarter than some folks give them credit. They know what's at stake.
Absolutely.
It's fire protection, medical assistance. The same folks that pulled us out of the last storms, picking up live wires off of 290. We need to move on with a solid, reasonable financial settlement and let the firefighters know they've got a future with the city of Houston, and they will help us in recruiting.
And that's some of the thing I'm concerned with too, Mayor. Lastly, I'm concerned with our firefighters and people wanting to be a firefighter.
No, you should be concerned.
That is very critical in this respect. And also, whatever the decision going to be, we're going to keep spending more money. And we've already, I asked the city attorney's office several weeks back, a month or so ago, how much did we spend fighting this thing over the years? We were almost $2 million. And if it goes back in the court, going through this process, we're going to spend more money. Even if we decide to go to the election, we're going to spend more money.
Do you know with this settlement, Fort Worth will still be paying their firefighters more than the city of Houston? We're in such a different environment with our petrochemical, with our port. The best way we can get ready for hurricane season is have adequate first responders, starting with firefighters. It's just amazing to me. It's expensive to run city government. It's expensive to have public safety, and it's been neglected for years and years. Where was this discussion a year ago, 8 years ago? It wasn't allowed. But the public understands. And you see these firefighters out on the freeway protecting the police and investigating an accident. I mean, everywhere you look, we've got to have a very viable fire department, and we don't have it. So anyway, I think everybody knows the issue.
Yeah. Carter is next.
Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. Not to belabor a point, but Councilmember Davis, you mentioned that the whole city voted for you, and Mayor, you referenced that the public knows less than 10% of the population of the city votes on on any election. I mean, depending on what the election. I mean, you just ran, so you know that in theory we were all elected, but the whole city didn't vote. This impacts the entire city's public safety in a big way. They elected us, whoever voted, whomever, not the whole city, but that's fraction that voted. I mean, look at the appraisal district's recent elections. I mean, like now, like look at the latest and greatest. No one votes, right? We have a problem, the apathy of voters. So to put this back to voters in any sense, shape, or form, obviously not November, but kicking it down the road and putting it in front of voters, the same voters who voted on Prop B before will vote again. So, it's time, I believe, it's time that we vote as a body elected to vote and represent that public who knows and that whole city who voted. Thank you.
My comment, Councilmember Carter, was not to take it to the ballot. Yeah. No, I was making reference to. Okay.
You can raise that point of order. I'll rule it and let the gentleman finish his question.
What I was responding to my kindly Councilmember Thomas when she was speaking to Junior Maris. My comment was not to the extent about the ballot, Councilman Carter, for correction.
Thank you. Councilmember Peck. Vice Mayor Pro Tem Peck.
Thank you, Mayor. First, thank you for bringing this item forward. This is a big deal to get to this point. I mean, it's been so many years. The firefighters need to get paid. They deserve to get paid what they deserve. And this, I think, brings us towards that. If we don't vote in favor of this right now, it's just going to go back to the courts. I think we all know that. We've all expressed that. And there'll be more years of court cases. And look at where all of the years of court cases got us. It got us to $650 million. So if we go back to court, it's going to be years. And what are we going to be left with in the billion-dollar range? So it's time to just move forward, vote this through, and make sure that our firefighters get paid. I do want to comment, though, on Councilmember Alcorn's point about if there's a way to pay down some of this with our fund balance so that our amount that we're going for the bond is lessened. I think that we should do everything that we can to reduce that amount using fund balance or whatever other sources of funding we can find to lower that amount to reduce our liability. Thank you.
Obviously, that makes sense, and we'll be looking for that opportunity. I'll make that public commitment. We'll be looking at interest rates and where we can get the most bang for our limited dollars. Councilmember Thomas. I know you're ready to vote.
I was going to call an item. Mr. Mayor, let's move.
Call the question.
Yeah, I call a question. No, I was the last one.
I've got 4 more.
Thomas, I know what you want now. Now let's see what came up.
Thank you, Mayor. One, I just want to, we're talking about the voters, so to say no one votes, so we shouldn't send something to the voters. I think we all here respect the residents of Houston and our citizens who do turn out, who do vote. We should be encouraging more voting. And, Councilmember, I'm not implying that you're suggesting that at all. But I do want to impress upon all of us in this body the importance of voters speaking. The questions I had, Mayor, pertaining to the original item. The $650 million plus is already accounted for within the current budget that we are going to be voting on. Is that correct?
Debt service.
The debt service is included.
Yes, ma'am.
So I recognize a lot of my colleagues want to move forward today. The city attorney, where'd he go? Sorry, Arturo.
Don't leave yet.
Y'all scared.
You're needed. The city attorney, in response to Councilmember Pollard's inquiry about his amendment, there were a lot of questions of we need to potentially look into this. And so I question the timing of having to vote on this particular item today when if we vote on the budget, it doesn't undercut the ability to pass this in a week or so. I'm not suggesting and I'm not putting forward that tag. I'm simply asking the question so I can make the best decision possible.
This is just a timely part of the settlement as we go forward, hoping that the controller is watching this discussion and will see fit to certify it actually before we get out here today. Every day that we do not approve this settlement jeopardizes the settlement.
Well, and I understand, but I do
and we've
want
got a
to...
drop-dead date of about 2 weeks, and then we got to go to court, and the judge will see we don't have a settlement, which he's been led to believe, and we'll have discussions about starting over.
And I understand, but there's a certain amount of accountability on the city's part with this, where we received again, I know we're not voting on the CBA today, but we received final information just last Monday. I believe the city controller has submitted questions, which he has every right to do. I'm not in the business of attacking the city controller for trying to do his due diligence on his side. So I'm simply asking what the impact is.
It jeopardizes everything.
How so?
Because we've waited 8 years. We have the clock ticking. The parties are ready to go back to the court because we've told the judge has the agreement, and the judge will put us to trial if we're not there.
I understand, but another component of this is the CBA, which we are not voting on today. So this is simply the authorization of that 650. So if there's still outlying questions that council members have as to their... I'm sorry?
I say I do not believe there are outlying questions.
I think there are as to the whether and what the appropriate language would be for amendments to refer this to the voters, which I want to respect the colleagues that are putting those forward in a best effort to work within the parameters of City Council, but to also ensure that voters have a voice in this.
Councilman, we've had how many, you've been involved, hearing after hearing after hearing. It's time to move on.
We've had hearing after hearing after hearing after hearing. We've had hearing after hearing after hearing with no specific information presented to us. We have had joint labor and BFA committee meetings with absolutely no information that has been able to be presented to us. So yes, we've had hearing after hearing trying to ask questions. And I think staff has done an exceptional job trying to get us what they can, but each time it has been, we're still in negotiations, that may be changing, this is changing. We have not had concrete information. So with all due respect, we have had committee hearings, but we've been having to have committee hearings with no information presented to us.
Well, I respect you, and I really think you ought to vote your district, but we need to have a vote because Councilmember Thomas wants a vote, and I'm honoring her. So thank you. Councilmember Flickinger.
Thank you, Mayor. And first of all, thank you for getting us to this point. Just to remind everybody, you were handed this. This wasn't on your watch and precedes probably the watch of everybody here. So I do appreciate all that. Now, it's my understanding that we could take this to the voters if the firefighters union was amenable to that. Would it be possible if we told the firefighters union that regardless of how this turns out, and even though we don't have a final product, that we're going to give you the 10% raise that's in the collective bargaining agreement on July 1st, as long as you will say, hey, we're fine with taking this to the voters in November. And I also think the voters in November will support the firefighters. In fact, when the president of the union was here at the BFA meeting, I don't remember the exact discussion around elections, but he expressed very optimistically being able to go to the voters. And if they're amenable to that, I think that would be good. I mean, I absolutely understand what you're saying. We're going to be voting on a $6.5 billion budget, that everything doesn't go to the voters. But I do think bonds are a little different because they obligate the citizens for 25 or 30 years. And I think it would be really nice to be able to hear what the voters have to say on that. I do think the voters would say yes. I just think it would be a much cleaner way to do it.
And I hear you. The difficulty is everything starts over. Pension, the judgment, the $650 does not speak to back pension contributions by the city of Houston. I promise you, if we start over, it'll be more expensive. It'll be years before it's resolved. It's going to impact the operations of the fire department. I'm not making this up. This is not a campaign speech. This is reality from going to the fire stations, working with the administration. We are losing firefighters as we talk. We're 500 short. So, yes, could you do this several other ways? All the options were considered. We listened to outside counsel. We listened to the local. It's not only a numbers issue and a public safety issue, it is a morale issue. We've got to let the firefighters know that we're being fair because they've been mistreated for 8 years. Just go out into the stations and talk to them. Go to Kingwood and look at the conditions they're living in. They sleep in mold. And we sit around here and try to improve the lives of every one of our communities. Guess who's been left out? We need a complete communities for fire stations. They got holes in the floor that they cover with plywood. They got holes in the ceiling. I can go on and on. They're held over to work overtime because there's not enough firefighters to work the next shift. Their equipment breaks down. I can go on and on. It is a sound financial issue, and it protects public safety. Councilmember Pollard.
Thank you, Mayor. You just brought up a few points.
Just a few.
You were speaking about the conditions of the fire department, mold, and other things related to their current duties. This is just for back pay. Once we pay this, those facilities will remain the same. With this item, those facilities stay the same. When we're talking about fairness to the firefighters, which I'm all for, it also needs to be fairness for this body, fairness for the public. We have yet to get any information on what our number is, okay? The reason I cannot support this is because we are voting on something to where we only have one side's number. Their number is it could get up to 1.2. We don't have our number, and we don't have a justification on why that's our number. We're voting blind. This is supposed to be collective bargaining. We don't know what we tried to bargain with. Sometimes I feel like I'm living in a twilight zone here. I wish I could negotiate with the city as an attorney on the deals that I make, that I just can put forth a number, and that's the number, without having to justify why that's the number. This is $650 million that's tied into a $1.5 billion deal, and no one's asking what's our number? How did we get there? This is math. This is back pay. You can calculate how you got to that number. This isn't an arbitrary, here, 650 is the number. So my biggest thing is, if you want me to vote on this and you want my support, it would be great to tell me how we got there. Not about morale and all these intangible, this is numbers, this is business. You all are business men and women who are elected to do business of the city, of an almost $7 billion services corporation. And you're not going to ask for the numbers? You don't care what the numbers are that we presented from our side of the table? And how do we get those numbers? How is it justified? Where's the calculations? The city controller, who did not sign off on this item, it's being presented without his certification, presented his numbers. 6 scenarios. He gave you all different types of reasons and rationale behind his numbers. His numbers were 110 million to 380 million. We're at 650 million. No one's asking, why is there such a gap? When the city controller, the chief financial officer of the city, has drastically different numbers, we don't care? If it was your money in your own savings account, you would ask more questions. But since it's the taxpayers' money and it's not coming directly out of your Wells Fargo or your Chase account, you're not asking the questions. I must be the only fiscal conservative up here because I'm asking the questions. So we can vote, and it's probably going to pass, and you're going to put $650 million out there over 30 years of debt without ever knowing what our number was. I feel confident in our city attorney's office and our outside legal counsel that they could go before a jury or a judge and say, based on these numbers, this is why we believe it should be X amount of dollars. So if we started low, what's the number? And how did we pick that number? I don't want you to say, oh, it's 400. Are you happy with that? No, I'm not happy with that. I want to know the number and why we got there. That's what attorneys do. That's what men and women in the business and the private sector do. Okay? We don't just vote on arbitrary numbers. So if you all want to vote on numbers just because it's a number and it feels good, then go ahead with that. I support the firefighters. I hope they get all that they deserve. All I asked for was the numbers. That's it. If you want me to vote on something of this magnitude, at least give me the numbers. Thank you.
I really think you're selling the members short. I think you're selling the members short. In fact, close to insulting them, that they don't know how negotiations go. Most of us have negotiated. Just a second. I put a figure on the table. We worked up to what I thought the city could afford and still be fair to the firefighters. It's a give and take. You know it. Quite frankly, it's a time to campaign.
Can you share it with us, please?
I've already told you a number that we started at. It was not the real number because you do not show your cards in a negotiation. You work up to what you think you can afford that would be fair and reach a settlement. You know that because you've been involved. So let's vote. I think I know how you're going to vote, and that's good, represent your district. But I'm suggesting that we do the responsible thing and vote on item 25. Councilmember Kamen.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had one point of information, and I'm going to defer to the will of you and my colleagues who do want to move forward with a vote, but I do believe that in responses to questions that we saw from the controller, we said that in the city's response, the city has until June 19th, next Wednesday, to approve this settlement. So when I had asked questions about the timing of this and was told that it...
I'm taking all contingencies under consideration.
And I respect.
I'm not going to go right down to the deadline on dealing with public safety and fire and EMS protection. I'm not going down to the drop dead point. We're going to handle it this morning, handle it responsibly. Everyone should vote their district, but keep in mind, if we don't go forward, you're gutting a settlement that has taken forever, no attempt, quite frankly, before I was sworn in January. Just, you want to do some history, but let's vote. In January, we didn't have a settlement. We've done it in 5 months. So,
and Mayor, as Councilmember Flickinger said, I think you get a lot of credit to getting here for this day. But I just want the record to be clear because I asked a question and received a response.
Well, I've got someone keeps twisting my arm over here to have a vote. So, you know, in all due respect. Okay. Clerk, call the roll.
Mayor Whitmire?
Yes.
Councilmember Peck?
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson?
Yes.
Councilmember Kamen?
Yes.
Councilmember Evans-Shabazz?
Yes.
Councilmember Flickinger?
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas?
No.
Councilmember Huffman?
No.
Councilmember Castillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Pollard?
No.
Councilmember Castex Tatum?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Carter?
Yes.
Councilmember Plummer?
Yes.
Councilmember Alcorn?
Yes.
14.
14 to 3.
There being 14 yeses and 3 noes, the motion passes, or the issue is approved. Item 33.
We need a break.
We
need a reset. We need a break. We need
I just found out.
some recess.
We can finish the agenda, or if y'all would like a break, I'll suggest that. There's nothing we can do in 5 minutes. Not me, anyway. Let's come back in 10 minutes. But members, please cooperate and let's get back. 10. I might even let you have 15 if you're in line. We have lunch at noon.
We have lunch at noon. Till 10, and then we just move to extend. Just move to extend after. Okay.
Y'all want to work late this evening? You got babies. We'll come back in 15 minutes.
We'll do 10:15. Let's at least get through consent.
Council come to order. Councilmember Thomas.
Not there. Can we just get a motion to extend past noon?
Castex Tatum move to extend past noon.
Heck, second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor? Those opposed? Motion passes. Item 33, please.
Item 33 is an ordinance. Just need a vote.
Tag.
Items tagged.
Alcorn tag.
Alcorn tag.
Very good. 34.
Item 34 is an ordinance. Just
Tag.
need a vote.
Thomas tag.
Got it.
Alcorn and Thomas tag.
Alcorn and Thomas.
Item 35.
Second. Item 35 is an ordinance. Just need a vote.
All in favor? Those opposed? Motion passes. 38.
Item 38 is an ordinance. Just need a vote.
Tag.
Items tagged.
Tagged by Councilmember Thomas.
Tagged by Thomas. Item 40.
Item 40 is an ordinance. Just need a vote.
All in favor? Those opposed? Motion passes.
Item 44 is an ordinance. Just need a vote.
All in favor? Those opposed? Motion passes.
Item 54 is an ordinance. Just need a vote.
All in favor? All in favor? All in favor? Those opposed? Motion passes. Councilmember Kamen.
Thank you, Mayor. I know we're about to get to the budget, but I just wanted to say a big thank you to everyone. What we just voted on was the interlocal agreement to draw down the funds, the $40 to $50 million to finish Phase 2 of Durham-Shepherd. This goes all the way back to 2020 when we first sought these funds, and these funds are it was the first of its kind for our region that we've accepted. It was instrumental for the improvement of the entire corridor, but the fact that we were able to get this for this type of grant is something that we have been able to now replicate throughout the city, bringing even more dollars to the city through new sources of funding. I could not be more grateful that this is moving forward. The project includes, as a reminder, over 19,000 feet of storm sewer lines, 4,600 feet of sanitary sewer lines, shared use paths, Mayor, over 600 new trees. We know we talk a lot about trees, but 600 new trees. Many of you, as I said previously, toured the area, worked with residents, the Heights Association, all of our civic clubs. Mayor, the fact that we can move forward, I know you took a hard look at this. I again say that I appreciate your deference to the data, the overwhelming neighborhood support. Your team worked extremely hard to get to today, and I look forward to the fact that we can now move swiftly to finish Phase 2. A few special thank yous in addition to my colleagues, the Memorial Heights TERS, TxDOT, HGAC, Councilmember Alcorn, especially TPC and others, the Greater Heights Super Neighborhood, all of our civic clubs, the Super Neighborhood. Again, this is an economic driver, a very, very important transformational opportunity for District C, but also for the city. So to all of our residents, thank you. And Mayor, thank you for putting this item forward so expeditiously so we can draw down, again, $40 to $50 million in federal grants through TxDOT to fund improvements for infrastructure and drainage and safety.
Councilmember Plummer.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to just congratulate you. This is a huge win. I mean, this is how it's supposed to be, right? When we listen to stakeholders, you look at the data, you come to the table, and I'm really excited for the community. And I also want to congratulate all the advocates on this, on the project, and I'm excited to see this happen.
Ready for a motion?
We've already voted. We just need to move to the next.
Okay.
We voted it.
Never mind.
Next item.
Item 71 is a motion to set a public hearing to provide a resolution of no objection for the 4% tax credit application of the Tidwell.
Castex Tatum moved to set the hearing date for 9 a.m. on Tuesday, June 18, 2024.
Any objection? Second motion made and seconded. Motion passes. Okay, we'll take up amendments.
Thomas moves to extend past noon.
We did it.
Oh, we did already? Okay.
Yes. We did it.
Thomas removes motion.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Hopefully we don't need one to work past midnight. How's that?
I'm going to miss it.
We did
I'm
not.
out of here by 3, sir.
I've done that before, and we did not need a motion.
Councilmember Ramirez, 101.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I think at the top of most Houstonians' wish list is public safety. And a big part of public safety is having enough police officers on our streets. Over the last 20 years, Houston has bled police officers to the point where we have fewer on the streets now than we did 2 decades ago. And as a result, response times are higher than they've ever been. And, Mayor, this budget amendment seeks to do something about that. It's not a complete solution, but it is would add an additional cadet class at the academy. Typically, the police department has 5 academy classes. This would add a 6th academy class. In 2 of the last 4 years, we have actually lost more officers through attrition than we have graduated from the academy, and that's not good. And so I know this is going to require the academy staff to stretch and the department to stretch in terms of recruiting, but I know they can rise to that challenge. And the result, hopefully, will be more officers on the streets and shorter response times. Now, it comes with a cost, obviously. The good thing is that we are, as I understand it, going to be canceling the shot spotter contract. That's $700,000 right there. We also have access to a certain amount of asset forfeiture funds, which can be used for certain purposes. I know asset forfeiture funds cannot be used to pay salaries. However, they can be used to pay for other things like equipment, overtime, instruction, and so forth. And so that will get us started. This will be the 6th academy class, which means it will start later in the fiscal year and most likely not be concluded within the next fiscal year. And so we won't have to spend all $4 million of that dollars within the next fiscal year. And so, Mayor, I would ask for I should say I would thank you for your support of this amendment, Mayor. I know it's something that you've been wanting to do as well, and I just ask that the council pass this budget amendment to add the 6th academy class and to help make us safer.
Very good. I certainly join you. We're on schedule at the end of the year. We'd have 200 additional officers if you compare the recruits, cadets versus the retirees. So we're on the right track, but we still have a lot of work to do. Councilmember Pollard.
Thank you, Mayor. I think in theory, this makes a lot of sense, but in practicality, I have some concerns with it. I think we should have as many cadet classes as possible, but from what I've seen in the past, we have not always filled up the cadet classes that we do have. So if there is any savings from that, I would say that we use those savings to possibly fund another cadet class. I've always been told that 5 has been kind of our max for what the department can reasonably do in the course of one fiscal year. This amendment speaks to savings from shot spotter, but those could be a one-time or a two-time expenditure. I think it's long practice that we don't want to use canceling one program that could be a short-term program to pay for a long-term debt. I'm going to be voting no on many of the items that come from the general fund just because I believe the city has a spending problem. We're spending more than we're bringing in. We're bringing in no new revenue. We're using a lot of one-time funding sources, and our structural deficit is growing with this budget, okay? So adding more cost to that will come from our general fund that's already not allocated, we're just putting ourselves deeper in the hole. And although there are many amendments that are coming forth that you all put forth that are extremely creative, it continues to take, some of them take from the general fund, which is already shrinking, and we already know next year we're going to be facing a deficit. So because of that, I don't think it's prudent to add another cadet class. I don't think it will bring that much dent into the public safety concerns that we have when you look at the long-term financial future and say, how are we going to pay for this long-term when we're using an example of short-term financing to pay for the initial class.
Very good. Councilman, vote your district is the best advice I can give you. Next, Flickinger.
I'm all for adding additional police officers. We need them. There's no doubt about it. To Councilman Pollard's point, this absolutely adds expenses. I still would be for it, although I would like to see if maybe we could add some language that would guarantee that we get more police officers out of it. I'm concerned that we're going to train the same number of officers over 6 classes that we would under 5. So if we can recruit it, that's great, and I'm all for it. But I'd like to see maybe that we actually don't open up the 6th class until we get closer to it to see that we actually are able to fill the 5.
Very well said. The last cadet class was 68, which was last Thursday. About 3 weeks before, we had 76, so we're actually filling our classes. The 6th will be a challenge, but the administration believes we'll do it. Certainly if we all do our part on recruiting. We're going to look at some lateral hires from other departments. So, you know, the way we've always done things just really shouldn't be part of our messaging this morning, because we can improve in so many areas of delivery of services. And if we're not safe, probably nothing else we talk about today matters. I applaud Councilman Ramirez showing his new energy to this table and vision, and certainly his experience. There's other areas that we can improve in public safety, certainly our forensic labs. Our municipal court still has 4 courtrooms boarded up from Harvey. So I can go on and on our needs in the area of public safety. We spent all morning talking about one of them, but to not support the effort, and I would say even the accomplishment of a 6th police cadet class is not listening to Houstonians about what they steal. By the Kinder report 2 weeks ago, their number one issue is public safety. If we're not safe, probably debris pickup and a whole bunch of other things take a back seat to being safe. So thank you, Councilman Ramirez.
Just need to vote.
Need a vote. Call the roll, Madam Secretary, please.
Mayor Whitmire?
Yes.
Councilman Peck?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kamen?
Yes.
Councilman Evans Shabazz?
Yes.
Councilman Flickinger?
Yes.
Councilman Thomas?
No.
Councilman Huffman?
Yes.
Councilman Castillo?
Yes.
Councilman Martinez?
Yes.
Councilman Pollard?
No.
Councilman Castex Tatum?
Yes.
Councilman Ramirez?
Yes.
Councilman Davis? Councilman Carter?
Yes.
Councilman Plummer?
Yes.
Councilman Alcorn?
Yes.
Members, there's 15 yeses, 2 noes. The amendment is passed. Next, item 1.02. Understand there's a substitute.
There is, Mayor. I have amended the proposed amendment that is now 1.02. Everybody should have it. It was passed out earlier this morning. This would allocate $35,000 to employ a full or part-time language access coordinator to coordinate services to determine what we have across multiple departments. I think the need for language translation has been proven over the last couple of weeks as we've had budget workshop hearings and struggled to accommodate folks who don't speak English or Spanish. Certainly, if you're a Spanish speaker, you have access to more information and more resources. But for those who don't speak English or Spanish, and a lot of Houstonians and residents fall into this category, you are at a disadvantage when we have emergencies, as we have had several this year. And I think one of the ways that we can begin to address this problem is to employ a language access coordinator to see what we're doing, where the gaps are, and how we can do a better job of reaching those Houstonians who do not speak English or Spanish. Many languages are spoken. There are many things that we can do, I believe, that we're not doing now, and we should try harder. The funding would come from my own budget surplus. I anticipate being able to contribute $15,000 to this. My understanding is that at least 2 other council members are willing to sign on and commit to helping to fund this out of their FY25 District Service Council funds. And I should also give a shout out to my predecessor, Mike Knox, who held this seat before me. This fiscal year that's concluding began last July, so for 6 months he managed his budget well enough to give us the flexibility to propose this amendment, Mayor, and I would ask for the support of council in passing this amendment.
Very good. Certainly, administrate. I support it in our diverse city. Certainly, I would go ahead and emphasize the Vietnamese language and a multitude of languages that a coordinator could assist with. So thank you for your leadership. I think it's good to emphasize the difference in the substitute. Originally, the amendment actually named 2 of our outstanding council members that were going to contribute funds towards it. I think before you wrote out this amendment, other members were stepping forward. So now it's just kind of everyone will join hands to come up with a coordinator, and we'll make sure it's funded. And I would yield at this time to Councilmember Castillo, who I know was out front and wanted to help support it financially.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Councilmember Ramirez for offering this amendment. I mean, we have seen recently through budget hearings and public sessions how we absolutely need more language access and translation services. So I would happily join in and support and would be willing to, if legal signs off on it, commit $10,000 from my service fund budget to this amendment.
Councilman Martinez, another bright star that wanted to give money toward this program, and others, because that's the whole point. We're opening it up now to everyone contributing.
Thank you, Mayor. And then along with my colleague, Councilmember Castillo, we've had this conversation with Councilman Ramirez for some time. I appreciate him taking a leadership role in identifying a shortfall right now that we have in the city. As Councilman Castillo mentioned, we've had several folks come to City Council that have needed translators, interpreters, and then in District I specifically, we've been very specific to trying to engage the Vietnamese community. We have several Vietnamese villages along the Park Place, Broadway corridors, and I want to make sure that every community is represented, although I still put in, of course, the 74% that's Latino in District I. I think we need to make sure that every community has access to being engaged with the city. So I also, pending legal's review, of course, your review as well with CDSF, I plan on contributing as well.
Great. Yesterday we needed a Korean translator. Wish they'd have called Gigi Lee on my staff. We'd have knocked that one out of the park. Councilman Kamen.
Thank you, Mayor, and I think this is a terrific item, so I thank all the council members that are partnering to bring this forward. Council member, I just had two questions for you. As it relates to where the access coordinator would reside, have you identified with the mayor's office? Is that still to be worked out? And that's the first question. I'll just stop there.
Well, my understanding, the administration believes the best fit would be within the Department of Neighborhoods, and so I'm willing to go along with that.
Okay, terrific. Thank you for that information. And lastly, as the language reads, because it says allocate $35,000 to employ, you are identifying partial funding, but it's our understanding if we vote on this budget that all of the funding for this would come from council members' office budgets. Is that correct?
As it stands now, yes. So we've got 2 council members that are willing to sign on. Obviously, if there's money elsewhere in the budget that the administration can identify, I'd be happy to accept that as well.
Okay.
Now, again, this is either a full-time,
or
part-time, or can be done on a consultant basis. So
okay.
Whatever funds we have to work with, we can be flexible on that.
Terrific. I just wanted, Mayor, to be clear on the funding sources, so as a requirement for all of our budget amendments, identifying that to make sure it's clear that it's coming from our office budgets as your intended source. Is that?
Yep.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much.
Councilman Pollard.
Thank you, Mayor. And that was my question as well, to ensure that we had assurance that the funding source would be CDSF dollars or office dollars from the city council members. It would not be coming from the general fund. And I guess there's also a conversation amongst those who will submit dollars for this, that your intention is to make it reoccurring as well, so that this isn't just a one-time thing, and that there's a long-term commitment, because we don't want to just bring someone in for a year and then we don't commit those dollars again. So for the council members who are putting forth this, I commend you all. The dollars are not coming from the general fund, so that keeps us out of debt. Thank you.
Councilman Plummer.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilman Ramirez. This is a really great opportunity, and I want to add to this. Our office is working with Juntos and Air Alliance. There's a grant that is being offered through the Office of New Americans that directly goes to this, and so our office will be working with you and with these nonprofit organizations to ensure that this is not a one-time deal, that we do have more opportunity to bring someone on full-time, because obviously language barriers and lack of access is really important. So I'm definitely supportive of this item.
Councilman Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's a great idea to Councilman Ramirez and the contributors to it. I'm glad that Council Member Pollard brought up the issue in regards to where these dollars come from, and I think it's phenomenal. We heard from people from communities that need the access to that, and commend all of the 3 council members for their contribution. And I would consider Councilman Ramirez contributed only if you give also to the Veterans Affairs Office contribution, then I would consider donating to that one. The Office of Veteran Affairs and Veterans is an office that need be, because of homeless areas, they need those dollars, and I would consider contribution if I could get that agreement.
May I respond, Mayor?
Y'all carry on your conversation.
Is he amending? Is that That's an
amendment? Not germane to what we're talking about, but I'm willing to listen to you. Good job. Good job.
Yeah.
We got the Veterans Affairs covered.
Okay, good deal. I'm assured of that, Mayor.
And we'll make sure that this amendment covers the veterans.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Thomas.
I support this item as well. One of the reasons is because it's directly coming from council member offices. I actually authored that amendment in 2021. Council members have the ability to use council district service funds or administrative items, and we've seen the success of that with a variety of.
Well, I certainly support it, but I would have one question, Councilmember Ramirez. When it comes to, and other council members who are contributing, when it comes to a consultant proposing a scope of work, identifying needs, we need to be kind of cognizant and aware of where those funds are going to come from, because we have so many languages in our city that will also impact the budget somewhere, or somebody's budget for sure. I think that it's given the ability to be subjective about the needs of the city, there are going to be many other consultants or individuals needed to help with these residents who who have the language barrier. Nonprofits out there, there are certainly plenty of nonprofits to work with and such, but maybe Councilmember Plummer's grant funding, can marry that or something. But anyway, there's going to be a lot more to come, I think.
Probably be a good item if it passes, which it will. Let a committee work, listen from the community as to what their services, how they could be best served, and finance would probably be a good committee, but there could be others. But the details will be worked out. Councilmember Pollard.
Thank you, Mayor. And I know that the salary is being considered at $35,000. If that is for full time, I just want you all to take in mind They will take out taxes and they will take out pension costs. So whoever this person is, they'll be a saint for coming on full time for this amount of money. Thank you.
You could obviously do a substitute if you feel strongly about it. You could do a substitute if you feel strongly about it. Oh, okay.
I do support the substitute. Just need a vote on the substitute amendment.
Need a vote on the substitute amendment. All in favor? Those opposed? Motion passes.
$103.
103, Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. Amendment 103. I'm going to be following the administration's recommendation and withdrawing this. But let me explain what this is about. So the City of Houston employs crisis call takers at 911, and their function is to sort of intercept calls that might otherwise go to the police or fire department when individuals who are in mental health crisis call, and really what they need is some help with the condition that they're in. They haven't necessarily committed any crimes. They would be perhaps a burden on our first responder system, and the best thing to do is to get them some mental health assistance. So we have call takers who will do this, resulting in public safety cost savings, diverting folks at times from jail beds and saving ambulance trips and whatnot. And so these call takers are partially funded through ARPA funds, which are going to be going away. We asked HPD and were told that 3 of the positions could be funded through the end of next May, but not through the end of the entire next fiscal year. So again, we're going to be using funds out of the At-Large Council 1 budget surplus to fund $23,000 to carry those 3 positions through the end of the fiscal year. And again, credit to Councilmember Knox for his wise management of the budget to the end of last year. And so with that said, Mayor, I'm going to withdraw this request because I understand it does not require a budget amendment in order to accomplish this. So thank you.
Very good.
Councilmember Kamen.
Councilmember Kamen.
Thank you, Mayor. Really quickly, Councilmember Ramirez, will the $23,000 be sufficient to cover the deficit through the end of the fiscal year?
Yes, it will cover the funds that are lacking to pay 3 call takers that are currently funded through ARPA funds through the end of the next fiscal year. Okay. So it's the month of June for 3 call takers.
Terrific. Thank you.
Items withdrawn. Now, Councilman Carter, 3.01.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, while I know we've talked a lot about the fire department today, we're talking about the fire department and not the union here. Certainly, as it pertains to the Kingwood area, you yourself have observed that we've not had any improvements or any funding put into our fire departments that are much needed out there. There's been a plan on the CIP for a long time to combine the fire department and the police station. We have a small storefront police station in the back of Kingwood. I will remove the request, withdraw the request, but certainly address it back with the CIP to prioritize this for the community, for District D, and working with Councilmember Flickinger to really try to bring not only District E, but the other facilities in the city up to standards, but we'll focus on District D with this one. Thank you.
Items withdrawn. I appreciate when you resubmit it to CIP. Certainly support that. As regards to fire stations, certainly in Kingwood, we're looking for corporate sponsors, and even a management district is going to build a new fire station in Memorial. So we're looking for all the possibilities to make a difference. Next, 3.02.
Again, I'll be withdrawing this request, but certainly prioritizing in the CIP.
Very good. Items withdrawn. 3.03.
Withdrawing this request as well, but want to highlight that we talk a lot about
about our first responders and as far as the numbers with female and male, certainly on the EMS side, most large cities, most major cities have a large female population of EMS. And, if you look across the city, we do not have the facilities to support the demographic of trying to recruit female firefighters. And so I think that certainly we need to take a look at, getting the stations up to standards that would meet that requirement. So we'll address it in the CIP.
Very good. Items withdrawn. We'll make it a priority when we get to the CIP. Councilman Carter, 3.04.
Thank you, Mayor. Going down the list. I'm agreeable to refer that to public safety, but again, I think collaboration with our county on the training, cadet training, not only on the EMS, but police department, certainly combining our efforts and trying to add more there makes sense, and appreciate the referral to the Public Safety Committee, and we'll look forward to the report from the committee.
Very good. Referred to Public Safety. All in favor? Those opposed? Motion passes. Carter, 3.05.
Last one. Thank you. Agreeable to refer to the quality of life. I think it makes sense that we take a look at combining and collaborating with the county on our public library system. Talking to Councilmember Peck yesterday, we're kind of on the same train there with that thought. But, we need to collaborate with Harris County in as much as we can and bring more to our residents because they're all the same community. So thank you.
Vice Mayor Pro Tem Peck.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Carter. I have a very similar amendment and offer this one pretty much every fiscal year. I completely agree that we need to combine where we can with the county. I know Councilmember Alcorn has been a big proponent of shared services. Definitely with the library system, there are many services that could easily be shared to save both the county and the city money and make it a better service for our constituents. So I'm in complete agreement with moving forward with that.
Very good.
Councilmember Alcorn.
I think most of us agree with you. Councilmember Alcorn, I know, does.
Mayor, this has been a big issue of mine, sharing services. We had the idea of forming a working group that never really happened, but I know you're a believer in the working committees, and I think it would be great to take up, bringing in county people and city people and to committee and laying out where the overlapping and duplicative services are, and figuring out as a committee, as a working group, where we can do some more stuff together. So happy to take that on.
Sure. I sure applaud. We're seeing some things happen. There's several commissioners that are helping us collaborate and improve things. We wish we could get commissioners' help on the West Grace Multi-Service Center. Briones is doing an outstanding job of helping us, as is Ramsey and Garcia. So I would, just in the last 2 days, we're working with the city animal shelter, and the reference was if we could only get the county shelter to cooperate and work with us in animal welfare, it would be really an additional help. So let's continue down this path of cutting out the duplication and getting more bang for our dollar. County and city taxpayers expect us to do that. Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. And I also support this. And you said BARC, you said multi-service center, and I also want to include parks as well. No one cares what logos out at the park as long as it's mowed, delittered, maintained. And so I appreciate you bringing this amendment forward.
A couple commissioners have already offered to help us with our mowing in our city parks. The explanation was we're already out there. We're sharing the same area, so we're mowing more frequent than y'all, so we'll just extend our hours and start mowing in city parks. So it's a great proposal. Councilmember Plummer.
And I just can't let this moment go by without talking about illegal dumping and apartment inspection reform. I just, we have to make sure people have safe places to live and they live in clean environments. So that's something that I would love to. I mean, I know that's not the intention of this, but as we talk about shared services and everyone living and working together, then I would love to add those to the list.
Excellent point. Councilmember Thomas.
Thank you. Just clarification. Councilmember Carter, are you talking about consolidating like capital facilities or sharing services, catalogs, passport offices? Because those are two different things the way I interpret that.
They are two different things, but I would be open to both. I think it makes sense. I mean, most people who go to a public library, they don't really know who's running and operating that library. And I think I think we just need to take a look at the overlap. The city of Houston resides in Harris County, and I personally don't think it really matters if it's a county or city. If we agree to operate, I think it would be both.
Sure. So, and not to amend this item, but I just want to, as an aside, we have some special use libraries such as the Gregory School that houses African American archives and history. And so to be sensitive around that conversation that it's not just a capital exchange, but there's some other things that are tied to these facilities. And so I'm looking forward to when this comes to committee so we can dig it out. Thank you.
Okay. Next.
We just need the vote to refer to committee.
Is there a vote to send it to the Quality of Life Committee? All in favor, those opposed, refer to Quality of Life issue. Next, Plumber, 4.01.
Substitute.
All right, thank you so much, Mayor.
Substitute. You can lay it out.
Yeah, absolutely. So let me first define what resilience means. Resilience is the ability to cope with stress in a positive way and respond to pressure. And that is one thing that I don't believe, I think the intention of the city of Houston is there, but I don't believe we do it in many ways. And one space is our resilience hubs. We created that in July of 23. We paid for a document to be drawn up. We have the tools. We've got a toolkit. We've got the examples. Cashmere Gardens was designated as a resiliency hub in response to the city of Houston, but never was fully developed as a hub. It was unable to function during derecho or any other storms that we've had, the lack of electricity. So I would like to address Cashmere Gardens specifically as a resilience hub. If we're going to call it that, we need to put the money that's necessary to implement that. And the first step is putting in a generator. And this is not a mobile generator. This is one that will allow this to be functional at all times, the entire building. If you look on your attachment onto the amendment, we have been in conversations with GSD, and they assisted us with kind of laying out what that cost would look like. The total amount would be $899,289. This is to, like I said, putting a permanent generator at this location to serve this particular community. And it's really, really important. This is going to include design and permitting, constructions, FY26, and when it will be completed. This will be a 250 kilowatt natural gas generator with all the electrical work that's necessary with natural gas utilities. The platform will be there due to at 4 feet due to the floodplain. Detention for the platform would be necessary, and architectural enclosures and generators. And so this will be the first step. I mean, my goal is to really look at our resiliency department, put these toolkits into action by bringing in federal dollars, bringing in folks that are specialized in this space as well, and really making sure that we can, give Cashmere Gardens what we're calling it, make it what it is, and make sure that we support our communities. And so this particular community. And so I'm asking my colleagues to please support this amendment. And if you have any questions, I'm open.
A couple of questions. I certainly share the intent. I was shocked during the recent storm when we attempted to open cooling centers. We found out that our multi-service centers were dark also for lack of generators. I just can't imagine how long, well, I can too, that people have been referred to our multi-service centers and they get there and they're out of power also. So obviously that ought to be a high priority. Actually, I've been in some serious discussions with some corporate citizens that want to donate them, collaboration with our county officials. So would we necessarily spend that if we move fast enough to get generators at Cashmere, and I would suggest other locations?
No, I respect that, Mayor. So the generator that you're referring to is actually a mobile generator. This is different. This is much larger and much more intensive. And so I obviously appreciate the fact that you've been able to, partner with the private sector to do that in all the other locations. But this is truly a resiliency hub. And let me just kind of give you an idea. The age expectancy of people in this area is 69 years old. It's 20 years different. So not only is this community suffering from a life expectancy perspective, which makes it less resilient to anything. So every time a storm happens, anytime anything happens, we don't have the bandwidth to make sure that we're protecting this community. And of course, I'm not saying that all communities are not important in the city of Houston, clearly. But this has been designated for the last almost 2 years as a resiliency hub. We need to put the work into this particular one and make it exactly what we're calling it. And so in light of that, what you're bringing forward are actually mobile generators, from what I understand. This is actually going to be a permanent fixture at Cashmere Gardens.
I was just trying to get as ready for hurricane season as possible.
Yes.
Your proposal will take some time.
Yeah, this will be a 2-year process, and in that 2 years, I would like to, hopefully have a committee meeting, work with Councilmember Jackson specifically on this project, have a committee meeting maybe in July with our resiliency committee, and figure out other ways, bringing federal money that's available to us.
Our federal delegation.
Absolutely. So we can complete this project.
Very good. Councilmember Pollard.
Thank you, Mayor. This money will be coming from the general fund, which all of our items seem to be coming from. I think working with the private sector is a great idea. I think working with them to bring maybe a mobile, then working towards having something of this magnitude added to the service center would be ideal. You already mentioned, Mayor, that you have found that there are several different multi-service centers that need generators. And so this problem will still persist in other areas. So it's not alleviating all the problems. Going through the private sector to get the mobile generators, if we can at least expand those throughout the city, I think is a step in the right direction. It keeps us fiscal sound. And by not pulling from the general fund, we're not putting ourselves in further debt. There has to be maybe some money within Public Works or somewhere else already built into this budget that we can pull that money from an existing place. And if that's not the case, then I don't think it is feasible to take money from the general fund knowing that it will put us in further debt. Because if we can work with the private sector to get the mobile generators, they do the job for now while we work to see how much revenue we can bring in for the future to then have a larger generator.
Very good. Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilmember Plummer, for introducing this budget amendment. Of course, the storm that we just had, we was all surprised when we learned that our multi-service centers didn't have generators, specifically the Resilience Hub in Cashmere Garden. And so I support this amendment. We need that the Cashmere Garden up, at least a location that residents in the northeast side of town can go to if we have another storm without lights. This is the first time that we were without lights. This past December when we had the freeze, it wasn't open either, but I didn't know that it did not have a generator. And so I support it. I think we need to get it up and going. If we call it a resilient hub, it needs to have all the tools and the resources it needs to basically support the residents in that area. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kamen.
Thank you. I echo my colleagues' sentiments, and Councilmember Plummer, I appreciate you raising the issue of climate change and extreme weather, because it is only going to get more and more frequent. I'd be more than happy to support this. I had a few questions, if you don't mind. One, as you said, this does include the electric wiring. So, Mayor, we are, and I so appreciate that your team is working to get additional generators, including for West Gray Multi-Service Center, right, that also serves as a hub. But Councilmember Plummer, this will include the cost of the wiring that needs to go into that, because that can be a hefty price as well, correct? Terrific. And to manage expectations, I believe you mentioned this is a long-term project. This can't be done and get done before the end of this hurricane season. This is going to take time to do the design, the wiring, and secure the actual generator. What's the time frame of that?
Yeah, as I stated, it was a 2-year process. So we'll obviously get a temporary generator there during hurricane season, and then once we get up and running, then we'll be able to move that temporary generator or that mobile generator to a different location.
Thank you. And Councilmember Pollard, I appreciate your question as to where can we be pulling this money from, but I do know, even in speaking with GSD and Councilmember Alcorn, we've had these conversations. I believe they aren't even up to where their MRR needs to be. They're $4 million short right now. We are on deferred maintenance to and did I say the wrong number with that? Okay. We have a huge issue, Mayor, when it comes to deferred maintenance, where our obligation is growing and we're not able to tackle the renovations of these facilities, not just in a timely manner, but they needed to be done years ago, and that expense is ballooning. My only procedural question I see here is that, Mayor, your team had responded that this is a CIP amendment, not a budget amendment. I'd be prepared to vote on this today in support of this. So I guess I'm asking for clarification on that.
Yes, we're going to look at the CIP, but in the meantime, Councilmember Plummer feels strongly enough to have us take this up and have a roll call vote. Or we don't even have to have a roll call unless somebody wants one. I'm pleased just to have a voice vote.
$5 million in the CIP for generator.
Obviously, we can still look to the CIP, but the council person felt strongly enough about this to recommend it for a vote. I think to send a strong message.
Yeah, and also, if I could just add to this, and I'm not sure, Mayor, which generators you're referring to, but from what I'm understanding, mobile generators typically are not able to heat and cool facilities, and so that would be something that we need to consider, and that's another reason why I feel like this is important to bring forward.
And those details are being worked out with Public Works and Health and the Parks Department as to what they need. Sometimes they work very well, the square footage they need to cover, so, maybe double down. There's just letting the engineers and the departments work once we get the donations, which were offered a couple of weeks ago. And, of course, the real challenge is going to be we have many multi-service centers, so you're emphasizing Kashmir, but I promise you Sunnyside feels just as strongly about theirs, although I understand it's got air because it's new, but we can go to Acres Home or other communities. I think the Mayor Pro Tem is going to discuss her multi-service center, which there's one of our challenges is to try to provide equity across the city. I'm certain we're going to talk about West Gray and other areas. I'll be honest with you, during the storm and we were responding to people wanting a cooling center, I was shocked. Everybody, of course, I just got here, but it's amazing that places that we refer to for emergencies are closed for lack of backup energy. In fact, the other day we were discussing, I said, I assume City Hall has a backup generator, but I wouldn't bet on it.
And Mayor, if I could just kind of end the conversation, I know we have a long day. This is a resiliency hub, and I think that we need to start implementing what we need to do to put everything in place to make it exactly what it's called. And I think that in talking to OEM yesterday when they did their presentation, it's the front-facing view of the public that is a challenge, right? If we're saying that they're going to do that, it's a resiliency hub, then when a disaster happens or something happens, they drive straight there because they believe that it's fully equipped to be able to care for them. And so I think that would be this is I think a first step in creating that. And, you know, I'm prepared to call the vote.
Well, you're doing a fine job. It is a resilience hub, but I bet you others would say their community needs the same. So there's our challenge. But anyway, it's before us. Councilmember Kamen, you've already spoken. Councilmember Huffman.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, during derecho, District G, we had some challenges, but we definitely experienced less damage this time as opposed to other parts of the city. And but next time, you know, if there's another disaster, we may be in a different boat. And so I just, you know, like the mayor said, I just want to, you know, remind everyone that, you know, District G, we're the only district without a community center. And I'm not saying that this is not a worthy item, but I want to make sure that the residents of District G also have a place nearby, you know, if constituents need a warming center or a cooling center, because we know another disaster is going to hit.
Well said. Councilmember Thomas.
Thank you much. Councilmember Plummer, for clarification, the CDBG disaster recovery 21 item, the direct allocation we received from HUD, has $6.7 million for neighborhood facility resiliency. A part of that is to add generators to all of our multi-service centers. So it's already in queue. So I believe that the funds should be coming to the city in short order. Their grant agreement has already been established. Are you willing to have this considered? I'm going to assume that center is already in the master plan for a generator, but it's just clarification on the generator that you've been talking to with GSD at the $800,000, because there's $6.7 million already allocated for generators. And so, what's your willingness in terms of can we just cross-check to make sure that this location is already included? Most of them are. I know A-Leaf is not because we're already built with the generator, which would alleviate the $800,000, and then there's some additional funding.
I'm willing to amend the item. First of all, I want to vote on the item, but I'm willing to amend the item to say if there are any other revenue sources that can be utilized to pay for this, then I'm willing to do that. But I would like to go to a vote on this today.
Sure. So is that the motion to amend?
Yes.
Thomas second.
I will make them. Yeah.
That's
Want
it.
to repeat that?
Sure.
So the amendment, yeah.
If other funding sources are available, to replace the general fund with those funding sources.
Objection. Chair hears none. That's amended. Now before us. Any other questions? Back to Councilmember Plummer.
No.
On the amendment?
That's
on
it?
The, yeah.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Castix-Tatum.
I was just going to add that we also have $1.5 million in the CIP for generators. So there could be potential dollars, so we don't have to use the general fund dollars for the actual generator. And then my other point I wanted to make is if we were looking for grant dollars, usually if we are applying for grants, they don't allow us to supplant if we have money allocated in the budget. So I want us to be clear that if we put the $800,000 in a budget and apply for a grant, sometimes they don't allow you to supplant. Mm-hmm. But there is the $1.5 million and then the $6.7 million. So
I'm willing. This is an urgent situation. So I don't want to wait. I don't want to wait a long time to try to allocate or try to find the money. So if we can do this in a timely manner, and in the next 3 weeks or so, find out what's available to us, I'm willing to amend this item to use other dollars as long as it does not delay the process. The process is already going to take 2 years.
Your amendments, yeah, we're on the amendments.
Okay.
The amendment of the amendment.
Yes.
So we need to vote on this. Okay, so any other?
Just a sec. The language that you want to amend, Councilmember Thomas's She's already said. Yeah, you said. Okay. Motion made and seconded.
Any discussion on that before we vote?
No, any discussion
On the amendment? Okay.
on the amendment. We're on the amended amendment.
Pollard has discussion.
Councilman Pollard.
Thank you, Mayor. So can we make an amendment to say that the $1.5 million that's already budgeted for generators, 899,000 of that, or a reasonable portion of that for a generator, goes towards Kashmir? Because if we already have it budgeted for generators, just make that the priority location.
That would have to happen in CIP.
Yeah, I think that's not apples and apples. That's money that Melissa can explain. I yield, Melissa.
Yes, I think that would be a proper CIP amendment at that time.
So
Yes,
then let's
which will
table
come
this
in a
and
few
make it
weeks.
the CIP amendment.
Right when CIP comes up.
Yeah, that's not before us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have an amended amendment. We have others who would like to speak.
Yeah.
Are you all right? You too? Flickinger, do you have a comment?
Yeah, it sounds like we've already, just here today, identified a couple of different buckets with money in it towards generators. I would think the smart thing would be to do is to look at this in totality. It makes absolute sense to have one there. I completely agree. But I think maybe we just look at this in the totality of all the locations that need one and to figure out what's going and make Kashmir a priority.
I agree. I'm sitting here thinking with all the moving parts, my commitment would be to bring it back before council when we start seeing the receipt of either the federal funding, certainly the CIP discussion. So I just know this is important at this point in time, and hopefully if we get fortunate, we'll have other resources. So let me see who else wants to speak. Councilmember Kamen.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Plummer, as I read your amendment as it's laid out in the matrix, the only bolded. Right, I'll defer to. Are you in queue? Mayor, if you don't mind going to the next person, and then I'll come back in queue. Thank you.
Fine. Councilmember Plummer, but she's already made herself pretty clear. Would you like to be recognized? Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. So I understand there's a special called Budget and Finance Committee meeting on Monday that's going to deal with CIP. And so if I could ask Councilmember Alcorn if that meeting could potentially delve off into discussion about this generator for Kashmir Gardens and other generators at such facilities.
Well, hopefully that'll be after we vote on the budget today. What are you requesting to have a hearing?
I guess, can we discuss this in a larger CIP discussion beginning on Monday, I guess is what I'm asking. Is that one of the things we can be discussing on Monday at your committee meeting?
I'm happy to, but I'm going to defer to the author of this amendment. We can certainly discuss it. I would like to add, if you'll allow me, I did ask in the budget questions how many multi-service centers do not have a generator. Acres Homes, Denver Harbor, 5th Ward, Hiram Clark, Kashmir, Southwest, 3rd Ward, West End, Magnolia, and Northeast. Don't worry, I got. And then I asked about cost, and was told that the average, and this does not match, and you've done your research on this, and I've seen your spreadsheet, but I asked specifically what is the average cost of a generator for these facilities, and I got the number back of $300,000. That was from the tool bank. No, that was an answer from the health department, not from GSD. So,
yeah, different. So your question was good to have a hearing. I think the answer is they can have a hearing, but it's not before us at this time.
Davis.
Councilman Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. One of my concerns about that is the resources, the extra resources of funding this, as Councilmember Thomas just indicated, of federal dollars, but I think the thing that's the biggest concern is how quick will that be done? If we have to wait for those dollars, the process of getting the generators in the facilities may take longer because of the type of funding source that it has. Now, with what Councilmember Alcorn just indicated, are we talking about $300,000 for the whole list of facilities that she just named? Is that the total number? Was that $300,000 the total number of those facilities, or is that per?
If you'll allow me, the question I asked was of the health department, where most of the multi-services centers reside. They said $300,000. We asked the same question to GSD. They said $700,000.
How much?
$700,000, which is closer to the 8.
Yeah, which I'm sure that has to do a lot to do with where the facility is, where the generator has to be. That may be other, constructional purposes. So the dollar could go. I mean, the amount could go up. I don't know.
I'm just somewhat unique.
Yeah, they're all different.
Okay. Councilmember Kamen.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, I'm on the right language. Councilmember Plummer, to your point, I believe the bolded language in your substitute amendment that you presented is the actual language of the amendment that's being passed. So that says to enhance the resilience of the City of Houston against extreme weather events, the City of Houston shall provide a generator for the Kashmere Gardens Resiliency Hub to ensure continuous operation during such events. If that is the language itself that we are voting on, I don't see a conflict between what anybody is saying here. It's directing the City of Houston to implement and move forward with a generator. I'm trying to, I think, out of deference to what the district council member and our at-large council member, who's the author of this, are trying to say, they really want a vote on this, and they want the commitment that this will be moved on. At the same time, we have some questions as to what those different funding opportunities are. So if the vote is just on that language that the city shall implement, right, and I'm suggesting that instead of going from the amendment to the amendment, the original language doesn't conflict with what anybody is trying to do right now.
Well, before us, we've already adopted the amendment to the amendment. We're dealing with the amendment. Plummer.
Yeah, I'm ready for a vote.
Okay.
But have we decided on what the funding source would be?
Yes. So the
amendment says.
Yes, and the amendment to the amendment item, she wishes to supplement that if additional funds from different funding streams comes available, it would release the general fund. So if it goes into the capital CIP program, it's prioritizing CIP. If it's DR21 and the funds are there because they're MSCs that are already identified, it goes into that. It gives the flexibility of when the dollars become available, it's different funds, and it relieves the general fund.
Well, we should say that.
And we won't spend.
Right, that was the amendment.
We should say it relieves the general fund altogether.
We won't spend the general fund if we get. You just want your generator.
I want my generator.
I got it.
I'm not waiting
and it's going to be in the
years
budget.
to make the conversation.
But the amendment to your amendment is that we look at all resources. If we get more money before you get started on your generator with the 800 in the general, we'll take that option.
Absolutely. As
take
long
your
as
money,
it's done
take the money you're discussing, take it to another multi-service center.
But let me just make sure we're all staying on lane here. I get the fact that we all have needs in all communities. I completely understand that. But this is the only resilience hub. It is called it is named it is designated it. And so I'm just saying this is not a multi-purpose center only. It serves as both. It's very different than what the other ones are.
We got to vote.
Right.
Vote on amendment.
All in favor on the amended amendment. Amendment as amended. Thank you. All in favor? Those opposed? Motion passes. So,
now back to the original item.
so Councilman Pollard voting no. Okay, next. Councilmember Alcorn.
Thank you. Colleagues, the first one, 5.01, is just cutting paper. We spend $6.024 million citywide on paper, printing, all of those costs, all of the categories that have to do with paper. I appreciate the administration's support on this. I did take out the costs associated with water bills, and that leaves us with a savings of $261,203. There you go, citywide. So I appreciate your support on this.
Administration supports. All in favor? Whoop. Martinez, Councilman Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a huge fan of this. Also, just to take in consideration, maybe moving away from business cards paper to QR business cards as well. So we can start talking about that as well. It'd be great for all city employees.
Great.
That's it. Just need a vote.
Need a vote on 5.01. All in favor? Those opposed? Motion passes. Councilman Alcorn on 5.02.
5.02 deals with termination pay. During a lot of the budget workshops, Mayor, there was, and Councilmember Flickinger also kind of added some comment about this. Some departments' whole budgets went up just because somebody left. I mean, the entire budget went up because one or two people left. And I'm not trying to deny anybody what's owed to them, existing employees, sick leave, unused vacation, but we have not looked at these policies on sick since 1990, or do I have it back? Oh, yeah, the sick policy we haven't looked at since 1996. That was the ordinance that when we did that ordinance on sick leave. Vacation since 2003. There's varying, we polled the different entities, county, state, federal. Everybody has a little bit different. A lot of people don't pay out sick leave. People do it different ways. I appreciate you're just referring this to committee. I'm happy to put together a working group. Any of my colleagues welcome to join me, along with members of ARA and Finance and HR. Shout out to Carla Coleman, who really spent a long time with me kind of working through how this policy works. We spent $13 million last year citywide on termination pay. I know these items are also part of union bargaining, so it's we have to consider that. But the policies themselves are ordinances; they're not determined in the union negotiation. So I'm happy to take this on with any of my colleagues who want to join me, and with staff from HR and ARA and Finance to revisit those policies, see if there is a potential savings to the city. I mean, we are a service organization of people. To make a budget impact, you unfortunately have to look at things that affect people. Termination pay is one of them, and come back with some recommendations within 6 months.
Very good. Item is referred to the Budget and Fiscal Affairs Committee.
Councilmember Flickinger.
Councilmember Flickinger.
I just wanted to make a comment in support of this. And it isn't even so much as, like Sally referred to, taking away from people. But, we constantly have a discussion here about how we cannot attract people because we can't compete with the private sector. I've gone back and looked at the federal government's BLA website, looked at holidays, vacation, sick time, family leave. We pay so much more on the back end with that if we could free that money up on the back end and put it on the front end, I think we would be able to compete far better. In fact, I've had one of my office staff, Mark Mitchell, who had left a year or so ago and came back to workforce. One of the things we were talking about he said, I was shocked at the check I got that paid out he said, I had no idea this much money was coming to me. And I don't think the people that we're hiring see, the pension and the other benefits, the accumulated sick time, the accumulated days off, vacation time. I think we really need to look at moving this money from the back end to the front end.
I agree. It's very robust. Our situation is very robust in comparison to other entities.
We are far and away more than the private sector. It isn't even close.
Councilmember Kamen.
Thank you, Mayor. And I applaud Councilmember Alcorn for presenting so many, not just this, but so many budget saving amendment. So thank you for that and doing your due diligence. And I fully support this going to Budget and Fiscal Affairs. I know it does not pertain to the labor union contracts. I do think it's important that we do have union representation within these working groups and conversations, and we're happy to partner on that. But I absolutely defer to you as the author and chair of BFA. I would just want to ensure that there's union representation in those conversations.
No, that's a good point. And also, you know, I know police already has some aspects of PTO in their situation. So looking at so much of the trend is PTO in all of its different forms. So making that part of the working group's charge as well. Looking at PTO versus a traditional sick and vacation leave policy.
Very good. A vote to refer to Budget Fiscal Affairs. All in favor? Those opposed? Motion passes. 5.03.
5.03, I join with Councilmember Joaquin Martinez. This is something we've looked at pretty much. I've brought it up many times before, not necessarily in a budget amendment. We have many entities using our city's MWBE certification. Entities that use it include Harris County, Metro, Port Houston, Houston Community College, HISD, Houston First, Houston Housing Authority, Fort Bend ISD, Galveston County, to name a few. There's also other governmental agencies and school districts in the 9-county region that use the certification. I mean, we do all the work. We have the staff. We put in the time. We have, you know, I don't know how it's done, but we need to look at how we could possibly charge some of these other entities, raise some revenues for that service. We're doing the work of the certification. They're using it. And Councilmember Martinez, if you want to weigh in.
Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Alcorn. And I'm of agreement. When I found this out, I know you, from what I understand, you've been working on this for some time. But a few months ago, when I found this out, I had the same, just question: why aren't we charging these other entities? And when I've had this conversation with Office of Business Opportunity, if we could provide a business development coordinator and an administrator as well, which is roughly 2 positions of $130,000, that's what we'll probably be looking at when we're looking at what this charge would be to other entities, essentially. And so, in order to continue to move these certifications forward, we get calls all the time in our offices that they've been waiting on the certification for 8+ months, over a year. And so I appreciate you taking this on, Councilmember Alcorn, and 100% supportive of it as well.
Yeah. Anyone else? Thank you. Chair refers to the Budget and Fiscal Affairs Committee. All in favor? Those opposed? Referred. Next.
It couldn't be a budget season without bringing up BARC. And I know Councilmember Castillo has another amendment as well. This is also, Councilmember Castillo has given a lot of thought to this as well. And Mayor, you certainly campaigned on it, and I've heard you talking about spinning off some of BARC's responsibilities, also working with the county, as you mentioned earlier today. We do have examples of local government corporations that have we've done in the city of Houston, the zoo, Houston Zoo Development Corp., the Houston Recovery Center, Houston First, of course, Houston Amateur Sports Park, Houston Park Sport. There's LGCs, and there's I'd like to look at that with an LGC. They're subject to Open Meetings Acts and public information. They can issue bonds, all assets. If it dissolves or transferred to the city, there's no independent authority to tax. There's no eminent domain power. There's checks and balances, approving certification of formation of any ILAs or lease agreements. We confirm board nominations. We approve annual budgets. Approve debt issuances. This amendment was actually to get a consultant to help lead that charge to see what all was involved in switching all the non-animal control aspects. I mean, we still have to go out there and do animal control. We have to call when there's a bite or a dangerous dog. I mean, that's our responsibility as a city. But the adoptions, the outreach, the communications, the live release, a lot of the spay neuter, all that kind of stuff could be spun off. I'm not saying that's the answer. I know that the administration has plans to put a RFP out to get a nonprofit involved in this. Maybe that's the answer. I like the idea of a local government corporation. I think it's a big job. I think that spinning off these duties is a big job, and I'm not sure there's. We've got great nonprofits, but this would be a big. I like the idea of exploring an LGC, and I'll defer to my colleague who's done some work on this too. But you've got to refer it to Service Delivery Committee. I'm fine with that. If we could do a joint BFA, because I think it will have some budget implications, and service delivery, I'm happy with that. And anyway, colleagues, you all know that we've struggled with BARC for many years. We can't keep doing things the same way we've been doing them. We still have have a huge stray animal population in the city. We spend half per capita of other Texas cities. It's not getting any better, and we're going to have to really shift the paradigm here to look at something new. So I'm fine with not doing the consultant, but as long as we can kind of move forward with getting this to committee and moving toward doing something different. And I really would like the LGC model to be part of the discussion.
Very good.
Councilman Castillo.
Councilman Castillo.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Alcorn, for all the work you've done, not just with this amendment, but with this issue over the years. I'm also a big proponent of this model, this local government corporation model, and studying it. We have seen it be successful in other ventures, and we know that we have a number of challenges related to animal control throughout the city and the county, and we know it's going to be something that's going to take a lot of money to fix, coordination with the county, and this model will allow us to potentially unlock a lot of private and corporate dollars that can be brought in to help our animal control efforts throughout the city, while we still maintain the checks and balances, all the things that you explained, and how the local government corporation works. So I think this going to a joint service delivery budget fiscal affairs committee is a great approach to ensure that while we won't hire a consultant, we can put a group together, get the right folks in the room, and study the feasibility on this approach along with other approaches. This may not be the one, but I think we absolutely should look at it and take a hard look at it, because this could be a way forward that would allow us to get a handle on all the issues we're dealing with when it relates to animal control efforts.
Very good. You know, I'm a huge supporter, and this last week we had BARC, staff, and legal together looking at all of our options. In fact, legal's working on a proposal as we talk, probably along the lines of a LGC. But need a motion to refer to Service Delivery Committee. Motions.
Service is a joint service and BFA. They're making that joint.
Yeah. I'm sorry. BFA and
joint
delivery of service. We got it. Motion made and second. All in favor? Those opposed? Motion passes.
I will withdraw colleagues 5.05 in exchange for a new amendment that is being passed around right now, and I will defer the conversation to Councilmember Jackson on this.
Thank you, Councilmember. And so the amendment number, instead of, it was originally 701 instead of 702, because we just rewrote the amendment, and now it's a joint amendment between Councilmember Alcorn and Huffman and myself. And so the initial amendment, I was going to submit a budget amendment to add $8 million to LDP. And so we're still moving forward with this same amendment. However, instead of pulling it out of we're going to pull it, $8 million from the general fund ending fund balance to DDSRF, with special consideration to LDP-based projects. And so basically this change was based upon the conversation that I had with Public Works and the mayor's administration, that I know Public Works, you guys are restructuring how you basically do business. We have several pots of money that's moving for SWAT projects, LDP. We have the ditch reestablishment program. And so this will actually free up Public Works to be able to focus more on what they need to focus on at the time. Now, if this change was made prior to this amendment, then it would actually be okay going straight to the DDSRF, but the change has not been made. So,
Make a long story short, we're withdrawing Alcorn's 5.05, and we're going to discuss it when we get to your 7 something.
Okay, so I'm not going to discuss it now.
Ma'am?
Okay, well, y'all do it too.
No, we're just letting you warm up.
All right, well, y'all do it too, Miss. I'm ready to go.
I kicked it over there.
You're doing a fine job.
Okay, well.
Save it.
Okay, all right, we'll save it then. All right.
Just save it. Don't go anywhere. Okay, so Alcorn's withdrawing 505. Is there objection? Chair is none. Heck. 601.
Thank you, Mayor. 6.01 is for all emergency purchase orders to let us know basically if the company has been formed within a year. I don't want to penalize a new company, but I think it would be beneficial for us to know that, especially since emergency purchase orders don't go through the proper channels for bidding, if this company was just formed and then all of a sudden we're giving them hundreds of thousands of dollars like we've seen with the water line replacement companies, that we should at least know so that we can do our due diligence and look into the company more.
Administration supports it.
Just need a vote.
All in favor? Those opposed? Motion passes. 6.02.
So 6.02 is to add an additional $64,000 to the controller's office for the position of the city auditor. And this item is kind of in conjunction with 6.03 as well, which would increase the budget $800,000 for the auditing division expansion. Both are needed because right now in the controller's office, they kind of do the contractual obligation audits and not really the efficiency audits. And I think everyone knows that I've long said that we need some kind of efficiency audit, whether it's a sunset review or we're voting on those audits or it comes back to council. In some way or form, we need efficiency audits in the city, and that's something that we've lacked. For many years, we just have not done these audits. And I know that we would, by spending this money, we would definitely find that money by doing these audits. So it would basically pay for itself eventually.
Administration opposes. We already have a review going forward, so this would duplicate that, and I would suggest that we stay in touch with the controller's office. If they need additional monies in the middle of the year, that we would address it at that time. But we are doing a department by department audit and review right now. So.
And Mayor, the department by department audit, is that who is that through? Is that through an outside vendor, or is that just through your office? How are we doing that?
No, we have a vendor. Melissa, who do you?
I mean, I know that we've had a vendor. I didn't know that was every single department.
We're in the process.
Yes, that vendor was approved by City Council a few weeks ago. That's the Ernst & Young, the
right,
citywide.
But that's going to be every single department?
It's focused mostly on the corporate functions of the city, so it will be a citywide view for all departments, but it will be focused on certain functions.
And that's Ernst & Young, is it
yes,
not?
Sir. Yes.
We actually voted on that a couple of weeks ago.
Right, but I think that by doing efficiency audits through the controller's office, we can have a deeper dive than that process.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm of the opinion that it's being done with this significant audit that we're talking about. So,
Do those have anything else?
Well, Mayor, in that case, I'm willing to see. What is the timeline for when we're supposed to get those results back? I don't remember.
No, it's going to be a fairly quick turnaround, at least on the phase one, within the next few months.
Okay.
Yes.
Then I am willing to withdraw 6.01 and 6.02.
And I promise you we'll revisit it if the auditor needs additional money.
Okay. Thank you.
Very good. Is there objection?
6.02 and 6.03.
Withdraw.
603.
603.
Councilmember Huffman wants a comment.
6.03.
Yes, Councilmember Huffman would like to comment.
So that was for, you're withdrawing both 6 points.
603.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, and my comment goes to, I had a similar budget amendment, 12.05, that was coming up. But just in light of the recent criminal indictments of multiple City of Houston employees, it should be our highest priority to create some kind of like anti-corruption task force that prioritizes responsible spending of taxpayers' dollars. However, it appears that, I'm withdrawing my budget amendment of 12.05 whenever we get to it, because it's my understanding that the comptroller has sufficient funds to do this already in his budget. So that's why I'm going to withdraw mine.
No one wants an audit more than me, and it's in the process, and we'll report it, and if we need to do additional measures, we will. So 602 and 3 withdrawn.
6.04 is to allocate additional funds for a better transparency tool in the controller's office. I know that in the past we've done a transparency tool through Checkbook, and it doesn't work like it should. It's not user friendly. It's not the best option, and the people deserve to know how their tax dollars are being spent in an easy fashion where they can go online and just click a few buttons and find out where their money is going towards. So my understanding that rather than spending this money, that we can do this in-house and try to beef up the systems that we do have in place. So I will withdraw this amendment in light of that information and look forward to working with the mayor's office on this.
Councilor Alcorn.
Thank you, and I understand you're withdrawing it, but I would like to say that we spent a lot of time and a lot of money on this thing that is still really difficult to navigate. If Jordan Fraser wasn't an excellent Excel pivot table person, there's no way I'd have all the numbers I need to pass this budget. It's hard to navigate, and the whole reason for it is to be easier to navigate so Joe Citizen can find out what's going on and how their money is being spent in the city. Other cities do it better. I sure hope we can make the one we have. I was not willing to put more money towards it because, God, we've already put a lot of money towards it and a lot of time and angst about it, like for a year. So
thank you.
Let's work on it.
Appreciate it. 604 is withdrawn. 605.
6.05 is to require any efficiency studies done by any city department or outside vendor to come back to committee so that we could hear it by city council. The controller's audits, although they're not the efficiency audits, they in years past have done the audits and then it kind of just ended there. It never went to council for us to really review and talk about and make and implement any changes. So as we do move forward with those efficiency audits that you talked about, Mayor, I would like for it to come to council at least through a committee so that we can hear it and talk about it and see what changes we need to make.
I agree. If we can share it with other departments as well.
Yes, absolutely. I don't care what committee it comes to, whichever one that the subject is germane to. Okay. I'm fine with that, well, but I do want to require that it comes to some committee for us to discuss.
In a statement of transparency, it will. All in favor? Those opposed? Motion passes.
So,
PEC 607.
Can we say reviewed by committee?
Yeah, just period? Put that down. That's fine.
Reviewed by committee. And carries.
607?
I believe we're on 606. This is to require any city job position that's not fulfilled within 6 months of the posting date to have to get more approval from the mayor's office before it can be filled. A lot of times at the end of the fiscal year, when there's a budget shortfall, all of a sudden we find all this money, and it usually comes from the vacancies. And so I know that on the matrix it says that there's already a policy in place, but we haven't seen that policy in prior years really amount to any cost savings throughout the year. It would be helpful to know as we're going through the budget every month to see, what vacancies there were that haven't been fulfilled that we can then put towards other things in the middle of the fiscal year rather than at the end.
Well, as you said, there's already that policy and it's being carried out as we talk. So I request your withdrawal of that if it's already in place.
Well, Mayor, I haven't seen that policy has actually been followed, but if you're saying that it will be followed, then I'm happy to withdraw it.
Very good. It will be followed.
Okay. Then I will withdraw 6.06.
607.
6.07 is to have Houston Parks and Recreation Department and Houston Public Works evaluate financial benefits of sharing mowing duties. Right now, each department has different duties as far as mowing the esplanades, library grounds, multi-purpose center grounds, various different responsibilities. And if they were to share some of those duties, we could potentially save some money.
I agree with you, and I'd like to refer it to the Government Operations Committee with an agreement that it'll come back in 120 days with a plan. Or less, up to 120. Okay, refer it to the Government Operations Committee, and it'll be back within 120 days. Any discussion? Those in favor, those opposed, motion passes. 6.08.
6.08 is in conjunction with Councilmember Kamen. This is to allow us to use council district service funds to maintain any ditch or right-of-way along major thoroughfares and areas posing maintenance challenges to the adjacent property owner. Per city ordinance, the adjacent property owner is required to maintain their ditch or right-of-way, but sometimes it's just not feasible. It's along a major thoroughfare, or it's a big ditch that's there that they just cannot maintain it. And so it's my understanding that Public Works is going to work with us on this and approve those council district service funds for that. So in light of that, I will withdraw this amendment.
Okay, that's a commitment.
Kamen's in the queue. Councilmember Kamen.
Councilmember Kamen.
Thank you, Mayor. I, too, wanted to speak to this item. As Councilmember Peck indicated, several years ago, council members, before the city did the transformational policy of moving towards adopting city ditches as the city's responsibility, Councilmember Peck and I had passed an amendment to allow for CDSF rehabs of ditches for whether it's a senior, someone that can't get to it, there may be a block that really just needs some attention, or it may be a public right-of-way, all towards mitigating flooding. Councilmember Peck, I appreciate that you're continuing to push to make sure that we can use all of our funds for in the best interest of our residents, of course, with flooding, at least in District C being, if not one of the top priorities, is the most repetitively flooded district. I, too, wanted to thank the department, Mayor, Public Works, for working with us on this to ensure that we can use those funds. But I did want to spotlight that Councilmember Peck has been continuing to lead the way and champion on this effort, and I appreciate the partnership.
Very good, thank you. Items withdrawn. 609.
6.09 is, this is very similar to Councilmember Carter's amendment about shared services with Harris County Public Library. So since that one already passed, I will withdraw this item.
Okay, motion withdrawn. 610.
6.10, this is similar to Councilmember Ramirez's item about language access. This item is to consolidate language access and translation services. We have many different contracts throughout the city, and many departments use purchase orders as kind of a one-time thing. And it could potentially save the city money to consolidate all of those contracts into one contract so that any city department that might need translation services can tap into that one contract rather than having the multiple contracts.
Very good. Support. Any objection? Chair is none. 611.
611 is to prohibit using tax dollars for event table sponsorships. For example, luncheons and galas. I've noticed several departments will buy a whole table at a very costly rate, and I don't think that we should be using tax dollars on something like that. I can't even use my office budget on purchasing a table at an event, nor would I want to. In fiscal year 2024, this is just Public Works alone, spent $57,000 on table sponsorships. And I know that doesn't sound like a lot of money, but keep in mind that $45,000 of that came from Fund 2311, which is the Dedicated Street and Drainage Renewal Ad Valorem Fund, and $10,000 of that came from Fund 8300, which is the Water and Sewer Operating Fund. So definitely, if they're going to sponsor something, it should not come from either of those two funds. The proposal in this coming fiscal year is going to be for $24,000 out of Fund 8300, which is the Water, Sewer System and Operating Fund. So again, I understand the importance of being at certain events, but using tax dollars, especially out of this fund, when there are many other things that we could pay for instead, I think it's just not a good use of tax dollars.
Very good. Councilman Pollard.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, wouldn't this be a policy amendment? This isn't anything to do with the actual budget. There's no dollars tied to this, tied to the budget.
24,000.
You're correct. And I was just fixing to say, we already have a policy. The administration has a policy. We're trying to limit that and challenge coins and everything else that we spend thousands of dollars on.
So I do think if we do look at that policy, it comes back as a ordinance or a policy within that department rather than discuss it as a budget amendment.
I don't disagree with that. In fact, Councilman, we'll have a policy and follow your language.
That's fine. I mean, if you're willing to put the policy in place, then we stop doing this. I don't care how it's done, whether it's a budget amendment or some other way, as long as we don't continue doing it.
I promise you. It'll go further than you're realizing right now.
I'm sure.
Councilman Kamen.
Thank you. And Councilmember Peck, I appreciate what you're trying to do. And as you and I discussed, and I believe why you added some language in, so I'm saying this just for clarity and for the record, Mayor, is the focus on special events and things of that nature that are likely an improper use. However, for example, when Mayor Pro Tem and I have been to National League of Cities and the department has a table on the floor spotlighting the city, which has led to more not just awards and recognitions, but actual benefits for the city of Houston. I want to make sure, Mayor, that we're not restrictive in the opportunities to allow our departments to participate in important events that allow the city not only to be spotlighted but move the city forward. I don't think that's the intent of Councilmember Peck's amendment, but I did want to make sure that that was, as we discussed policy, brought to the forefront.
Yeah, I guess it's eyes in the beholder what the event would justify an expenditure. I guess some of y'all know better than I do. If you listen to the departments, the request to spend this money comes from council members. So I think we'll have a good, tight policy that doesn't use taxpayers' money frivolously. And if there is a major event, we'll take it up here, talk about it and pop off. You really think we ought to be sponsoring, give me an example, a concert, whatever.
I didn't say that.
No, of course you didn't.
Okay.
That's me talking,
Got it.
responding to it's in the eyes of the beholder. Most of the events that the department heads invest in are at the request, often in the community, at the request of council members. So I was just saying, why don't we have an open discussion as we go forward if there's a question mark about what is something that the city ought to participate in. I just use hypothetically, maybe not a concert. Maybe if the concert's for a great cause, we can discuss it here at the Horseshoe. So thank you for your comments. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, and if the administration and Councilmember Martinez would like to discuss some of these issues in Ethics Commission, I certainly would be supportive of it. Not only this, but there's similar issues that come up that are questionable where I think the city could be saving money. So fully support that.
I totally agree with you. Yeah, amendments withdrawn. I'm going to run to the back a minute and let maybe withdrawn. Jackson, but Councilman Jackson, I've already heard your proposal, so I'll be right back.
I'm going to do it again. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Go ahead and do
So
it
my
again while I
amendment,
go to.
you ready? Is to transfer $8 million from the general fund
change it
to,
on me
I'm not
while I'm
changing it, to the dedicated drainage and street fund to be, the priority is on LDP projects. Okay, and within 120 days, Public Works will come to the Service Delivery Committee to discuss how they intend to enhance drainage programming and improve reporting of work performed in Houston. And thank you, Councilmember Alcorn and Huffman. This is like a joint effort. I know you was going for SWAT projects, and so thank you.
She did. This is 7.01, not 7.02 as on the sheet. Councilmember Pollard.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I stated early on that I was not going to support anything or any amendment that took from the general fund. I am going to make an exception on this one because we promised these groups and these communities this money last year, and if we say we're going to do something, we need to do it. And so this money should have been there, but obviously it's not. I thank some of the advocacy groups for their diligence in getting answers for us and an understanding and a clarity of what happened to these dollars. From my understanding, we have not received any clarification from the departments on why certain things didn't happen, but what we do have a confidence in is the money was not allocated. And these communities deserve the money for much needed projects. So although I said I was not going to vote on anything regarding the general fund dollars, this is necessary because these dollars should have already been there in the first place. So I thank you all for your leadership on this.
Councilmember Huffman.
Thank you. I signed on in support of this amendment. I had a similar amendment coming up, which is 12.01, which I'm going to withdraw in order to move this one forward. I just think it's important to note that, the currently allocated money that we have is insufficient to address the growing needs that our city faces. And that's evidenced by just, moderate rain events in the last couple of months. Costs for projects and completion times have increased compared to just a few years ago. And if we don't act, the gap between our city's needs and the amount of resources available to address them are going to continue to grow. We're just not getting the same amount of projects done with the same amount of money because of inflation and growing costs. So I feel like this is very necessary, and I'm happy to join you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Alcorn.
Thank you to my colleagues, Councilmember Jackson and Councilmember Huffman, for recognizing the need for additional infrastructure investment that we've been underfunding for a long time. In my Your 2 Cents survey, it was the #1 priority. People really care about infrastructure and getting this stuff fixed. There's been a lot of confusion. Thank you to the advocacy group about the funds that we voted on last year. I actually took the time last night to watch the meeting last year. I watched the meeting when this item came up, and there was to be $80 million for SWAT, including $20 million from the county. There was $20 million already in the budget to handle ditch reestablishment, and this $20 million from Councilmember Jackson's previous amendment was to go to the local drainage program. Now, I wrote my amendment, which I withdrew, to go to DDSRF ad valorem because that has been underfunded, and it's a little bit broader look. If I don't want money to be wasted, I don't want to force every dime of it into LDP if there are other uses. So I like the language of this broader amendment for street and drainage improvements with priority consideration given to LDP projects. I have spoken to the Public Works, to Randy Mackay with Public Works. There are projects in LDP. If that is the best use of these funds, I absolutely want them to go to LDP. If there is another use in there, I think the broader language is advantageous for all of Houston.
Councilor Thomas.
Thank you. My comments are more so directed to the department, to that point that Councilmember Alcorn raised. I don't have the benefit of having strong advocacy groups such as NAC, Hold the Line on the west side. And so it's imperative that the the department identifies the LDP projects that are identified on the west side. We have streets and drainage projects that have been on the CIP cycle for years without much attention. And so my support of this, I'm always cautious. We vote on items and then we say, the department says, oh, they're going to come back to us and show us a list of these things, and it gets lost in the ether. And so I really want to press, beyond being on record, I really want to press the department to turn back to council members at large in district so that you can see how these LDP, streets, and all of it is scored, it's slated, and then what's the timeline for this to go to construction with this additional funding. For me, I micro communicate on the west side, from everything from a speed bump to a SWAT project. They know the details, the nitty gritty, and I want to be able to confidently go back and say, this item allows us to do the following. And so I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, Randy, and I'll support the item.
I agree with you, but we all recognize $8 million is not going to go very far. So we can't think mission accomplished with $8 million. We've got to look for additional resources, maybe a huge infrastructure bond at the proper time, but it's
you
all
like them bonds,
it's all being reviewed. No, I like solutions is what I like. And I'm acknowledging that this $8 million is not going to go very far. It will go into the large pool that Public Works works for, but
no, and I get that.
We really need to identify the projects that you'd like used
right,
for this
that's
$8 million.
more so my point. Is
so
that,
Northeast, obviously, what is one of the impetus to do this is the repeat of Northeast residents come down here. But if other communities were as organized, most areas of town, including Montauk, I could go on and on.
I know, but I'm still on my time, Mr. Mayor. So, like,
I don't have you on the time. You can do whatever you want.
Thank you. I appreciate you. No, but I'm just making the point that I know $8 million, that's half a project, right? It's more so about getting in practice with the department of keeping those projects organized and prioritized. So it's more public facing, so we can confidently know what's in the air, what's pushed back, what's the design status. It's more about that.
Well, we have a new Public Works operating officer, and hopefully y'all recognize the transparency and the availability of that department, unlike maybe earlier in our careers. But I support you. Yes. I was concurring. I was just trying to be real that you can get all the reports you want, but also, $8 million is not going to go a long way. So it's a great start, and Public Works is going to listen to us.
Councilmember Kamen.
Councilmember Kamen.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to thank everyone for the collaboration on this, and to all of the organizers who have time and again said they're also advocating for the entire city. And the time that you all take to come down to City Hall to reach out to each of us. 2 individuals have been standing holding a banner in the back. Probably, I don't know how you've been doing it for almost 2 to 3 hours, but that is extremely impressive. But the point being that residents continue to engage. Councilmember Alcorn, whether it's through your survey, which we all share out in love, whether it's through our own districts and our feedback, but the residents are really engaging, and I want to encourage you to continue to engage, continue to ask questions, and continue to elevate the issue, because Houston is nowhere near where it needs to be when it comes to flood mitigation, flood resiliency, and we are, again, I keep saying it, we needed all of this yesterday. So thank you all.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I fully support this, and shout out to NAC. You showed again how to get things done the right way. And you're right, Mayor, it's just a drop in the bucket, but it's a start. And so I fully support this. Projects like this will end up eventually saving the city money. So thank you.
Very good. Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, colleagues, for supporting this item. But most importantly, thank NOC. Thank you guys for your advocacy. The Northeast, I know y'all call y'all NAC, but thank you for everything that you do. We've been in the trenches for quite some time, fighting to get flood mitigation projects and drainage projects in the district, and I think we made a lot of progress between the SWAT and the local drainage, and it's because of your advocacy and your partnership that we've been able to accomplish what we've accomplished. I know that we submitted the budget amendment last year for 20 $20 million. We got the ditch reestablishment program. Thank you for the previous administration for moving that, because the ditch reestablishment program, that's something that we submitted the year before that. So it's like we submit something, we get it the next year. And so, but at the end of the day, we're getting what we deserve, and I know we deserve more, and it will come. So thank you all for, just your work around this. Thank you.
Randy Mackay is the operating officer of Public Works. I want y'all, obviously you've been working with him. He's going to make this happen and make it go as far as possible, but also come back and be very transparent about our unmet needs. So Randy, thank you. Stand up. We enjoy working with you. You got a tough assignment.
Hey, Mayor, and also West Street Recovery. Shout out to, I know you guys all collaborate together, but yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for those that are here today and have been here as long as I can remember each week. Thank you.
There's need a vote on this.
Need a vote on the substitute. All in favor? Those opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations. Councilmember Kamen on 801.
Thank you, Mayor. Council members, before you should have a substitute amendment that incorporates the administration's recommendation and brings the cost down to zero. And working with the legal department on this item, which I appreciate, this will have no fiscal impact. In light of Proposition A, there is an increasing need for an attorney familiar with city, state, and federal law to advise and support council's work. This amendment will create and fund the position of an independent legislative legal counsel to assist and advise city council in their offices on matters of policy and proposed ordinances that we are considering. As this is the first year of implementation, the option will be for either the position to reside in the city attorney's office or for the city attorney to contract out to a specialized firm. I believe the city attorney's office believes that they can house this within the city attorney, but I wanted to afford them that flexibility. Any remainder of funds at the end of the fiscal year shall return to the general fund. Again, this is filling a vacancy, so if there happens to be those funds, those will revert back. This is done at other levels of government. For example, in Congress, you have the Congressional Research Service, which works primarily and directly with members of Congress and their committees and staff on a confidential, nonpartisan basis. On the state level, Mayor, I know you're very familiar with the Texas Legislative Council that provides bill drafting, computing research, publishing, and other support services for the legislature itself. Again, I have worked with the city attorney office. They are confident in how this is laid out, and I would be happy to defer to the city attorney to discuss more if anyone has questions, but this will not conflict with current ordinances. The city attorney's office will continue to maintain the ultimate authority on city legal matters. So it is not to conflict with a legal decision or determination. It is to provide support, especially given Proposition A, so that we can work with an independent legislative attorney to craft, to work on ordinances, get them prepared to present, Mayor, to you, to the body, et cetera. So with that, I lay the substitute before you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Very good. I was certainly hoping that this was already taking place. I thought you had access to legal counsel for advice and counsel, but you're painting the picture very clear, and it will not have a physical impact, but utilize the vacancies. Is that your understanding?
That is correct, sir.
Very good. Councilman Pollard.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Councilmember Kamen for bringing this forward. I'm glad to see the amendment. We had spoke about my concern that initially the White Oak Bayou Greenway dollars were noted as being a possible funding source, which I didn't think a one-time funding source would be appropriate for this. I do believe that it would be great to have independent counsel within the city attorney's office or contracted out. This, though, says utilizing an existing vacancy. So what would that amount be to have adequate legal counsel? I mean, we want to ensure that that vacancy amount is to the level that it requires for legal counsel to advise us on these type of matters. They may not be as good as yourself or City Attorney Michelle, but we need them to be, as competent. And how do we ensure that it's an independent legal counsel of the City Attorney's office if they're with the City Attorneys? And do you have any clarification from City Legal on those questions?
So the attorney will be dedicated to the Prop A issues, and like all city attorneys, their duty is to the city. And then at some point, like the city attorney will continue to review all the ordinances or all the legal issues that come up. But in terms of, I think, the independence you're talking about, it will be they will be autonomous and dedicated to those issues. So
has the legal department identified what the vacancy position would be, the amount of that position that would be utilized for this new legal counsel?
Yes. Yeah, I think we have an identifiable source on that vacancy. So, and it will be more than sufficient.
Thank you.
Yeah, Councilmember, I had confirmed that they did identify the position. I don't want to discuss the details pertaining to the individual the reason why there is now a vacancy that was not as expected. That's personal matters that I don't think are for the horseshoe. But the city attorney has verified and confirmed, one, that they do have the funding for this with that vacancy, and two, that there is the ability to have an autonomous, as the city attorney stated, position within it. Again, not conflicting with, as I lay out in the amendment, current city code ordinances and law that give the city attorney obviously the ultimate authority at the end of the day to rule as to whether something is legal or not legal for the city.
Very good. The motion is before us a vote on amendment to the amendment.
Councilmember Davis.
Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm confused on this particular item based upon this amendment. I mean, it's spoken of that she indicated that she's given exclusive authority to the city council, to the city attorney's office based on the policy. So if this attorney is appointed by us to represent city council, if they conflict with something that the city attorney's office does, then where does it go from there? I mean, are we in a discussion between what the city attorney's office agreed to based upon this council that's representing whatever issue that council is putting forward? If we're abiding by the ordinance and the policies of the city, then there's a conflict based upon, what we decide upon and who makes that decision if there's a difference between the two representatives.
Well, I would anticipate that city attorney that's been designated would have an attorney-client privilege with the council member that he or she is assisting. So, yes, the model that I've anticipated is one to prepare that council member with legal advice and counsel. The details will be worked out, but I would think you don't share that with the other councilman, particularly if it's a work product of that council member. So, Councilman Kamen, the vision that I had was it just helps you to be prepared, get a legal opinion, have an advocate for your position to be done by an attorney that happens to be in the city attorney's office, but I don't anticipate them having a conflict in position with the city attorney. This is going to be a council member's advice and counsel.
Correct. And Mayor, pursuant to City Code of Ordinances, Section 2-258, which I reference, among others, Councilmember Davis, to your question, the city attorney at the end of the day continues and remains to be the sole authority as it pertains to legal decisions and matters. So let's say we're working on an ordinance, they're there to support us. They're there to provide drafting support, but at the end of the day, that is reviewed by the city attorney in the city attorney's office. And you are correct, absolutely, Mayor, in what you are envisioning this being. There's not a conflict there.
We can always modify it if necessary. The vote is on the substitute. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes.
802.
802, Councilman Kamen.
Mayor, per Councilmember Peck, this item was withdrawn. It pertained to the ability for us to continue to use CDSF for ditch maintenance and rights of way, including private property, until such time as the city itself is able to take over the citywide maintenance of those ditches.
Very good. Amendments withdrawn. Councilor Flickinger, 1001.
Yes, I wanted to provide an opportunity for all elected officials to be able to opt out of the pension system. I was a little surprised to learn that this would violate state law, and obviously I don't want to do that, so I'll be withdrawing it.
Amendments withdrawn.
You can donate
Flickinger, 1002.
Currently, the policy for employees is if they do not use their sick days that they earn at the end of the year, that they are giving bonus days for each day they didn't use. Apparently, this goes back from a long time ago when they wanted to incentivize attendance. I think that the attitude of coming to work sick has changed over the decades, and we no longer want to incentivize people coming to work sick. Additionally, these days are all accrued, and this goes back to Sally's point earlier that we are making these large payouts, and not only are we making these large payouts, but we're doing it without accruing the expense when the expense has actually been incurred, and instead just having that expense hit whenever the employee goes to leave. I'd like to see about changing that policy to where we no longer incentivize people to come to work sick, and we eliminate the bonus days. I'd still like to see the employees be able to roll the days over to the next year. If we want to take a look at that, then that's fine. I was just merely looking to get rid of incentivizing coming to work sick. I guess your administration would like to refer that to the Labor Committee, and I'm fine with that as well.
Very good, Councilmember Kamen. And it will be referred to the Labor Committee, so.
I was just going to say, Mayor, more than happy to have this referred to the Labor Committee. I would want to make sure that in conjunction with Councilmember Alcorn's amendments, we're not duplicating efforts, and that we're making sure that we're looking at everything at once, not at different times. So we'll look to BFA to coordinate with that.
Very good. Motion's withdrawn. Amendments withdrawn.
Vote to refer.
Okay, vote referred to the Labor Committee. Motion made and seconded. All in favor, say aye. Those opposed, passes.
Thanks.
Flickinger, 1003.
Yes, we currently have a requirement where funds are automatically spent on art when we have a capital project. In fact, I was quite shocked. One of the first things that we voted on after getting here January was a combined fire and police station that one of the TERS, I think, was paying for. And there was actually going to be $400,000 spent on art at that facility. I simply think that we need to be voting on these art projects on their own merit rather than having the spending be on autopilot. I think certainly there's a lot of good times to spend money on art. I think the discussion about the airports was a good one, yet the airport has $20 million worth of art. At some point in time, I think you got to ask the question, what is enough? If 20 million isn't enough, is 22, 25? And I really think that we need to spend this money based upon the project where we can see exactly what it is we're getting for our money and whether or not it's worthwhile. I think we've got some projects that when we look back on it, we say, no, that really wasn't a good expense. I know we've got the big bird down at the George R. Brown that was supposed to flap its wings, and it's never worked since the day it was put in. And although this is a little different, out in Kingwood, on the overpasses, they have these kind of parabolic shapes protruding from the overpasses. I had to point out to my wife that that was actually supposed to be a pine tree, and that was art, and her tax dollars paid for that. You go down to Galveston, and in the median, the culvert kind of goes up and down. That's actually art. That's waves. So I just think that we need to be spending the money on something that we know what it is. We make a decision on it, and it passes on its own merits. So you'd like to have this referred to the Arts and Culture Committee, and I'm fine with that as well.
Vice Mayor Pro Tem Peck.
Councilmember Peck.
Thank you, Mayor. So regardless of what happens to the full ordinance, I do think that we need to, at the very least, exempt police and fire, any public safety entity from this ordinance. And you and I have discussed this a couple of weeks ago about making an ordinance change. We have the item on the agenda today for the contract with the Arts Alliance that I have the amendment to remove police and fire from the funding. We have so many other needs in public safety that money could go towards instead. So I do think that we should look closely at this ordinance and see, at the very least, to exempt public safety entities from the ordinance. And again, I don't want to derail public art in any way, but there are other needs in public safety that this money could go towards instead.
Thank you. Councilmember Kamen.
Thank you, Mayor. And I won't belabor the point because it is being referred back. We're not going to be voting on anything today, but I do want to caution us as a body. It's slowly picking away at what was a very hard-fought creation of our arts ordinance that took time, that mobilized Houstonians. I recognize, Councilmember Peck, as it pertains to the items that you're talking about, there are absolutely public safety needs. So I'm not detracting from that, but I think there's an and to that public art, certain types of lighting, beauty, do create public safety spaces as well. And that's been thrown through study after study after study. So I think, again, I welcome the dialogue and the conversation. I'm not necessarily opposed to anything that you're saying. And you know, Councilmember Flickinger, I have tremendous respect for you and you, Councilmember Peck. But I want to caution us as a body that we may be slowly chipping away at something and end up in a place where we never intended to be. So I, again, support the referral. I just, as we're going to be speaking about this a lot more, want to lay out my concerns.
Councilmember Evans Shabazz.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Flickinger. I do agree with your recommendation to refer it to the Arts and Culture Committee, and I support that. I do not support Councilmember Peck's amendment because that impacts even the police memorial and the upkeep of those particular properties. So just as a matter of record, I do not support her amendment, but I do support yours. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Castillo.
Thank you, Mayor. I do think it's wise to look back on our ordinances and see how they've worked and how they are continuing to work over time. This one has been around since 1999. It was amended in 2006. So this is probably a good time to take a look at how it's performing. And when you look at all the art that we have at our airports, we have a lot of public art at our airports. And when we think about public art, it's meant to be enjoyed by the city as a whole, not just those that are traveling or visiting, but in our neighborhoods, in our multi-service centers, in our parks, all throughout the city. And so I do think there's things we should examine. I agree with Councilmember Evans Shabazz on Councilmember Peck's amendments. While it may look like we can save some money, the monies that come from those projects also go to our conservation, our maintenance of the public art we already have. And so the police memorial is a perfect example. It's outdoors. It's impacted by the shifting soil along the bayou, the marble cracks. We have to repair it. It's had to be repaired 3 times already separately at a cost of $44,000. And so if we're not pulling from this money, where is that money going to come from? And we obviously don't want our monuments and our memorials to be in disrepair. So I can't support those amendments. When we look at how much we're spending year to year, any amount of money that's taxpayer money is significant, but compared to others, it's not as much. And so there are going to be some savings, but in the long term, I think that there are consequences to this that we may not anticipate right away.
Please keep in mind, I'm not looking to defund art. All I'm looking to do is for us to vote on the individual projects on their own merit. And if the projects are good, then we say yes. If the projects are bad, we have an opportunity to say no.
A lot of sense, and when we do ask the public for additional revenue, which we will, this will be something that will be asked about. And I think the police memorial could be separated from other general purposes. I just think and I'm familiar with the Arts Alliance, have friends on it. So if you've got to use the police memorial as an example to justify the expenditures in fire and police stations, I think that's a stretch. But I think, like we've discussed many items today, we ought to have a working group. We ought to let it go to a committee, come back with a sound recommendation, because the amounts of monies that are being invested in arts will have to be justified when we're asking folks for more money for drainage or other relevant issues. So I think it's a good, healthy discussion that needs to be revisited, and I don't think, quite frankly, I don't think it's fair to single out a particular one project when someone's talking for a general review. But first of all, the police memorial, I've been around since it was created. It's not a huge budget item. In fact, Lord knows I'd like to relocate it to where the public sees it, appreciates it, and pauses. The location, and maybe some of the arts money could be used for that. There's not parking there for events from police memorial service. The general public does not review it. I'd love to see it in a very dense location near George Brown, somewhere where it would have a real meaningful symbol of paying the ultimate sacrifice. I have friends on the memorial, so certainly we want to maintain it, but I'm not sure it's the same discussion that you have with more art that probably Councilmember Flickinger is speaking to.
That point, Mayor, was to the amendments that Councilmember.
Well, I don't think I don't want to speak for Councilman Peck, but I don't think she's talking about the police memorial as she is putting items in functioning stations. Now, that could be a healthy debate too, and I think we probably need to let a committee review it, talk to the first responders. What would they like in their stations? I bet no one's really ever asked them. With that said, I'll refer a motion refer this to the Arts and Cultures Committee. And I don't want to shut down Councilmember Osborne.
Just one more thing. Big supporter of the arts here. I know you're not trying to defund the arts, but we have amazing civic art in this city. We're known for it. It creates a sense of place. It creates a tie-in with the communities. It's not a frivolous thing to have. It's essential to our city. Public art is essential. I'm happy to have the discussion. I certainly don't want to be the judge of what wins and what loses. We have selection committees that decide that know a whole lot more about art than I do. Notwithstanding the bird that doesn't move in front of the GRB, we have some magnificent. And perhaps the places where people think we don't need art are the very places we need it the most. Mm-hmm. So I look forward to the discussion, but really want to talk about and show my strong support for our current program and hope it continues.
Well, I don't think you're the only one. In fact, I assume it's unanimous that we support the public arts. And I would say if you really love the arts and support it, you got to be careful that you don't give the opposition talking points. Councilman Kamen talked about the chipping away. Well, it gets chipped away when people don't appreciate how you're using the money. And that comes from a public dialogue and transparency, and get behind the arts and make sure it's properly used. But we're all in support of it. Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. Just want to also show my support for art. And when we start talking about where it should be, I can think of one fire station, Station 20, has Macario Garcia's mural there. And it's a symbol of the community as well. And so as we start talking about this specific, and I'm in agreement with having these conversations, Councilmember Flickinger, I just also want to make sure that we take into account that it's not just a public safety, but it's also an economic development opportunity as well. So when we have this fruitful conversation in the near future, I think we should just make sure that we think of locations where we normally don't have art. The East End has transformed itself because of the arts. I would love to see the Hobby Airport do the same thing. So again, I'm in support of having this dialogue as well. I just want to make sure that we also take a real kind of high level conversation about where we are with it, as we want to make sure that the city's safe, bringing in folks to the community. Folks travel within the East End just to take pictures with murals. So, but again, I appreciate you looking at this as well.
And to your point, I drove by that mural the other day. I think it looks great.
Yeah.
And again, that would stand on its own merits, and that would have been voted yes. All I'm saying is take it off the autopilot.
I think we ought to have some discussion at some point when we don't have anything else to do about who's going to maintain the murals. They're nice, but what's the responsibility for 5 or 10 years from now? The painter, artist may or may not be around, and if you cover our city with murals, I think we need to have some deposit or some responsibility for how you're going to maintain them, because they won't always be as beautiful as they are when they're presented to us. I don't know if anyone's thought about that but me, but it could be pretty rough around here if you have murals that have not been protected and maintained. Another discussion.
So just need a vote.
Need a vote to send it to the Chair of Arts and Culture to have a working group and report it back to the Quality of Life Committee within 6 months. All in favor? All in favor, say aye. Those opposed? Thank you. Done. Councilor Huffman, 1201.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to withdraw 12.01 because of the passage of Budget Amendment 7.01.
1201's withdrawn. 1202, Huffman.
So 1202, this amendment.
Just a second, Councilman Pollard.
I was withdrawn. I was going to make some arguments on that, but a lot of these are withdrawn.
Yeah. 1202.
1202. This amendment proposes using approximately $871,000 from previously unassigned funds to increase cadet pay, ensuring that our city remains competitive, improves our ability to hire and retain police recruits. The police department's been using federal ARPA funds to provide cadets with hiring incentives, but as Acting Chief Satterwhite said during his budget presentation, that money expires at the end of this month. These funds are going to be depleted, and it's crucial to maintain these incentives to successfully fill the 5 or now 6, based on Councilmember Ramirez's budget amendment to add a 6th cadet class. So I have 2 more budget amendments, 12.03 and 12.04, coming in after this, also related to HPD. I'm okay with referring those to the Public Safety Committee to discuss, but because this is time sensitive, I would like to take 12.02 up.
Okay. Councilman Pollard.
So you, Councilmember Huffman, you're proposing to take $871,517 from the general fund, and there's no other funding allocation you've seen recently within the $1 billion police budget that could go towards this already?
Well, I think that's one of the problems with the budget, because it's not as detailed. I think every department has places where they can cut and they can move things around. We saw that the number one thing for the police budget goes to, personnel and classified employees. So I don't know if there is necessarily room in that budget, although I think there is wasteful spending in every single department. I'm open to other fund sources for this, but if we want to, fill that sixth class, I think it's important to keep this.
I'm just a big proponent of looking within the existing budget, especially when it's $1 billion, to see if we can shift money that's already there, then create more debt. Because when we take from the fund balance, that's just less money that we have for overall services, and we're already in debt going forward in the next fiscal year.
Very good. Melissa, can I get you to address this? If this is transferred to the unassigned fund balance for HPD cadet retention, what does that do to the balance of those funds?
What does it do, sorry?
On 1202?
Yes.
Impact.
Yes, so Councilmember is correct that the cadet incentive pay was previously funded with ARPA, and that's expiring with the depletion of the ARPA funds. Right, it's something that we would have to look to the unassigned fund balance to fund out of the general fund.
Okay.
So currently the way the proposed budget was, we have about $98 million in excess of the 7.5% requirement. So it would reduce that amount available. And then we have, of course, other amendments that have passed today, like the $8 million for the LDP. So we're tracking all those.
Well, would that jeopardize the reserve?
It will bring our reserves down from where it currently is, getting us closer to that 7.5% minimum.
You want to refer this to the Public Safety Committee to see additional impact?
I'll refer it to the Public Safety Committee, but I really want to work hard with HPD to find a way to continue this cadet incentive pay. I think that's the only way we're going to get, we're going to fill our classes.
I think we're all committed to that incentive pay, but I think we need to still have the discretion to find it in their operating budget, or let the administration and council find a place for it. The incentive pay has been really important.
And so just one question
and it's a shame that, again, things were funded with one-time federal funding, but welcome to the real world.
And so this question for the director, if this is referred to the committee and this ARPA funding ends, does it end at the end of this month?
So we have sufficient cadet incentive pay to last through the cadet classes that through December of FY25. So we have about 6 more months of cadet incentive pay available through ARPA.
Okay, thank you. And that helps me because I was under the impression that it ended at the end of this month. Okay, thank you. I'd be happy to refer this to the Public Safety Committee.
Motion is made to refer to Public Safety Committee. Motion made and second. All in favor? Those opposed? You want to speak?
Well, I was just going to say one thing. I'm certainly in favor of it. I would have been in favor of funding it. I think these incentives are super important. But to Councilmember Pollard's point, I did ask a series of questions in different line items within the police budget where there is an amount given in the FY20. Let me see, get this right. So there's an amount that was budgeted last year, FY24. Then there's the FY24 estimate, where they're going to end up. Then there's the FY25, what they're proposing. So what I saw in I've got 4 listed here in my questions. Okay, why the increase, whether it be 100,000 or a couple 100,000 or whatever, from FY24 estimate, which is where they're going to end up, to back, they're basically going back to the number of FY24 budget. And that was their answer to me. In each of the cases, their answer was, it's basically, that's their run rate. What you're seeing in the estimate is their run rate. But we're budgeting according to what we budgeted in 24. So that doesn't help me. That doesn't help me. That you consistently budget what you budgeted the year before, but you're consistently spending less. So I think, to Councilmember Pollard's point, you can probably scrub some of this to say, no, don't just budget exactly what you budgeted last year. If you've consistently, in this line item, and there were a couple, it was building maintenance services, other rental, paper and printing, which I've already attacked, miscellaneous support services. There's room in there because, and it's a pattern, and it's not just the police department that does that.
That's what I was going to say. You can
many
do that.
Many departments do that, but other departments, when I asked about it, gave specific reasons why they were increasing. So if there's specific reasons that are good that they're increasing, but to just say, oh, that's where we ended up, we're not budgeting more than the year before.
I think the Public Safety Committee will help us get to the bottom of that. Councilor Ramirez.
I agree with all that's been said. I would also note that the police department has access to a number of different funds, and there's not a whole lot of detail given to us as to what the parameters are on those funds for when they can be used and when they cannot. I would also note, I think there's probably a fair amount of waste within the $1 billion police budget, and I would strongly support doing more audits within the police department to see where that waste is, to see where we could recover some of those funds and spend it more appropriately.
Obviously, I think you're correct, and that's one of the reasons we're doing an audit review of the departments, and fire and police both will be under that review. Do the best we can. Councilor Pollard.
Thank you, Mayor. That's kind of been my point this whole exercise, is that we have a spending problem. The departments are putting forth their budget, but they're not even spending their whole budget from the year before. But then the next year we give them the whole budget again. So we have to look at what did you actually spend, what did you spend it on, why did you spend it, where you can find those cuts, or at least say, okay, you didn't spend this amount of money last year, so we're not going to give it to you this year, because that's how we start to close that gap. But if we just continue to give each department what they want, just because they want it, without any justifications, then there's some, I think we're losing out on being able to put those dollars somewhere else or to close down on the budget deficit. I see our director came up to the microphone.
I'd be very open to zero-based budgeting if that's what you're suggesting. Might require.
I think we could do the zero-based budgeting here.
Might require more full-time counsel.
Well, I think we could do that right now as a council, looking at when we look at the budget and say, I'm not going to give more money. I'm going to give you what you spent or less, because you have not shown to spend all the money that we gave you before. So that's the whole exercise of what we're doing here. That's why I'm going to probably vote no on the budget, because we're spending more than they're actually spending themselves, which creates a larger deficit going forward.
Thank you.
So I think to address some of the, budgeting more than we used in the previous year, we seek to budget conservatively on an expenditure side and a revenue side, right? We see that when we budget on a conservative projection on sales tax revenues come in. We think that gives us a little bit more a conservative approach from looking at it. That being said, I think that we are committed, and what we've been saying for the last couple months is looking at some of those, especially where you see a lot of the expenditure savings is in vacancies. Yes, there's still a lot of vacancies budgeted in this proposed budget, but throughout the year we want to look at particularly those age vacancies. And I think it was to Councilmember Peck's amendment of the hiring controls, really looking at which of those age vacancies do we actually need to provide the services that we need to provide to the constituents. So I think those are very good points and something we seek to work through in the coming months.
But to ask you a question, since you made the point, if we were to, let's say a department spent less money than budgeted, and now we're going to give them the same amount, couldn't we give them less now? And if they reach a point where they need more money, then we pull from the fund balance? We don't have to do it on the front end. At least it shows that we're having savings on the front end if we don't give them the same amount year after year just because they put it there for flexibility.
I think that is definitely what we want to move towards for FY26, especially as we go through those age vacancies.
But why wouldn't we do it now for FY25 if we know that is a good practice?
I think part of it is we want to do that. I mentioned the Ernst & Young, the citywide enterprise scan, to look for those efficiencies and where we can best target those reductions to impact the services the least or improve services in some areas.
And I would suggest, Councilman Pollard, and you can help, which department's overfunded? When I meet with directors, whether it's Parks, BARC, certainly Public Works, Fire, Police, most of them, if they have monies that they haven't spent that was budgeted, they're going to put it in some unmet needs, whether it be staffing, vehicles. You know, Parks will tell you, we're doing the best we can, but we got to shuttle people to the work sites. Now, he may not have already spent all that he had budgeted, but he's waiting for the opportunity to play catch-up. And I think you could go across city government with a lot of unmet needs in the departments, staffing and facilities. You ought to talk to General Services about the condition of most of our buildings. Dangerous.
Yeah, I just say we give them the money on the back end if they need it, because on the front end it hasn't been shown.
Well, I just don't want to. I don't think it's accurate to act like we're overfunding city government. Can we make cuts? Can we economize, cut out duplication? We've talked about it all day long. But I'm meeting with directors that are good, conscientious folks that are telling you they can't deliver the services that we expect. So anyway, we're getting there.
Councilman Davis.
Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Did I understand you make the suggestion about a zero balance budget?
It sounded like Councilman Pollard was suggesting that you start completely over each year, and I've experienced that at the state level. Georgia kind of led the way. Jimmy Carter actually got credit for zero-based budgeting. You just start over, and it's a great concept. I've seen it work, but it requires an awful lot of participation. And I've got some folks that haven't been going to finance committee meetings, so I can only imagine how going to a zero-based budget would work.
Well, you know, we passed an amendment today with a 5% reduction in expenditures on paper and.
Yeah, we tried that.
Huh?
We tried across the board 5%. The problem with that is the efficient agencies are punished. Those with wasteful spending get away with it. They just say, okay, we'll give you 5%. So I think you have to look at department by department. We tried the across the board. I've seen it done in previous years at 10%, pretty harsh. But quite frankly, it's something that we ought to consider going forward to save money.
I agree.
Okay, well, great. Stay tuned.
1203.
Beg pardon?
We're with Huffman, 1203.
Yeah, Huffman, 1203.
1203, this amendment proposes allocating $2.2 million from the unassigned fund balance to expand the police department's employment program for retired officers. Hiring these former officers offers valuable experience at a cost-effective rate. They can provide investigative and administrative support, enabling more patrol officers to concentrate on essential police work. These retired officers, they work part-time, earning approximately $30 per hour without receiving benefits. The additional funding for this would allow HPD to increase the program from about 42 officers to approximately 100 officers. I'm not asking the council to vote on this $2.2 million today, but to refer this to the Public Safety Committee so that way, we could figure out a way to fund this program.
Councilman Flickinger.
I recall the conversation with Chief Satterwhite on this. Weren't these retired officers brought back at a significantly reduced rate? Do you remember what that was? Or
I'm not sure but this would equate to about $30 per hour.
Yeah, which was significantly less of the all-in because they weren't receiving the benefits.
Right.
Yeah, so it was definitely cost-effective.
Very good. Councilman refers it to the Public Safety Committee. All in favor? Those opposed? Motion carries. 1204.
1204, this amendment would utilize $185,000 from the fund balance to create 10 lieutenant positions within HPD. In Acting Chief Satterwhite's presentation, he noted the need for additional supervisory capacity within the department. It's not actually creating the $185,000 is just the pay difference between sergeant and lieutenant. However, I'm also asking that this one be referred to public safety to see how we can get this accomplished.
Issues referred to public safety. Is there opposition? Is in public safety committee. 1205.
1205 is withdrawn.
1205 is withdrawn. 1206.
1206, this has to do with, the city of Houston, we don't have an established mosquito control initiative, and what we have seen with this very wet summer, we're going to see an increase in mosquitoes. Now, the county has a program, but the city doesn't, and I think the importance of this issue can't be emphasized enough. Just a few weeks ago, a sample was conducted by the Harris County Public Health that found a positive sample of West Nile in District G, and so this was to purchase some mosquito foggers. However, I've been assured by the administration that we are going to work diligently with the county, who does have this program, to see how we can utilize it in the city as well.
Very good. Withdrawn. 1207.
1207, this amendment aims to cap non-training related travel expenses at the amount spent in FY24, resulting in an estimated savings of approximately $179,000. This measure will help maintain fiscal responsibility while supporting necessary travel for training purposes.
Very good. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
Sorry, hold on.
Amendment.
Hold on. Kamen and Thomas. Sorry, Kamen and Thomas on that one.
Thomas. Councilmember Thomas.
Thank you much, Councilmember Huffman. So can you clarify 1207 in terms of, flights have increased, cost of hotels, per diem, all of that mileage changes every year. So then how is this, so let's say there's an opportunity for a department for training, or to Councilmember Kamen's point, in terms of promoting the city public awareness, what's the cure for them to be able to do that? Are they completely excluded from positioning the city at a national level or a regional level?
This amendment aims to cap the non-training travel-related expenses, so it wouldn't affect the training travel-related expenses. I agree that it is still important for the flights to promote the city and things like that, but this was the amount spent in FY24, and I think if we just keep it at that, we could see some savings in the budget.
So it doesn't exclude the training. It excludes training, rather. It excludes training.
Correct.
Right.
Got it. Okay.
Councilor Kamen.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just wondering about the definition of all departments. For example, Mayor, your office leads trade delegations. Some of those costs may differ depending on what countries you have gone to. I know you've, I think, been to one so far, but there are different costs affiliated with different types of trips. For example, one council member may choose to lead a delegation somewhere one year and not be tasked with that the following year. So when we're talking about departments, there is a variation. I understand the intent of this and fully support it. But I do want to, I would like some clarity as to what all departments mean, because again, year to year, that can be a change, that can be a difference. I know we're comparing it to last year, but for example, travel was extremely limited years prior because of the pandemic, right, which you're not comparing it to. I'm just using that as an example. So could you please elaborate on the departments that this applies to and how we're accounting for the different expenses that may be incurred depending on the different types of trips that are taken in the best interest of the city?
Well, and I know that Councilmember Alcorn was looking at this as well. And so if you want to take this question.
Sure. I mean, we were looking any way to save money throughout the budget, and I actually told Councilmember Huffman, I'm glad you did non-travel related training. That was something we were really looking at, and happy to support it. I think holding it to last year's expenses is fair, and if we need to adjust for inflation or whatever in the future, I think that's fine. But this is $179,000 we can save. It's not nothing.
It's absolutely not nothing. I think, for example, maybe a more precise question, does this impact the Mayor's Office of Trade and International Affairs, for example?
I think since he supported it, sorry to jump out of turn.
Yeah, I support her amendment. Don't worry about my office.
Well, I'm worried about
I'll look out for my office.
I'm worried about the implications of and benefits of trade delegations and business and
I'll
other.
I'll look out for them too. They're so-called trade. I'm researching them, and we're trying to quantify how much trade is a result of that, and the jury's out as we talk. So we'll let you know if we need more money, but I support, as Councilman Alcorn just said, this is real money, and if it's not for training, we need to be very cautious. All in favor of the amendment? Those opposed? Motion. There's a no.
Thomas voting no.
Show Thomas voting no. Pollard's no. Jackson, Pollard.
And
Thomas, no. Next, 1302. Oh, man. 1302, Councilman Castillo.
Thank you, Mayor. 1301 should be up first.
1301.
And this is a amendment to allocate $350,000 from the general fund to BARC to restore funds so that they will be able to maintain a professional kennel cleaning services contract. This was something they had through ARPA funding, which is set to go away. I appreciate the administration's support on this item. It's so crucial to their operations to be able to have professionals to come in, clean the kennels to code and standard, not shift that task onto existing BARC staff, which takes away their time with the animals themselves. They do training, they do other things to help make them more adoptable. The animals that don't have that, they have behavioral issues, they have issues when they do get adopted, they get brought back. So it cascades into impacting operations, and this is going to be a big help to BARC.
Very good. Councilmember Pollard.
Yeah, I was going to ask Councilmember Castillo, when we have a budget of this magnitude, if there was any research into other areas that you could pull the funding from. It's $350,000 instead of going from the general fund, but looking at any savings from other departments that did not spend as much as they did in the previous fiscal year to pull those savings from there to go towards BARC.
We didn't look into other departments. We looked at BARC itself, and this came from ARPA funds that went. And this was a portion of it. They actually lost over $900,000 in ARPA funds. So
you all didn't see any other place in the budget that you could pull $350,000 from?
Not from BARC itself.
No, from any department.
No.
Davis.
Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. To Councilmember Castillo, this was ARCO funds provided for this process, and I certainly support BARC. But my question is, as you consider the number of $350,000, was there a bidding? Is there a bidding process in terms of who is going to be hired? I mean, is that the drop dead number of $350,000?
That was the cost for the contract last year, and it is a professional service, so I know there are limited options in terms of who can perform the kennel cleaning.
So with that, I mean, I'm sure whoever was chosen, was that chosen in a bidding process? The one that was chosen last year, was it?
So that I would have to get back to you on in terms of why the person that was picked was picked.
Right. Okay, good. Thank you.
Councilmember Flickinger.
Councilman Flickinger.
What was the process before the COVID funds that were used?
So with this, if the professional folks are not there, then staff clean the kennels.
So the staff did it previous to that?
At some point, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The vote's on 1301. All in favor? Those opposed? Pollard, not everyone. No. It passes with Pollard voting no.
$13.02 was the same as Councilmember Alcorn's 5.04 and was referred to service delivery / budget and fiscal affairs.
Amendments withdrawn.
13.03. This amendment was intended to help prevent unintended costs from changes to council district service projects that were related to what the original project cost and then changes to it that resulted in costs beyond a certain percentage threshold. I understand this is not a budget amendment, so I will withdraw it. I would appreciate a continued conversation with you, though, Mayor, on the idea.
Amendments withdrawn. 1303.
13.04 is a budget amendment proposal that would exempt City of Houston vehicles, marked vehicles, from having to pay city parking meters while they're conducting city business. Right now, the parking fees are paid by employees and then they are brought back and reimbursed. The cost and the process to reimburse a city employee for a parking fee is around $30. The parking fees themselves are $2.25 an hour or so. So we're duplicating processes, we're costing ourselves money, and we're taking time from employees that could be doing other city business. So my proposal would be to, if you're in a city vehicle, you're conducting city business, and you're at a city meter, you do not have to pay the parking fee.
Very good, but I assume you've been advised it's not a budget item.
Yes, and
we'll withdraw it and keep it alive for further discussion.
I will do that and look forward to the Government Operations Committee reviewing it within 120 days.
Very good. Councilman Kamen?
Yes, Mayor, I see also, first off, Councilmember Castillo, thank you. When you had informed me of this, I think this is a terrific item to put forward as we continue to look for cost savings. Mayor, I know it's being referred to government operations, but I also have a note from your office that you will implement a change to the executive order so that this is implemented. So I wanted to confirm that Councilmember Castillo's budget amendment will be implemented into city policy.
Yes, we'll bring it back to council, no doubt. Amendments withdrawn. 1304.
Next page. Oh, sorry. That's it. We're at the top of the next page. 1401.
1401.
Thank you, Mayor. What my first recommendation would be if we can start backwards next year. So we can start off with K and J. So 14.01 establishes and assesses a one-time fee on new residential development that requires waste services to be provided by solid waste management. The one-time fee shall be calculated by multiplying the number of new single-family dwellings in the development by costs incurred to the city to deliver the refuse cart, the new refuse cart, and it's about $26.20. Revenue generated from here would be a one-time service fee, and I understand that at the moment you're not looking at any fees, Mayor, but I just want to bring to your attention, January, one of the first items that we some of the first items that we voted on was to purchase new refuse carts. We spent about $2.5 million, roughly about 38,000 refuse carts. 17,000 of those were for new residents. So that is new pickups. It's a new cart altogether. And so I want to make sure that as we start having these conversations with inefficiencies, course correcting that we've been needing to implement for past 10, 15, 20 years, that we start having the conversation about fees. I know it's not probably the most popular thing to talk about, but at the same time, it's something that, as we just seen today, we're having conversations about, contracts. We're talking about, making sure that we're being more efficient with service delivery. We need to make sure that we're transparent and honest with the community as well, that the services that they're expecting, we have not been able to fund those properly. And so I know you want to refer this to the Budget and Fiscal Affairs and Service Delivery Committee. I'm in favor of that as well. I'm ready to have these conversations.
Thank you. Councilman Pollard.
Thank you, Mayor. I think these are some creative ideas as I'm looking over the matrix, but I don't think any of these are budget amendments. I think these are more policy-driven or, ordinance-related. So just want to make that kind of known when I'm looking through here, that we're either increasing funding, assessing fees, establishing programs. All these are ordinance or policy changes.
Yeah, council members going to a committee.
And it's noted, but also I
going
think
to
it's
committee and we'll put it on life support. Okay.
Well, I think it's fair to say that everything that we do is an ordinance and a policy, so
yeah,
it's okay to have these conversations right now.
Any opposition to referring it to Budget and Fiscal Affairs? Chair is none. 1402.
1402, another policy change. Increase funding for solid waste department by establishing a monthly solid waste user fee for residents with solid waste trash service. The user fee shall be based on a pay-as-you-throw model. Revenue shall be established as an enterprise fund for solid waste. Understanding that that we need to start having these conversations. We need to start right-sizing all of our departments. Specifically for me, the one that we had a lot of conversations, and I've had this conversation for 10 years as a staffer. So it's nothing new. I think folks that have been here around the horseshoe for 4 years, some like my colleague, Councilmember Alcorn, who's been around for even more. These are conversations that we cannot continue to just keep pushing down the road. Also referred to Budget and Fiscal Affairs and Service Delivery Committee, and so I respect that as well, Mayor, and I want to make sure that we start having those conversations as well.
Very good. Thank you for your leadership. Councilmember Kamen.
Mayor, really quickly, I did want to thank Councilmember Martinez continuing the tradition of your district really leading the way when it comes to solid waste. I know that Mayor Solid Waste has had their hands full with the derecho, with the center point outages, and the downed trees, but I did not, Mayor. Hi. Mayor, I did not receive from the solid waste department the budget questions that we had submitted, so I would hope that we can get those back
I bet
at some
they're out
point.
picking up debris. What do you on bet?
That's exactly what I said while you were talking.
I'll make sure that they give you additional time.
I understand, and that's why what I said when you were talking to the Mayor Pro Tem was I'm sure they're addressing that, but I would like
That's what I was just telling
those responses back. But to that end, Councilmember Martinez, you continue to lead the way on this. I hope we can also continue to get updates on multifamily recycling. I want to make sure that's added into the conversation as we continue to push. Thank you.
Councilmember Plummer.
You're getting delirious.
And I'm listening.
Yeah, no, Mayor, you could do, I know you're listening. You could talk, I'm sure you weren't talking to her about the beach weather or anything. I mean, I'm sure it was something important. Thank you for bringing this up. Do you mind if we could add to your, I know you're the author of this, if we could add just evaluating recycling and how we do recycling, and maybe if we could look at incentives if people do recycle, et cetera, whatever those look like, Just if you don't mind adding that to the discussion, I'd appreciate it.
Definitely not opposed to it.
Okay.
I want to make sure that we put everything on the table, and we should be having these conversations July 1st.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. No, it's okay. I'm okay with not amending it. I'm just saying that in the conversation, if we could just bring up recycling as well, that'd be great.
I don't want to talk to you.
Mayor, you better be careful. You'll be putting time out.
I want to report somebody. She's talking to me while somebody else is talking. Motion.
All right, let's go. That's why I want to start with District K first next year.
As somebody that's been a W my whole life, I know what it's like to be at the back of the line when they go in alphabetical order.
So 14.03. 14.03, the City of Houston shall review the Solid Waste Management Department heavy trash collection program and determine if a reimagined or on-demand service would be more efficient and sustainable for solid waste and more reliably meet the needs of the customer. So we asked Solid Waste, what's the average cost for heavy trash? Per month is about $1.9 million. So I know all y'all going to want that 11.4 if we can cut it in half to go to other things. But again, I think those dollars should be looked at, right? And this came to mind because we had a survey out of District I. We had about 312 responses. Nearly half of them said they place heavy trash 6 times per year, with about 15% saying they place heavy trash less than twice per year. And we continue to run trucks through the neighborhoods. Yeah, and so, maybe twice a year is actually tree waste, and no more than 4 times a year is bulk waste. And so we got to start looking at these inefficiencies, and I'm sure that the audits that are becoming might be able to identify these things. But again, it's right sizing solid waste, but also in that same context, we should be looking at every department, making sure that the community understands that what we have resources for. We're not overselling what we have in the budget, and then again, making sure that we're just providing good services to community. So this one as well will be referred to service delivery, and so I'll go ahead and move.
Great. Is there a vote? All in favor of referring to the Service Delivery Committee? Those opposed? Motion will. I think it deserves a hearing for sure.
Thank you.
Next.
14.04, establish an Adopt a Gate program under Houston Parks and Recreation Department. This adoption program shall encourage and provide organizations, homeowner associations, civic clubs, residents interested in taking on the responsibility to open and close park gates daily, the ability to do so, and thereby freeing up park rangers from this responsibility, and allowing them to focus on priority responsibility, public safety, security patrol of city parks. This would be no different than an Adopt a Park agreement. Right now we have little leagues that mow, de-litter parks within our parks department. We have this challenge consistently where parks are not being, the gates are open. It's a public safety issue, and so
Those opposed?
Councilmember Thomas. Councilmember Thomas.
Councilmember Thomas.
Thank you much. Mayor Pro Tem, was the director interested for the weekend pay for council members to use council district service funds to supplement that?
He was open to all funds available.
Okay, because I think on the weekends would actually be the bridge support that we would need, hotspot teams and the staff we already have with Dawn throughout the week. But I am 1,000% in support of dedicating CDSF for some bridge funding over the weekend until they can get their people hired. Thank you much.
Sounds good. We'll definitely work with Director Sims on that.
Very good.
And other opportunities, and we have not been successful with it. I will bring it as a CIP project. If CIP and commit to a design concept report, then we can really implement some funding behind this project. But I am asking my colleagues to, keep Alameda Plaza in your prayers, and really, I'll need the support for CIP, but wanted to bring it forward today just to kind of keep it in the forefront because it's a project we've been talking about for 6 years. So I will withdraw it and move it to the CIP.
Very well.
16.04 was in support of Public Works. We have lots of ditch maintenance that needs to happen. These big drainage channels are only cut twice a year. They get up to 10 feet high, and Public Works is also wanting to increase the mowing frequency on those easements and open channels. They are working to implement that within their budget, so I will request withdrawal with the support, knowing that Public Works is looking how we can increase the frequency of the mowing of those channels.
Very good. Any opposition to withdrawing and working with Public Works? Chair hears none. So now, Madam Secretary, we go to item 73 as amended.
Which is the budget.
Item 73 as amended needs a vote.
Councilman Pollard.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate the discussion from everyone today and the work by yourselves and your staffs on these amendments and the administration putting forth this budget for the next fiscal year. The reason that I cannot support the budget is because we're spending more than we're bringing in. Okay, and I don't think that's fiscally sound for any business to do. We don't have any new revenue in this current budget, and we're using one-time funding sources to pay for much of this, which was left over from the fund balance of the previous year. When we just spoke about the HPD cadets, the mayor said it's a shame that we're spending one-time funding sources for incentive pay. Well, we're spending one-time funding sources on most of the things that we're spending within this budget. We're going to have to start to become much more serious about our spending trends and our patterns within the city, because all we're doing is enlarging our structurally unbalanced budget. And if we continue to spend from the general fund, if we continue to not bring in new revenue, then we're going to get to a point, which will probably be next year, where then we're going to have to do all this at one time. We're going to have more fees. We're probably going to have to go up on property taxes. We're going to have cuts from departments, all that to close the budget gap for 1 year, because there is no other way to do it, because the money that we're using this year won't be here next year. So I do want to caution you all on looking into the future when you don't have more revenue, but you're spending more. You're creating even a larger deficit, and I don't think that's prudent for the taxpayers. Thank you.
Councilman Ramirez.
Mayor, I'm going to support this budget. I appreciate the fact that it puts us in a better position for next year. I appreciate the fact that it doesn't include new taxes or a new garbage fee. Apologies, Councilmember Martinez. I also appreciate the fact, Mayor, that you are going to work with your state partners to maybe help the city's financial situation. And I appreciate your work in getting this done. It's not a perfect budget, but there are a lot of good things in it. And I also support the administration's commitment to doing management studies and more audits to see where we can save money going forward. And so I'm going to support this budget. Thank you.
Very good. Councilman
Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm also in support of this budget. I appreciate the comments that Councilmember Pollard made. But I think it's important to state that this is nothing new. We've been closing $100+ million deficit since the rev cap hit. So it's nothing new. And so being transparent about that. So for the past 8+ years, we've been telling voters, we've been telling citizens that this budget is, we're closing the budget right. We're doing okay. We have not been doing okay, and I can't stress course correcting the city of Houston any more than now. We're not increasing fees, which I'm okay with. The mayor has been able to identify a budget where we don't increase fees, don't look at anything in the revenue cap. But I also want to make sure that we don't pass this budget and then not start addressing those and having the real difficult conversations that we should have had 10, 15, 20 years ago. And so I appreciate the work that you and your administration have been doing, Mayor. I appreciate everyone holding ourselves, departments accountable. I think throughout this conversation, we also got to be very realistic with the community and hold them accountable as to what they really want from the city. And so I look forward to voting on this budget and look forward to getting to work.
Very good. Councilman Kamen.
Thank you, Mayor. First and foremost, I want to thank and recognize Chair Alcorn and your staff to have done and put together everything that y'all do with budget, hearings. It's a lot. So again, thank you to you and your staff. Mayor, it's your first budget. I believe this will pass, so I don't want to jinx it, but I'll say congratulations to all, especially through the process and the dialogue that we have had, because we have had a very productive dialogue as it relates to the city's budget. I will be supporting this budget, but I do want to highlight some of the challenges that we continue to face as a city. For example, when Chief Satterwhite was before us, he identified that we still need 400 HPD investigators just to meet the needs as it relates to the miscoding. We have hundreds of millions of dollars in deferred maintenance. Oftentimes I feel GSD is overlooked. It's the easiest thing to cut, but we pay for it in the long run. And how they are able to put together what they do, my heart goes out to them. We do not have any additional ambulances. We're keeping them at the same levels. When Mayor, we talk a lot about response times and those needs. We have a potential $100 million liability for drainage based on the pending litigation. Municipal courts are still damaged from Harvey. Mayor, I appreciate that you brought up West Gray Multi-Service Center and the other centers that we still don't have funding for, and I appreciate your commitment to partner with us to continue to do that, as well as your government relations team. I want to point out that our parks, our city parks, many of you may not know, but Mangum Park in the northern part of District C, their equipment was so out of date it became dangerous, and they literally had to remove the entire playground. It's just an empty space now with no opportunity for funding. We're working with Parks Department, but that's just one park, and now it's not a park, it's just a green space. We still need to replace 9 high water rescue vehicles with multi-purpose trucks. That's for again, for the fire department. We need add-ons for CAD. Our funding for cancer and medical screenings for the fire department is about to dry up. That was a really important program that I hope we can continue and find the money for. The one thing we didn't discuss today, but I think it's important, is the fact that we are under 2 revenue caps, one state-imposed cap and one voter-imposed cap. And until we're able to address this, I personally believe we need to fall under uniformity with the rest of the state and defer to that one. But regardless, Mayor, I know you've spoken about this. We need to have a public safety exception. We have to do something to generate and bring in more revenue, because our city, for as large as it is, for as many miles as we have, is under the most restrictive budgetary constraints of any municipality, I believe, in the country. We continue to stand on stronger footing than most municipalities, but that doesn't mean we can't do better. So I look forward to those conversations, but more so to taking action towards that. I want to thank the public, especially District C residents, for their engagement throughout this process, including the viewers at home. A lot have been watching online and engaging online. But with that, Mayor, I'll close and just express my appreciation for the dialogue we have had, but also the recognition that we have a lot more work to do.
Very well said. Councilman Flickinger.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I wanted to say thank you to Councilman Alcorn for putting all the budget workshops on. I learned a lot I was surprised about. Even a little surprised today to find out about these parking meters and the fact that city employees are paying their fees to the city and then turning around and getting reimbursed from the city, and we're spending lots of money on top of that to do it. It just makes no sense whatsoever. I think the efficiency studies are a fantastic idea. The budget, although we spent more money this year than last year, the rate of increase was significantly lower, which I think we're going to need for probably a few years in order to avoid a fiscal cliff. And one last thing, I do hope that if we go to increase revenues, we do it in as straightforward manner as possible, and just be straightforward with the public and say, we need more money, this is what we need it for, this is how much it is. I think that trying to do it through new fees and that type of thing actually diminishes somewhat of what you collect, because you're going to have to pay in order to collect that money, whereas versus raising the property tax cap increase exception, you would not have that issue, and 100% of that would actually be able to go to the revenue rather than spending money collecting it. So if we end up doing that, I hope that's how we go that route. Thank you very much.
Very good. Obviously, I'd like to thank Finance Chair Alcorn, her committee, and Committee of the Whole, those that participated, our Finance Director, my staff, the department heads, our city employees that bring issues before us. Let me just say that I applaud the unity around the horseshoe for the most part, I might add, but I voted against budgets, large state budgets. It's an easy thing to do, to vote no, but there's no such thing as a perfect budget. If any one of you were writing the budget alone, it'd be different. So it's one of coming together, trying to make reasonable decisions, looking out for the public interest, making certain that quality of life issues are addressed. This is a good budget. and emphasizes public safety, drainage, infrastructure, things that we're asked about. Generators. How can you vote against generators for senior citizens during not only cooling periods, but heat periods? This budget provides for that. We're addressing the issue of cadet classes for our fire and police. When we get through with this sound document, we'll still have $87 million, even taking in consideration the 7.5% reserve. So it's been a responsible budget. It's one that I think each of us can present to the public, and several of you are emphasized. I not only ran on it, I still speak to it. We have a lot of unmet needs. We have a finance system that's not sustainable. This budget, though, is paid for. So now, after we go through the next months into the fall, cutting out duplication, waste, and there were some individuals indicted 2 weeks ago for wasting and stealing city funds. I think we need to do the audit reviews that we've been talking about and come out with a good government proposal to the citizens of Houston, collaborating with the county, the state, and the feds, and let everyone know we have a great city, great people, but we have challenges. And if we meet those challenges, we're going to have a very bright future for our young people. So with that said, I'll be glad to call the roll.
Roll call vote?
Roll call vote, please.
Mayor Whitmire?
Yes.
Councilman Peck?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
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 Councilman Ramirez?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
15-2.
There being 15 ayes, 2 noes, the budget 73 item passes. Thank y'all. Item 74 needs a vote.
Give her just a second. Give her just a second.
Give me a minute.
Take your time. No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to rush you.
Item 74 is an ordinance. Just need a vote.
You ready? Perfect. All in favor of 74, say yes. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Passed. What else?
Item 75 is an ordinance. Just need a vote.
Need a vote on 75. All in favor, say yes. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Yes, ma'am.
Item 76 is an ordinance. Just need a vote.
All in favor of 76, say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it.
Item 77 is an ordinance. Just need a vote.
All in favor of 77, Councilman Pollard.
Thank you, Mayor. This question is for the city attorney. Earlier, we discussed a similar refunding bond, which was, I believe, a general obligation bond item. This is a public improvement refunding bond item. It's also related to the firefighters contract. Can you tell us the difference between the two bond measures?
So in terms of these refunding bonds for public improvement,
you want Melissa to come forward?
We can have Director Dubowski.
Excuse me for interrupting, but I thought it might be appropriate for the director to speak to the finance director.
Okay. Thank you for the question, Councilmember. So it feels like yesterday, but item 25 that passed earlier was related to the $650 million settlement amount. Item 77 is related to basically our traditional commercial paper takeout for our capital improvement plan spending. So the projects that are in the CIP, like the solid waste facilities, health facilities, parks, You see those projects in the CIP. We issue commercial paper. I usually come before council and do the upcoming financial transactions presentation where we then fix out that commercial paper into long-term fixed rate debt. So the thought of bringing this item forward at this point is while we're in the market on the $650 million for the settlement for efficiency of staff time, since we're already going to be pricing bonds to issue the commercial paper as long-term debt in association with that. So while it's contemplated that the transaction would happen at the same time as the firefighter bond issuance, they'll be issued as two separate series and the monies won't be commingled. So funding for this would not go to the firefighters. It would go to fund capital improvement plan projects.
And so I see on the backup, as with item 25 that passed earlier, that the controller's signature line is there, but the controller did not certify this item nor item 25. What was the purpose of your signature line being on the backup and the controller's signature line?
So typically, we work with the controller's office on all the bond issuances, and typically we have the controller's office to sign off on the cover sheets as well. In talking to the city legal department, and I'll let the legal Ms. Iyer correct me if I say anything wrong, but the signature on the cover sheet is not legally required. Now, when we go to the bond transaction and the bond pricing and closing on the bonds, per the city charter, the controller's office is required to sign off on those documents, as you saw in that bond pricing that we
Why
had
would
done.
we include the signature line on the backup if it's not required?
I think the controller's office, I can say, did have input on the cover sheet, gave comments on the cover sheet, and they did not turn in the signed cover sheet timely.
Thank you.
Councilor Kamen.
Thank you, Mayor. And towards that line of questioning, I had just had a question as it relates, it does cost money, that's why we're trying to group this together, to issue bonds.
Yes.
Is that correct? This may be, Director, more appropriate for the city attorney to speak to, and forgive my lack of knowledge, because a bond costs money to issue, is that why the city controller is required to certify it? Is that a component of it?
Well, I think it depends on which type of bond and which government code section you're under. I mean, I'm not that familiar with the bond process, so I can get an answer for you on that, council member, rather than give you information that's not accurate.
Okay, Mayor, we keep going back and forth about, what the controller does, why the controller does it, and I want to be very clear about the city controller's authority, what we and the people of the city of Houston have charged him or her with. And if, as it relates to the issuance of bonds, because there's a cost affiliated with that, I would assume that that is pertinent to the city controller's role. So just clarification would be very helpful, because we keep speculating and going back and forth, but we don't have the city controller here to speak either, which I think presents its own challenge.
Very good. We'll get you that information.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we refer this item back pending the city controller's signature.
It's not a legal requirement.
Not. So how time sensitive is this?
Well, the thought would be to issue these bonds in conjunction with the $650 million. And and that would be, again, to, achieve the cost efficiencies. And the $650 million in bonds are not going to be issued unless the settlement agreement and judgment are,
Sure.
Finalized. So I would say as long as this, passes at the same time as item 26, that would be okay.
Okay. So it's not time sensitive today, but it will be next week
Yes, sir.
when we take up the $650 million. That's fine. If you want more discussion on it.
Yeah, and that's and that was my discussion earlier regarding item 25. Why it's certified? It has to be certified, and these bonds are attached to it. And the city controller's signature is on the pages, and he's not signing them. It would seem as if it would be more prudent to bring all the items at the exact same time, because if you don't,
I'm sorry.
If you don't, it seems to cause some confusion. When
I think it was to be cautious. Be honest with you, to do as much work as we can toward a settlement. So it was. You know, this item, no one's raised any questions about it prior to today. So it was an effort to go ahead and do the bonding for our other programs. And so it was just being cautious, trying to get as much work done as quickly. We didn't anticipate necessarily the discussion around item 25 that took place, but, you know, you did your job, and if you want to slow this one down, you can slow it down.
I just think it's important that the items come at the same time. I also think it's very important that the city controller, if he is on the signature line for a reason, you all have put him there for a reason. And when he's not certifying it, it doesn't give confidence to me as the city's watchdog on our fiscal future that these items are in order. Are they are ready to actually come forward?
If I can interrupt you I understand it was a courtesy, because the only thing he has to certify, council members, is that $6.6 million of legal fees.
I learned that yesterday as well.
There's plenty of precedent in court rulings where he does not certify the judgment bond. So it's a courtesy to include him. It's also a business plan to move out on the bonds that parks and other people need. So, you know.
Well, I'll follow your lead.
You can raise all the questions
I'm going to follow your lead. I'm going to withdraw my motion. We can go forward with a vote.
Well, it's not just my lead. It's the law, and it's the what's before us right now. So
Item 77.
I need a motion on 77.
Just a vote. Just a vote.
All right. All in favor of 77, say aye. Those opposed, motion passes. Madam Secretary.
Item 78 is a motion.
Councilmember Huffman.
Thank you, Mayor. And this one, I think I'm speaking on it now, but it is in conjunction with 79. And I want to begin by saying that I am a proponent of the arts, but I have some concerns about item 79. My office communicated with the city secretary's office, and it's my understanding that while Ordinance 2006-731, which establishes the civic art program and its processes, it's not been posted on the city's website Code of Ordinances. Additionally, the link on the Houston Arts Alliance website that allows the public to view the city's art collection, it doesn't work. So, you know, at this point, I mean, I don't know what pieces are in the city's art collection. Also, there hasn't been a financial report posted to the Houston Arts Alliance website since fiscal year 2022. And lastly, you know, if we allocate the $25 million for this item, each city department is still responsible for the maintenance costs of the art. Now, I know that the $25 million plus what the city department spends on maintenance, you know, so that adds to the $25 million. But I know that the HAA pays for art conservation, but I'm still unclear about what the difference between conservation and maintenance are. I'd like to know how much the city departments spend on art maintenance, like at the airport. And so if you look at the ordinance, it says, you know, maintenance shall be the responsibility of each department having jurisdiction over a civic art project or work of art included in the city collection. It also says that that HAA shall have no duties and responsibilities with respect to the maintenance of the city collection, but they are in charge of conservation. And so I'm unclear on what the difference is. So in the spirit of transparency and responsibility to the public, I'd like to make a motion to delay the consideration of items 78 and 79 for 2 weeks, so we can bring this item back to the council agenda on June 26th in order to get some clarity on these topics.
Peck seconds.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks
2-week delay on 78 and 79.
on 78, 79, 2-week delay.
So on the motion to delay, Councilmember Flickinger, on the motion to delay? On the motion to delay?
Motion to delay for 2 weeks.
Thomas on the motion to delay.
Councilmember Thomas.
Oh, Flickinger, you're not?
No, it's been delayed.
Okay, good. Just to
Say-
clarify point, is this item against a deadline? What's the clock on it?
So in the ordinance, it says June 30th,
Fiscal
I
year.
think is the fiscal year. So although I learned yesterday that there hasn't been a contract with HAA for the last 5 months, so I'm not really sure. But in the ordinance, it says June 30th.
Oh, by fiscal year. So there's a green clause that they're operating on right now? So my question is, if we delay 2 weeks, does it put us against, does it conflict anything?
I don't think
I
so.
understand it wouldn't jeopardize the
Okay,
contract. Yeah.
okay.
Martinez on the motion to delay?
And this is just.
It's on the delay.
Is this coming to a committee or just additional questions?
I thought it was to give the council member opportunity to do her due diligence.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, okay.
But I would like at some point to see a presentation from HAA. I'd like to see
We'll
their
arrange
website
that.
updated.
No,
you
no,
know,
no,
things like
we
that.
all are entitled to that. I'll see that happens. For sure. Councilman Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. And this is on the delay, as it's just been mentioned, right? There hasn't been a contract for the last 5 months. There's projects that are still probably being held up and probably can't be paid for. And so I just want to make sure that as we decide to dissect these departments, which I'm all for, we're not putting certain projects that already have been in the queue, probably waiting for money to get paid out. And so I've sat down with Houston Arts Alliance. I've been told that there are folks that are needing to get paid as well. So I want to respect, Councilmember Huffman's request. I just want to also make sure that, it's been tagged now in a delay for 2 weeks. I just want to make sure we get this done as soon as possible.
Very good. Councilmember Kamen.
Thank you, Mayor. And my question, and I may just not understand this as in depth, but as it pertains to item number 79, that is for the contract specifically with the Arts Alliance. And my understanding is that that is independent of the ordinance that you all are trying to bring forward, and that the contract itself could move forward, and at the same time, we could still take up what you all are trying to accomplish separately. So while, again, they're two separate items. One is an ordinance addressing the actual ordinance itself that would actually pull certain funds away from the ordinance, whereas 79 is a contract for implementation with the Arts Alliance that is irrespective of whatever we change, if we change something in the ordinance. So I'm happy to hear responses to that, but I also, to Councilmember Martinez's point, would want to ensure that we are not delaying a contract that does not pertain to these specific buckets that the ordinance is identifying.
And I have questions actually on both. So on the ordinance and also on item 79.
So the bottom line is, Councilman Kamen, do you have a problem with a 2-week delay to allow a council colleague to do some checks and balances?
Right, this is just on, again, to Councilmember Thomas's question about will the delay impact any of the current contracts, and based on Councilmember Martinez's remarks, I just wanted to clarify whether or not that will have an impact.
I'm told it will not jeopardize the contract.
Or payment to those.
Or payment to it. I mean, it's the status quo. They've been like this for 5 months, so it'll just continue for 2 weeks.
Okay.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Pro Tem Peck.
Thank you, Mayor. And to Councilmember Kamen's question, I share the same questions as Councilmember Huffman about maintenance versus conservation, and to make sure that in this contract that the proper money is being spent on what it's supposed to be spent on per the ordinance. So yes, there are ordinance questions here, but the actual contract, that's item number 79, I have questions about how that money is being allocated. And so I think that's why we both would like the 2-week delay.
Made and seconded that we delay 78, 79 for 2 weeks. Yes, ma'am. Is there, all in favor say aye, those opposed? Motion passes. Anything else to come before council agenda? If not, more pop-off. Councilmember Martinez. Can we have it? Does anybody just feel really like they got to pop off?
No.
If not, council stands adjourned.
Damn.